The woman appears to be the lofty leader of a sect, but in secret, she is the cauldron for my cultivation as her rebellious disciple. Under my coercion and temptation, my usually cold and aloof master coquettishly calls me brother, while putting on the black stockings I prepared. It turns out my master possesses the legendary heavenly fragrance body. As long as I engage in dual cultivation with her day and night, not only will all my injuries heal, but my cultivation will also skyrocket. And I was once the infamous blood demon, a criminal who struck fear into the hearts of many because of my countless evil deeds, bullying men and women alike. I was hunted by the 8 major sects for 2.5 years. In the final battle at Bright Peak, Chi Mingdai, the leader of the Misty Peak of the Supreme Purity Holy Land, led the charge, sacrificing her lifespan to unleash the divine avatar technique, intending to annihilate me completely. Facing this world-destroying attack, I laughed maniacally, declaring, "Break the immortal, seek eternal life. Even the great emperor cannot destroy my unyielding will." With that, I used all my power to self-destruct. In an instant, a violent force erupted across the heavens and earth, leaving the surrounding experts covered in dust. But 2.5 months later, a red light pierced the sky, entering the misty peak of the Supreme Purity Holy Land. A young man lying in bed opened his eyes. I, Chuhan-san, have returned. Then I sat up, a sly smile on my lips. For this day, I had prepared 3,781 backup plans and 1,201 resurrection methods. With such thorough preparation, how could I die so easily? But what I didn't expect was that I would be reborn as Chi Mengdia's direct disciple. I thought that with my new identity, I could enjoy a life of luxury, but this body's cultivation was crippled, its talent abysmal, its luck rotten, and its combat power weaker than a chicken's. It even got into a love rivalry, leading to a life-and-death duel, where it was defeated in one move, suffering extreme. Watching these memories, I felt speechless. This guy really had it rough. Thinking, since you're my tool now, your enemies are my enemies, and your wife is my wife. Watch as I forge an invincible body. But 2.5 hours later, the spiritual energy in my body hadn't changed at all. This body is too useless, truly 1 in a million. Thinking this, I smirked. But luckily, I still have a backup plan. Moments later, I arrived at Chi Mengdia's cave. Seeing her sitting loftily, I immediately knelt down. "Master, 10 days ago, I was injured in a fight. Please help me restore my cultivation path." But Chi Mengdai, citing my low cultivation and tendency to pick fights, refused to help, and even wanted to expel me from the sect. Hearing this, I stood up and shouted, "Master, don't you know why my cultivation is low? You gave all the resources to my junior brothers and sisters. Without resources, how can I improve and grow stronger? Is it just because I share the same name as the Chu demon that you're taking it out on me?" Hearing this, Chi Mengdia's eyes flashed with shame, and she sighed softly. "I will find you some rare treasures to restore your cultivation path." Hearing this, I smiled. No, Master, you can help me right now. I heard you have the heavenly fragrance body. If I dual cultivate with you, not only will my injuries heal, but my cultivation talent will also improve. So, Master, let's dual cultivate." With that, I kissed her. Chi Mengdai, realizing what had happened, was instantly furious. "You dare insult me in front of the hall? You're seeking death." With that, she summoned her sacred weapon, intending to tear me to pieces. But the next second, as I chanted a spell, the ice blade Chi Mengdai had just summoned began to disintegrate. Her legs also started to weaken. Chi Mengdia's face was filled with disbelief. Her great saint-level cultivation was completely suppressed. Seeing this, I stepped forward with a smile. "Master, please." Hearing this, Chi Mengdai panicked. "You rebellious disciple, what are you going to do to me?" But I didn't stop my actions. "Master, please teach and guide me." It turned out that during my previous life, while being hunted, I had secretly cast the Reincarnation Heavenly Seal on Chi Mengdai. As long as I activated it, any woman below the Earth Realm who was marked by this seal would be at my mercy. Seeing Chi Mengdai still trying to resist, I leaned in and pinched her chin, praising her. "For someone thousands of years old, your skin is surprisingly smooth. You rebellious disciple. How dare you be so disrespectful? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Hearing this, I chuckled, my eyes filled with disdain. "Disciple seeks death. Master, stop threatening me. But if I tell Lu Shui, the master of Sky Sword Peak, that you've lost your cultivation, what do you think he'll do? After all, you're his father's murderer." Hearing this, Chi Mengdia's pupil shrank. "No, that lunatic Lu Shui must never find out. Otherwise, he'll definitely come to kill me." Thinking this, Chi Mengdai panicked. "Rebellious disciple, what do you want?" Rare treasures? Cultivation resources? I can give you anything. But before she could finish, I pushed her to the ground. No, no, no. I want more than that. I want your body. Hearing this, Chimengdia's face turned red, but she still resisted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a great saint. How could I lower myself to someone like you? But my smile only grew gentler. Now you're scared? Disciple has a dual cultivation technique that will greatly benefit you. So, master, just give in. As Chimengdi clenched her teeth and her fingers twitched, my injuries healed instantly, and my cultivation talent improved rapidly. As she cried out, after 2.5 hours of intense cultivation, I went from being a cultivationless waste to reaching the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Chimengdia's tone was no longer proud, but instead pitiful. You've gotten what you wanted. Can you release my seal now? I refused without hesitation. Do you think I'm a fool? If you don't want others to know your cultivation is sealed, you'd better keep it hidden. Then, I took out a crystal that had recorded everything. Master, you know what this crystal does, right? Seeing this, Chimengdia's face turned red, and her heart raced. You rebellious disciple, you even recorded it? I quickly calmed her down. It's just a keepsake. But considering our deep relationship, I'll remind you not to try to break the seal. In the entire Heavenly Dome continent, unless the Great Emperor is reborn, only I can undo it. But as you know, there are no more Great Emperors. If I die, you'll be immortal for the rest of your life, and the contents of this crystal will spread across the world. If you don't believe me, you can try. Watching me leave, Chimengdia's body trembled uncontrollably. Countless emotions flooded her heart. You rebellious disciple. You deserve to die. Then, the empty hall echoed with her furious cries. After leaving the hall, I began to think about how to improve my strength. Although cultivating with my beautiful master did improve my cultivation quickly, it also weakened my foundation, making me the weakest among those at the same level. But for me, this wasn't a problem. After all, I had left tens of thousands of treasure caches across the continent. So, instead of returning to my cave, I rode the flying boat I rented from the sect and headed outside the Supreme Purity Holy Land. I wondered if the cultivation resources I had hidden in the secret valley were still there. Soon, I arrived in front of a giant rock. I bit my finger and used my blood to draw a pentagram on the rock. Great! The foundation establishment treasures are still here. At that moment, a sneering voice came from behind. I saw 2 men and a woman standing on the deck of a flying boat. Zhangming, look. The trash is still alive. I thought you were dead. It seems the Misty Peak Princess really cares about her eldest disciple. She even gave you rare treasures to repair your Dantian. I recognized the speaker. It was the person who had crippled the original owner's cultivation. So, I steered my flying boat in another direction, passing by theirs, and calmly left 8 words. 10 days from now, we'll fight again, to the death. Zhang Ming and his companions looked at each other, and the next moment, they burst into laughter. A defeated dog dares to challenge me again? This is hilarious. Zhang Ming then used a long-range communication technique to notify all the disciples in the Holy Land. Trash Chu, since you're asking for death, I'll fight you again in 10 days. I'll send you to another world. As soon as he finished speaking, disciples from all peaks began to gossip, thinking I had lost my mind. To maximize my strength, I returned to Chimengdia's cave. After all, this was the most spiritually rich place on Misty Peak. Master's things are my things. Every inch, every bit, is mine. With that thought, I flashed into the cave. Hello, Master. Your disciple has come to see you again. Seeing me again, Chimengdia's expression instantly darkened. What do you want now, you rebellious disciple? I walked up to her with a smile, pinched her cheek, and said, Master, what do you think I want? I have many ideas I'd like to try. Without waiting for her reply, I took out formation flags from my storage bag and began setting up a barrier. Chimengdi watched my intricate hand movements with shock and disbelief. Your formation techniques, are they from the Tai Kingdom? Master, you have a good eye. I can teach you, but what will you offer in exchange? Hearing this, Master lowered her head shyly, indicating she didn't want to learn. Fine then, since that's the case, your disciple can focus on seclusion. With that, I tossed out a pile of dried meat from my storage bag. Master, since you're now immortal, you can't fast. If you're hungry, eat these. Seeing Chimengdia's reluctant expression, I slapped her butt, causing her to lose balance and fall onto the bed. Master, you're being naughty again. I've set up a killing formation in the back hall. Anyone who steps in will die. If you die, your disciple will be very sad. After all, I still need you to improve my cultivation talent. Chimengdia's furious but helpless curses echoed behind me. I ignored them. Instead, I went to the back hall, took out the prepared life creation Tao fruit, and the strongest foundation establishment technique, the Tao scripture. With these two combined, no one in the heavenly Chung continent would have a stronger foundation than me, as the Tao fruit's essence flowed through my meridians, nourishing every inch of my body, my skin, flesh, and blood. I was instantly enveloped in golden light. In that moment, I was completely covered in a radiant glow. Above my head, thousands of phoenix and dragon illusions danced, while the image of a Tao ancestor preached, and divine demons knelt in reverence. The world says that following the established path is the only way to walk the road laid by predecessors. Little do they know that breaking the rules is the true path to greatness. Waves of energy radiated from me, spreading through the back hall and across Misty Peak. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged wildly, centered above the main hall. A massive spiritual energy vortex, a kilometer in diameter, formed, catching the attention of powerful experts from other peaks. Such a powerful spiritual tide. Could it be that Qi Mingdai is about to break through? This person was none other than Lu Shui, the master of Sky Sword Peak. At this moment, I was completely unaware of the commotion I had caused. Like a meditating monk, I continued to absorb spiritual energy in large quantities. The next moment, I opened my eyes. Divine light. Today, I will use the Foundation Establishment's ultimate limit to break through to the Sea of Qi, forging an unparalleled foundation. Ding! Detected host breaking through a major realm. Reward triggered. Primordial sacred body obtained. As soon as the voice finished, I was stunned. Why does this reward sound so familiar? Realizing what it was, I cursed loudly. Although the primordial sacred body grants an invincible physique and is the strongest combat body for humans, it requires an extreme amount of resources to cultivate in the later stages. In this current era, the primordial sacred body. But since I had already fused with the primordial sacred body, I had no choice but to continue cultivating it. However, luckily, I still have my treasure of a master. After finishing my cultivation, I walked out of the back hall. At this moment, Qi Mingdai was sitting on a lotus throne, eating a piece of dried meat, holding a bright red fruit in her hands, taking small bites, looking pitiful and helpless. Seeing me, Qi Mingdai quickly put the fruit away, and shouted, "You rebellious disciple." Hearing this, I quickly approached her and whispered soothingly, "Master, a day apart feels like 3 years. I've missed you so much." As I spoke, I sniffed her shoulder. "Master, when was the last time you bathed? You have a slight odor." Hearing this, Qi Mengdia's face darkened, and her chest heaved with anger. "It's all because of you, you rebellious disciple. You took over the back hall, and I couldn't even bathe. It's my fault, master. In that case, let your disciple personally bathe you." Ignoring her protests, I dragged her to the back. Looking at Qi Mingdai, lying on the 2.5-meter-wide bed, I couldn't help but praise her, truly worthy of the heavenly fragrance body. Even after days without bathing, she remains spotless. "Master, please help me. Your disciple's talent is truly lacking. Let me scrub your back for you." However, at that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was the master of Sky Sword Peak. Tianxing, hearing that Qi Mingdai was in seclusion to heal, he had come to deliver a 7th-grade healing pill to his beloved junior sister. Hearing this, Qi Mingdai, who was being scrubbed, blushed so deeply it seemed like blood might seep from her cheeks. Her voice came out in broken fragments. "Senior brother Tianxing, please forgive me. I've encountered some issues in my cultivation. Cannot meet you right now." Seeing that Qi Mingdai refused to accept the pill, Tianxing stood outside the hall and began to play a new melody he had learned, "Phoenix Seeks Phoenix." "Master, senior uncle Tianxing plays so well, I can't help but give him a thumbs up." Qi Mingdai, lying beneath me, was filled with shame. I was just talking to my senior brother while, 2.5 hours later, I lay on my side, refreshed, gently stroking Qi Mengdia's slightly disheveled hair. "Master, look, given our current intimate relationship, it shouldn't be a problem for me to borrow some cultivation resources from you, right?" Qi Mingdai, hearing this, could only sigh helplessly, and reluctantly handed over her resources. However, they were all 4th-grade pills. Hearing my dissatisfied tone, Qi Mingdai turned her head and said, "This is all I have right now, unless you can undo my seal." Before she could finish, I packed up the items and turned to leave. Forget it. Something is better than nothing." Seeing that I was unmoved, Qi Mingdai felt a sense of helplessness. Should I go beg the Holy Master? Maybe he can help me undo the seal. But what if he can't? If that rebellious disciple senses danger and runs away, I'll be stuck as a mortal until I die of old age. That's not the life I, Qi Mingdai, want. After calming down, she reached into her robe and pulled out a bronze mask with a fox pattern. The bronze fox mask can simulate and conceal all cultivator auras. As long as I don't come into contact with others, even a peak Saint King wouldn't be able to detect me from a distance. Moreover, I picked this up months ago, while chasing the Chu demon. Thinking this, Qi Mingdai slowly put on the mask. Now, the most important thing is to break free from that rebellious disciple's control. Otherwise, I'll be at his mercy for the rest of my life. Returning to the entrance of my cave, as if sensing something, I smirked. Master has finally put on the bronze fox mask. My efforts weren't in vain. Wear it. If you don't, how can I feel safe developing in the supreme purity holy land? Then, I took out the Mystic Ice evil-slaying sword from my storage bag. Only 3 days remain until the life and death duel. Time is tight. I must quickly improve my strength and comprehend the sword intent. With that, I split my consciousness and stepped onto the evil-slaying sword, heading out to find my own path. I flew upward until I reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The next moment, my soul felt as if it was grasped by an invisible hand. When I opened my eyes, I saw beams of light of various colors falling. Each beam represented a sword intent. In this life's reincarnation, I naturally wanted to find the strongest sword intent possible. A sense of clarity washed over me. Memories of my past life flashed through my mind repeatedly. When I opened my eyes again, a blood-red sword intent, as solid as reality, flashed in the depths of my pupils. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 5 primordial sword intents, the heavenly slaughter sword intent. Seeing this, I smiled. Not bad, not bad. This sword intent suits me well. Once I break through, I'll definitely win the life and death duel. At the same time, in the supreme purity holy land, the holy master, Taisu, noticed someone searching for sword intent, but when he saw the traces I left behind, he was shocked. That person actually reached 9,999 meters. That's a level only a quasi-sword god can achieve. Could it be that our supreme purity holy land will also produce someone like the sword god? 3 days later, on the life and death arena, many disciples gathered to watch the duel between me and Zhang Ming. Jian Lingyun, a true disciple of Sky Sword Peak, accompanied Zhang Ming to watch the battle. The girl beside Jian Lingyun was Su Tianjin, the true disciple of Sky Sword Peak, and the object of the original owner's affection. With a beauty by his side, Zhang Ming began to show off. With Chu's level of trash, how dare he challenge me? He must have a death wish. The crowd echoed his words. Yeah, I don't know how the people of Misty Peak tolerate such a waste as their eldest disciple. At this moment, Tao Yao, the 5th senior sister of Misty Peak, stepped forward, mocking others and flattering the strong. Is this how your peak master taught you? If your chicken mouths keep flapping, I won't mind sealing them shut for your master. At that moment, I calmly arrived at the life and death arena on my flying boat. Having successfully broken through and become a sword cultivator, I was already confident of victory in this battle. As soon as I stepped off the flying boat, Tao Yao rushed toward me. Big brother, with me here, no one can harm a single hair on your head. Last time, I was in seclusion, which led to your injury. I've been feeling guilty ever since. Seeing this, I affectionately patted her head. Don't worry, what happened last time wasn't your fault. This time, your big brother won't get hurt either. After saying this, I instinctively turned my head toward the tool characters. Secret crush, Su Tianjin, who came into view. I gave her a once-over. She's not bad-looking, but her cultivation is just average. Seeing my arrival, Zhang Ming's lips curled into a cruel smile. Since you're here, let's get on the life and death arena now. After this is over, I need to go back into seclusion to cultivate. Hearing this, I smiled faintly. No need to rush, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Since we've all gathered here to watch the duel, how can we not have some stakes? I have a bottle of 7th grade heavenly profound pills, 6 in total, all of the highest quality. Hearing this, the eyes of all the disciples present turned green with envy. It was said that consuming a 7th grade heavenly profound pill not only increased the speed of comprehending divine abilities, but also had a high chance of breaking through from the peak of the divine ability realm to the small saint realm. However, everyone also knew that such treasures were extremely expensive, and no one present could offer an equivalent bet. Seeing this, I suggested that everyone could pool their resources. After the duel, we can divide the spoils based on the contribution. Hearing this, the crowd surged forward, each pulling out treasures from their storage artifacts. I bet on senior brother Chu losing. I also bet on senior brother Chu losing. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, I felt a secret joy in my heart. After calculating the value of the items, the elder of Sky Sword Peak officially announced the establishment of the bet. As soon as he finished speaking, I moved swiftly, leaping from the half-meter-high spectator stand onto the life-and-death arena. The sound of my landing sent ripples through the air. Zhang Ming on the stage smiled cruelly. In his eyes, I was still the same trash as before. Although my cultivation had recovered to the 4th level of the Sea of Qi, it was still far inferior to his own peak 9th level of the Sea of Qi. Zhang Ming was extremely confident, believing that defeating a trash like me would be as easy as crushing an ant. He lifted his right leg and stomped on the arena floor, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Then, he launched a lightning-fast roundhouse kick at my head. I leaned to the side, narrowly dodging the lightning-fast attack. Seeing this, Zhang Ming sneered. Seems like you're not slow. But what about this move? With that, black nails appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the black flying nails formed a line, piercing through the air and aiming for my brow. Seeing this, I activated the profound shadow movement technique, dodging to the side at extreme speed. The disciples below were stunned. Zhang Ming is really ruthless. Every move is a killing blow. Chu's movement technique is impressive too. He always manages to dodge fatal attacks at the last moment. After dozens of exchanges, Zhang Ming hadn't even touched a single hair on my head. Seeing me as slippery as an eel, Zhang Ming finally lost his patience. I can't keep dragging this out. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will win or lose. I need to end this quickly. With that thought, Zhang Ming gripped the hilt of his sword, then drew a 2.5-meter-long sword and charged at me. He intended to use a barrage of sword qi to lock down my movements. Seeing Zhang Ming's plan, my eyes narrowed slightly. Perfect timing. I can test out my new weapon. As I slowly drew my sword, a blood-red sword light, several meters long and half a meter wide, slashed out, cutting a gap in Zhang Ming's sword net. Seeing me use my movement technique to leap through the gap, a flash of killing intent appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. This trash has finally shown a flaw. With that, his speed surged, and he teleported behind me. Die, you useless trash. But his attack was futile. Little did he know, he was the one who had truly fallen into the trap. Hee, the fish has taken. I possess the primordial sacred body. Although it's not fully developed yet, in close combat, I'm practically invincible within the same realm. My earlier entanglement with Zhang Ming was just a show for the gamblers. Zhang Ming only saw a beautiful, painting-like blood-red light flash past him. The green blood sword sliced across his neck like autumn water, and blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying several meters high. Sea of Qi, 4th level, versus peak 9th level. Haha, it really was as easy as crushing an ant. As Zhang Ming fell, everyone on the spectator platform gasped in shock. Even if I don't appear injured, others will surely see through the act. As Tao Yao helped me off the stage, Jianling Yun, standing nearby, curled his lips into a sly smile. He then turned and whispered something to a disciple beside him. The next moment, a voice rang out across the arena. Chu Xiu, wait, I am Lin Fei, a true disciple of Sky Sword Peak. Dare you fight another round with me? My junior sister's voice turned icy, her killing intent boiling. Can't you see my senior brother is injured? What's your intention in challenging him now? Jianling Yun, standing nearby, interjected. Junior sister, your words are a bit harsh. Since we're on the life and death arena, it's natural to face challenges from various experts, especially after just winning so many resources. In a single match, it's only natural that some people feel dissatisfied. So, the eldest disciple of Misty Peak, do you dare to gamble again? If you win again, everyone will be convinced. Seeing Jianling Yun's provocative expression, I spat out another mouthful of blood. It's not impossible, but the stakes must be increased by at least 30%. Hearing this, Jianling Yun sneered inwardly. Greed without strength is a sin. If you're seeking death, don't blame others. Su Tianjin, watching this scene, shook her head. Doesn't Chu Xiu know when to quit while he's ahead? Meanwhile, the gamblers who had lost the first round, their previously calm hearts began to stir again. At my urging, they pulled out their savings and even their emergency funds. In their minds, a 4th level Sea of Qi cultivator could never defeat a 1st level divine bridge cultivator. Seeing this, I smirked slightly. Brothers, my fortune depends on all of you. Only Tao Yao looked at me with concern. Big brother, are you really okay? I gave her a confident look. Don't worry, just bet on me. And leave the rest to me. As the elder gave the signal, my second life and death duel began. However, Lin Fei, standing on the stage, claimed that he didn't want to fight, but his junior sister was severely injured and needed a rare treasure to save her life. Jianling Yun happened to have it, so for his junior sister's sake, he had no choice but to fight for Jianling Yun. Swords and blades have no eyes. If you die, don't blame me. Hearing this, I sneered. Your story is touching, but this is the life and death arena. As soon as I finished speaking, I flashed behind Lin Fei. Since you care so much about your junior sister, you can rest in peace. I'll take care of her for you. Before Lin Fei could react, I thrust my sword through his chest. Then, I followed up with a palm strike, sending Lin Fei flying. Lin Fei's body crumpled like a ragdoll, crashing into the arena's protective barrier. Bloodied and battered, Lin Fei struggled a few times, trying to get up, but his eyes gradually dimmed, and he lost all signs of life. Villains die because they talk too much. That's why I usually avoid unnecessary chatter. The disciples watching this scene were utterly stunned. Chu Xiu is only at the 4th level of the Sea of Qi. How could he defeat Lin Fei in one move? The disciples who had bet their life savings wailed in despair. This time, I've really lost everything, even my underpants. Only Tao Yao was overjoyed, clinging to my arm. Big brother, you're amazing. Under the envious and resentful gazes of the disciples, Tao Yao and I happily collected the mountain of resources into my storage bag. Then, with a snap of my fingers, a palm-sized flying boat appeared before us. What's this? My junior sister, standing behind me, spoke with concern. Big brother, today you've offended Jianling Yun. He's a scheming person. You must be careful of him. Don't let your guard down. After returning to my cave, I laid out the spoils of war in the main hall. As I pondered how to handle the 16 million worth of items, I suddenly sensed something unusual from the bronze fox mask. Master, who are you chatting with? At the same time, in the Supreme Purity Holy Land, Holy Master Taisu was speaking with Qi Mingdai. 2.5 days ago, I personally witnessed your disciple comprehend the primordial sword. So, Mingdai, you must nurture this disciple well. In the future, our Supreme Purity Holy Land might gain a quasi-sword god. Hearing this, Qi Mingdai nearly burst into tears. Nurture him well? How much more can I nurture him? I've already become that rebellious disciple's cultivation resource pack. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Master, since even Taisu has spoken, I'll reluctantly engage in a deeper exchange with you. Soon, I arrived at Qi Mingdia's cave. Master, your disciple has come to seek your guidance again. Qi Mingdai, wearing the bronze fox mask, sat upright on her bed, her tone icy as she asked, Disciple, why did you hide from me? That you've comprehended the primordial sword intent? Instead of answering immediately, I walked over and wrapped my arm around her slender waist. Master, how did you find out? After learning the details, I laughed heartily. Has the Holy Land decided to heavily invest in nurturing this once-in-a-generation genius? Qi Mingdai avoided my gaze, refusing to look directly at me. Nothing in this world comes for free. Even if you're a reincarnated great emperor, you must rely on your own strength to earn resources. Hearing this, I lifted her chin. Your disciple fully agrees with this principle. Right now, isn't this exactly what I'm doing? Earning resources from you? Qi Mingdia's beautiful face paled. Rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do now? I chuckled. Since I'm already here, and we have nothing better to do, why not help your disciple improve his talent? After a long 2.5 minutes, Qi Mingdia's cheeks were flushed, her body weak, as she slumped on the white jade throne. Meanwhile, my talent had reached the heaven grade, and my cultivation speed had increased by 31 times. However, I was still dissatisfied with the result. The heavenly fragrance body shouldn't be this underwhelming. Is it because her cultivation is sealed? Should I try unsealing her next time? But then I reconsidered, thinking the idea was too risky. After all, Qi Mingdai was a small saint-level expert. I then turned and said, Master, you've worked hard. Your disciple will take his leave now. This only made Qi Mingdai even more furious. You dare to do such things, yet still pretend to be polite? After leaving the cave, I headed to the treasure pavilion, planning to exchange the spoils for cultivation resources. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, a beautiful woman greeted me with a charming smile. Yanran approached with a smile. I am Chu Xiaoran, an inner disciple of the treasure pavilion. Greetings, Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu, are you here to sell items? Hearing this, I directly lifted her chin with my hand. How did you know my purpose for coming here, junior sister? Chu Xiaoran smiled charmingly. Today, Senior Brother displayed great power on the life and death arena. You won countless treasures and resources. Now that you've come to the treasure pavilion, it's natural for me to guess your intentions. Please follow me inside, Senior Brother. After saying this, Chu Xiaoran turned and led the way. Watching her graceful figure, I immediately felt a sense of caution. What is this woman's intention for deliberately approaching me? After entering the treasure pavilion, I casually looked around, then stated that I needed 1.5 million high-grade recovery pills. Chu Xiaoran was stunned upon hearing this. Why do you need so many recovery pills? Are you planning to bathe in a pool of spiritual energy? Though she thought this to herself, she didn't ask further and proceeded to prepare the pills. While Chu Xiaoran was preparing the pills, I wandered around again. Suddenly, an item caught my attention. On the bottom shelf, there was a rusted bronze fragment. What is this thing? It actually resonates with the heavenly slaughter sword intent within me. Just as I picked up the fragment to examine it closely, Chu Xiaoran returned with the prepared pills. Seeing this, she casually said, "This worthless thing? If senior brother likes it, you can take it." As soon as she finished speaking, I handed her a pouch. "Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Keep them. I don't like owing favors." Just as I was about to leave, Chu Xiaoran suddenly called out, "Senior brother Chu, wait. I have a favor to ask of you." Hearing this, I smiled. As I expected, this junior sister has something to ask of me. Then, Chu Xiaoran led me to a secluded room. "What is it you need from me, junior sister? If it's greater the rewards." Chu Xiaoran nodded. "What I want to ask of you is related to the Taisu Divine Tower, one of the 3 great secret realms of the Taisu Holy Land. The Desolate Demon Secret Realm will open in a month. There are many opportunities inside, but the number of entry spots is limited. The only way to enter is to participate in the Divine Tower trial. The top 300 Sea Will Realm disciples and the top 1,700 Divine Bridge Realm disciples will qualify for entry. With senior brother's current strength, you can definitely rank in the top 300 of the Sea Wheel Realm. So, could you do me a favor? After it's done, Xiaoran will be at your disposal." After obtaining the necessary pills, I returned to my cave to begin closed-door cultivation. In just 2.5 days, my cultivation level rose from to the 9th layer. Just as I was about to push further and break through to the 10th layer, I realized I needed 3 rare treasures: the 10,000 Radiant Spirit Dew, the Bodhi Divine Flower, and the Soul Shadow Demon Bone. These 3 treasures are extremely rare and nearly impossible to find on the market. Even if someone were to sell them, the price would be astronomical. At that moment, I remembered Chu Xiaoran mentioning that someone had brought out a Soul Shadow Demon Bone from the Desolate Demon Secret Realm. To improve my strength, it seems I must enter the Taisu Divine Tower. 3 days later, as a bell rang, the once in 30 years secret realm trial officially began. The person in charge of this trial was the 2 elders of Taisu Peak. Old Man Huang and Mo Fian were discussing which disciple might achieve the highest ranking, when a sudden movement caught their attention. Such speed! He must be an experienced veteran. Old Man Huang immediately recognized my identity. Chu Xiao, the true disciple of Yunxiao Peak. In the crowd, a young man clenched his fists, filled with ambition. "I will definitely rank in the top 10 of the Divine Bridge Realm. Let the Taisu Tower witness my glory." I glanced at him and sneered. "What are you barking about?" The young man shuddered and quickly bowed. "So it's senior brother from Yunxiao Peak. I am Yi Fan, a true disciple of Xiantian Sword Peak." Seeing the dazzling aura around him, I narrowed my eyes. Is this kid the protagonist? Then I must befriend him and drain his luck. At that moment, my name appeared on the stone tablet. Chu Xiao, true disciple of Yunxiao Peak, begins the first level of the trial. Seeing this, I stopped chatting with Yi Fan and turned to enter the Taisu Divine Tower, beginning my first trial. After entering the tower, I breezed through the levels, easily reaching the 67th floor. Guarding this floor was a stunningly beautiful demoness exuding charm. "Stay with me, and let us ascend to paradise together." But for someone like me, who has seen countless beauties, her charm was nothing special. I drew my sword and swiftly beheaded the floor of the Taisu Divine Tower. Guarding this floor were 4 elders at the peak of the Sea Wheel Realm, but the result was the same. I killed them all with a single sword strike. Thus, I continued to advance, finally reaching the 98th floor of the tower. To my surprise, guarding this floor was the Taisu Emperor at the peak of the 9th layer of the Sea Wheel Realm. Facing this ancient emperor I had never seen before, my eyes burned with endless fighting spirit. "Emperor, let's fight." However, after several exchanges, I realized that I was no match for the Taisu Emperor. If this continued, I would eventually fail the trial. Thinking this, my eyes gradually turned wild. "Come on. It's either you or me." As the Taisu Emperor's fist pierced through my chest, my hand, imbued with the heavenly slaughter sword intent, gripped his neck. Injury for injury, life for life. This is Chu Xiao's way of fighting. A beam of light enveloped my body, and moments later, I was transported to the 99th floor. Before me were 4 stone tablets inscribed with sword, saber, spear, and fist. Without hesitation, I chose the sword tablet. However, the sword techniques within the tablet mostly followed a light and graceful path, which couldn't fully utilize the advantages of my primordial saint body and heavenly slaughter sword intent. Combining the two, only a heavy sword could unleash the most powerful attacks. Thinking this, a heavy sword weighing 25,000 jin materialized before me. With a single slash, a 180-meter-long chasm appeared before my eyes. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. The sword is eternal, and I am its master. With one strike, all things shall perish. At the same time, a bell rang outside the Taisu Divine Tower. Chu Xiu, true disciple of Yunxia Peak, has broken the limit, shocking the ancients. He has reached the 99th floor of the Divine Tower, ranking first in the Seawheel realm. The disciples watching were utterly stunned. When I walked out of the Taisu Divine Tower, refreshed and invigorated, the trial elders immediately approached me. Mo Fian's face bloomed with a radiant smile. Chu Xiu, the Holy Master, wishes to see you. Come with us. Upon arriving at the Taisu Great Hall, I saw my master, wearing a bronze mask, sitting solemnly at the head. Seeing my arrival, Qimengdia's body twitched slightly. At this moment, Taisu suddenly spoke. It is a joy to see a disciple who has broken the ancient limit. I am very pleased. What reward would you like? Hearing this, I immediately seized the opportunity and bowed to the Saint Lord. Your Majesty, I have broken the record after all. Is there any reward? As soon as I finished speaking, Qimengdi instantly stood up. Disciple, do not be rude. Taisu quickly stopped Mengdi. It's fine. Let me hear what reward this disciple of yours desires. Upon hearing that I wanted the Hunin Demon Bone, Wanyao Lingru, and the Bodhi Divine Flower, 3 rare treasures, Qimengdi gritted her teeth. This rebellious disciple has quite the appetite. However, Taisu didn't seem to mind. He stated that the Holy Land's treasury currently lacked these 3 items, but he would send someone to find one of them. Seeing Taisu so accommodating, a wicked idea formed in my mind. If I used the Mother-Child seal to control this Saint Lord as well, wouldn't that be perfect? A mysterious ancient curse floated from my fingertips. Without Taisu noticing, the child seal of the Heaven's Prison Mother-Child seal successfully infiltrated his body. To my surprise, the Mother-Child seal could be used on 2 people simultaneously. Does that mean I can control both my master and Taisu? Tonight's plan, the system, detecting my audacious thoughts, immediately rewarded me with a divine-grade secret technique. Single essence poison, mid-level poison essence. I smirked. This reward is great. A villain who doesn't use poison isn't a qualified villain. Then, Taisu rewarded me with which greatly enhances one's vitality. Watching Qimengdi and I leave, Taisu's face showed a trace of concern. I wonder where that sense of danger came from earlier. Could someone be plotting against me? Perhaps it's just an illusion from being in seclusion for too long. I should go out for a walk. Meanwhile, I directly boarded Qimengdia's flying vessel and returned to Yunxia Peak. Junior sisters, please leave for now. I have something to discuss with Master. As soon as I finished speaking, Qimengdi shuddered. She reflexively said, no. Then, she coughed lightly to cover up and ordered the maids to leave. Seeing this, I raised my hand and cast a spell to set up a soundproof barrier in the room. Dear Master, now that we're alone in this room, let's not waste this beautiful moment. Qimengdi, hearing this, angrily removed her mask. You rebellious disciple, are you trying to bully me again? Do you really see me as your experience pack? I chuckled. Leaning closer, I said, Master, do you really see me as such a lustful person? Seeing Qimengdi remain silent, I stood up and snatched the bronze mirror from her. Master, do you want to restore your cultivation? This mask is truly powerful. Even a saint king like Taisu couldn't detect your true cultivation level. Qimengdi blushed and said, you're not bad either. After what happened between us, you must have been tainted with my heavenly fragrance, yet you managed to conceal it so well. If the Saint Lord had noticed, our relationship would have been exposed. At that point, life and death would be uncertain. Thinking of this, Qimengdi said with some frustration, you mentioned restoring my cultivation earlier. Tell me, what are your conditions? As soon as she finished speaking, I took out a rare treasure I had Zhentang Duanan. With a sly smile, I said, Master, try putting this on first. If you wear it, I'll give you a reward. Under my intense gaze, Qimengdi blushed deeply. In front of me, she put on the exquisite black stockings. Her jade-like legs shimmered enticingly. I couldn't help but reach out with my mischievous hands. Qimengdi was startled by my actions. You rebellious disciple, what are you doing? Africa will shake. A sly smile appeared on my lips. I leaned closer to her face. Why are you still calling me a rebellious disciple? Call me good brother instead. Qimengdi pushed me away in disgust. Ugh, you rebellious disciple. Dream on. I'd rather die than call you that. But after 10 minutes of my relentless teasing, Qimengdi, though defeated, still refused to yield. I won't call you that. I won't. I am a mighty saint. How can I let you control me? My dear master, if you don't call me that, I'll use my telepathic powers and let the disciples outside hear what's happening in here. Qimengdi gritted her teeth in frustration but had no choice. After much internal struggle, she finally gave in, her face flushed with shame and anger. Good brother, she stammered. Are you satisfied now? you scoundrel. I'll tear you to pieces one day. After a night of intense battle, I first fulfilled my previous agreement and handed over the Great Earth Silver Sand to Chu Xiao. In return, I received detailed information about the echoing cat from him. On my way back to my cave, I suddenly heard two disciples exclaiming excitedly, "The heavenly ranking! The fourth-rank goddess, Zhang Xianling, has been replaced. Who is this Lu Hongyi? What's her background?" Hearing this, I immediately stopped in my tracks. With a smile, I bought the heavenly ranking from the two disciples. When I saw the detailed contents, my eyes narrowed. Lu Hongyi, in order to avenge the deceased demon lord, has assassinated a sect elder and defected from the Red Dust Sword sect. After reading the information, I felt a mix of emotions and sighed helplessly. What a silly girl. Many years ago, I had coincidentally saved Lu Hongyi after her clan was wiped out. Upon learning that I also had no family in this land, Lu Hongyi blinked at me and said, "We're both alone now. Let's be family from now on, okay?" I nodded gently. From now on, we'll be each other's family. Thinking of this, I quickly used my telepathic powers to ask Tao Yao to help me locate Lu Hongyi. Not long after, Tao Yao, "Senior brother, are you here alone, gazing at the moon? Are you troubled?" When I mentioned missing my hometown, Tao Yao immediately grabbed my hands excitedly. "Senior brother, the sect is your home. Master and I are your family. If you ever feel homesick, you can always come to me." Hearing this, I gently patted Tao Yao's shoulder. "You are all my wings." Seeing my expression, Tao Yao's face flushed slightly. Senior brother seems to have changed a lot. He used to avoid me, but now he's so affectionate. Thinking this, Tao Yao stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and shyly kissed my cheek. After handing me the information I needed, Tao Yao covered her chest, her face red, and fled like a falling flower. I stood there, stunned. Did she just kiss me? After regaining my composure, I began to read the information in the letter. 3 days ago, Lu Hongyi appeared in the eastern Zhou Tang Empire, in the capital city of Chang'an. She slaughtered the entire Ji family, who had besieged Demon Lord Chu, leaving only these words: "If he becomes a Buddha, I will help him save all living beings. If he becomes a demon, I will help him slaughter the world." Hearing this, I quickened my pace in cultivation. After all, with my current low strength, even if I went to reunite with Lu Hongyi, I wouldn't be able to help her. So I immediately began practicing the 9-word truth I had obtained from the Taisu Divine Tower. But after 2.5 days of hard practice, I had only grasped the basics of the movement character among the 9-word truth. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared behind me. "You must be Chu Xiao, right? I am Elder Zhao Yunfeng, Hua Luafei." Looking at the smiling face before me, with a figure and looks that score a perfect 10, my mind was momentarily in disarray. But the next moment, I noticed something unusual within their body. A strange energy. Could it be that Taisu has disguised herself to meet me? This is getting interesting. Thinking this, I calmly approached and bowed. Chu Xiao pays his respects to Elder Hua. "May I ask what brings Elder Hua here?" "I came to Yunsha Peak for some business, and happened to see you cultivating here. I hope I'm not disturbing you." With that, Taisu casually sat down on the steps, looking down at me. My eyes couldn't help but glance over. Holy cow, the Saintess's figure is absolutely stunning. Almost losing my composure, I quickly sat down beside her and changed the subject. Before the Di Luo era, every 100,000 years, a human emperor, a demon emperor, or a barbarian emperor would emerge. From the ancient times to the Di Luo era, humans and demons fought endlessly. Yet, when a human emperor appeared, they didn't completely annihilate the demons, and when a demon emperor emerged, they didn't wipe out humanity. Seeing my puzzled expression, Taisu paused for a moment, then slowly explained. "It seems there's an unspoken agreement among emperors. Even if one side produces an emperor, they can suppress the other, but they must not use their power. The reason for this is unknown, but it's said that upon becoming an emperor, one gains some insight into the secrets of this starry sky. From ancient times to the present Di Luo era, this starry sky has seen 17 emperors. Yet, in the end, they all vanished. Was their path cut off, or is there no further path to tread? This is something worth pondering." With that, Taisu slowly stood up, preparing to leave. "It's a bit too lofty to discuss these matters now. You should focus on your cultivation." Seeing this, I scratched my head and asked, "Sister Hua, will we have a chance to meet again?" Taisu chuckled softly. "After you return from the demon's secret realm, I'll still be here waiting for you." After bidding farewell to Taisu, I returned to my master's cave, hoping to ask for some cultivation resources. Sitting on the white jade throne, Qimengdai saw me appear, and immediately frowned. "Lost one, what are you doing here again?" Hearing this, I pulled out a jingling cat toy from my pocket. Who are you calling lost? Call me Big Brother now. Seeing Chi Mingdai stubbornly refusing, I started waving the cat toy around. Master, your figure seems a bit fuller than half a month ago. Have you gained some weight? Come, let your disciple give you a thorough checkup. Hearing this, Chi Mingdai immediately bristled. She grabbed a soul from the table with her delicate hand and threw it over. I haven't gained weight. Get lost. But I caught it and bit into it with a crunch. Then, with a bright smile, I asked, Master, did you finish the item I asked you to make last time? Hearing this, Chi Mingdai quickly stood up. She said the item was in her chamber and went to fetch it. A moment later, I followed Chi Mingdai to her chamber in the rear palace. As soon as I sat down, I casually set up a soundproof barrier. Seeing this, Chi Mingdia's body trembled slightly, but she obediently took out the item. There, in her hand, were 3 golden, pigeon egg-sized objects made of red sandalwood and pearwood. With a gentle press, they miraculously began to vibrate on their own, emitting a faint sound of gears grinding. Not bad craftsmanship, the fairy master scoffed disdainfully. Just a mortal's trick, not even a proper artifact. Though she said that, seeing the shocked look on her disciple's face, a hint of pride flickered in her beautiful eyes. Chi Mingdai frowned. Disciple, these have no practical value. Chu Xiu smiled warmly. Seeing the increasingly bright smile on his face, the fairy master felt uneasy. A strange feeling crept into her heart. What exactly are you planning to do with these? Chu Xiu blinked his innocent eyes and dodged the question. Master, you're truly a 3,000-year-old treasure of a girl. Chi Mingdia's face instantly turned icy. What, is 3,000 years old now? No. Great sage experts can live up to 6,000 years. You're still in your prime, blooming beautifully. You're not old at all. Hearing this, Fairy Mingdia's expression softened. Chu Xiu rubbed his hands. From his storage bag, he pulled out a bundle of black, thread-like material. Chi Mingdia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She stared at the object in his hand. It's the silk from the earth vein demon spider. Usually, this material is used for weaving fabric. It's soft yet durable, with some protective properties. Disciple, the fabric of your clothes is made from this material. Master, you're so knowledgeable. Today, I'll teach you how to make something fun. No, I don't want to. Chi Mingdai shook her head, her face full of wariness. Do you still want to unseal your cultivation? Chu Xiu tilted his head and asked with a smile. Hearing the undisguised threat in her disciple's words, fine. Chi Mingdai bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. The materials are in the back. Then what are we waiting for? 2 hours later, Chi Mingdai held the black, gauze-like object, lost in thought. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. With your skills, if you were somewhere else, you'd be a master tailor. Put it on. Go ahead. Can this even be worn? The master was skeptical. Of course. Chu Xiu grinned mischievously. He pointed at the object in her hand, then at her long, slender legs beneath her skirt. Chi Mingdai looked down, finally realizing what her disciple intended. Her fair face gradually turned red. Get lost. She threw the black stockings at Chu Xiu's face. Chu Xiu caught them and laughed. Seems like master knows how to wear them now. Come on, don't be shy. I won't wear such a strange thing. Disciple, who do you think I am? 5 minutes later, she finally gave in. And so, the first pair of black stockings in the Tianqiong continent was born. Perhaps even Chu Xiu himself didn't know that his little prank today would, in the future, completely change the fashion of female cultivators across the Tianqiong continent. You naughty disciple. The fairy master blushed furiously. Her cheeks flushed red. She kept scolding. So you had me make this, just to bully me? You naughty disciple. I'll fight you. Not long after, I was wrong. A few hours later, as the sun set in the west, Chu Xiu left the main hall and strolled down the mountain. His shadow stretched long behind him. Congratulations, host. Reached the 9th level of the Luan High Realm. Talent, 1414. Heavenly grade, 33x cultivation speed. Indeed, the effects of the heavenly fragrance body can be enhanced by the master's emotions. Small tools can have big effects. Just as he returned to his cave, his junior sister, Tao Yao, came to visit. She brought the 8 trigrams treasure bestowed by the Holy Land to Chu Xiu. After Chu Xiu accepted it, she smiled sweetly. Senior brother, this is the heavy sword you asked me to find. As she spoke, she waved her hand and pulled out a 3-foot-long, 1-foot-wide sword from her storage bag. The blade was a bluish red, with a lifelike black beast, the Tsanglong, carved on the hilt. The heavy sword, though motionless, exuded an overwhelming and domineering aura. Chu Xiu took it and was slightly surprised. It weighed over 20,000 pounds. When he lightly tapped it on the ground, the surrounding ground cracked. Its terrifying weight was evident. The system then displayed the item's description. Dominating sword, Tsanglong, heavy sword. Earth grade. Function. Infuse with Yuan power or true Yuan power to greatly increase /damage. Description. This sword is forged from the spine of the Tsanglong, a desolate beast. Extremely tough and heavy, it is a domineering heavy weapon. If the user's physical strength is using it may cause severe bodily harm. Not bad. Chu Xiu swung the dominating sword. Tsanglong with satisfaction. The fierce wind it generated bent the trees dozens of meters away. Senior brother, I'm glad you like it. Tao Yao smiled. She then reminded him, Senior brother, be careful when you enter the desolate beast's secret realm. The secret realm opens once every few decades, and it's filled with many desolate beasts and demons. Don't take too many risks. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. Chu Xiu smiled warmly and patted her head. Tao Yao's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head. Her delicate hands fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Then I can rest easy, senior brother. You look a bit pale today. You must have been cultivating too hard. Chu Xiu paused, touching his devastatingly handsome face. He thought, I only cultivated with master for a few hours. How could I look pale? Last time, when I went on a mission outside the Holy Land, I happened to find a soul-calming flower. It helps with focus and calming the mind during cultivation. I'll give it to you, senior brother. As she spoke, she took out a long, black wooden box. It was adorned with flowing patterns, glowing with a strange light. When the box was opened, inside lay a white flower, its roots still covered in soil. The flower resembled a rose, but its petals were 2 to 3 times larger. A refreshing, calming fragrance wafted out, filling the air. It spread for thousands of meters. Soul-calming flower. Heavenly treasure. Grade. Heavenly. Function. Calms the mind and boosts energy. Enhances cultivation speed. Main ingredient for the 7th grade soul-calming pill. Description. An extremely rare heavenly treasure. Female cultivators often gift it to their loved ones, symbolizing protection and care. If a female cultivator gives you this flower, decline it if you don't love her. Thank you, junior sister. Chu Xiu smiled and accepted it. Tao Yao's delicate face turned bright red. Her peach blossom eyes glistened with shyness. She lowered her head, her crystal-clear earlobes turning red as she fidgeted. She seemed to want to say something, but ultimately hesitated, too shy to speak. She transformed into a streak of azure light and flew away. Senior brother, take care. I'll wait for your return. Her clear voice echoed through the mountains. Meanwhile, our fairy Mingdai was having the happiest day of her life, because the map had finally unlocked that damn seal. In her chamber, fairy Mingdai, now fully dressed, sat cross-legged in meditation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into her body. This familiar feeling was so comforting that she almost moaned. It feels so good to be able to cultivate again. It feels so good to be able to use my power again. It feels so good to sense the world again. At this moment, she was like a blind person who had regained their sight. The world felt so beautiful. A look of surprise appeared on Fairy Mungdia's stunning face. My cultivation actually improved while... Could it be related to that naughty Her face flushed red. Just you wait, you naughty disciple. Fairy Mungdia's eyes, clear as autumn water, sparkled. She planned to sneak into the disciple's cave and teach him a lesson. The smile on her face gradually turned sinister. But just as she was about to stand up, an invisible wave came from nowhere. Fairy Mungdia's smile froze, because she was horrified to discover that her cultivation had been sealed again. Chu Xiu, you naughty disciple, you liar. She bit her lip, her vermilion lips trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes. Just as the master was about to cry from being bullied, a red message talisman flew through the air, hovering in front of her. The familiar, yet infuriatingly gentle voice came through. Master, don't misunderstand. Your disciple is just reminding you. The message talisman then turned to ash and dissipated into the air. Immediately after, the wave returned. The seal was lifted, and her cultivation was restored. Fairy Mingdai gritted her teeth. She knew exactly what Chu Xiu meant. He was reminding her that no matter how far apart they were, he could seal her at any time, control her, and toy with her. Fairy Mingdai was on the verge of tears. She suddenly felt that nothing in the world was good anymore. Chu Xiu, you devil, a tormenting devil. Her delicate body trembled with anger. Her chest heaved. She stood up and walked to the bookshelf. Pulling open a hidden compartment, she took out a straw doll shaped like Chu Xiu. Grasping a handful of silver needles, she began stabbing it fiercely. Die. Die. Just die. In the cave, Chu Xiu watched through the bronze mirror, seeing his master on the verge of madness. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Master, you must understand your position. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to adjust. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and began cultivating with a clear mind, unaware that his master was on the verge of a breakdown. Just after venting her anger, Fairy Mingdai calmed down. She sat cross-legged and began to inspect her body. Then, to her horror, she discovered a new life force within her. Could it be a newly formed life? Fairy Mungya's face went pale. Her delicate hands touched her abdomen. Her mind went blank. In the eyes of countless people, she was a cold goddess. Yet now, she envied a girl who ran errands for a shop. Because of the girl's delicate and pitiful appearance, a strange thought arose in her heart. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu was even more troubled. Through the bronze mirror, he saw his master's current state. He had no idea what to do. Sigh. It seems I'll have to behave for a while. I need to focus on improving my cultivation speed and prepare for the opening of the Heavenly Demon Secret Realm. 7 days passed in a flash. After the opening of the Taisu Divine Tower, the Holy Land became lively once again. Today was the day the desolate Demon Secret Realm would open. A large number of disciples gathered at the foot of Taisu Peak, waiting for the Secret Realm's portal to open. Chu Xiu stood quietly in the crowd, keeping a low profile. He gazed into the distance, watching the crowd. At the front, Elder Imophian was giving a speech. According to the rules of previous years, the Secret Realm will remain open for 30 days. After 30 days, the Holy Land will reopen the teleportation channel. Within those 30 days, you must gather at the initial teleportation point. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the Secret Realm for decades, and will have to wait for the next opening to return. Everyone who exits the Secret Realm must contribute a certain amount of their gains. The top 10 contributors will receive rewards. The first place will become a true disciple, with the second place receiving rewards. Chu Xiu yawned boredly. Compared to these rewards, he didn't care much about how much he could gain from the desolate demon secret realm. The most important thing was the marrow-cleansing fruit. Brother Chu Xiu. Someone called his name. Chu Xiu turned his head and smiled. Brother Yi, it's you. Yi Fan, with his delicate features and well-proportioned figure, smiled and asked, Brother Chu, are you also entering the desolate demon secret realm? Brother Yi, aren't you the same? Going into a dungeon with someone who has the protagonist's aura feels like this trip won't be peaceful, but if used well, Yi Fan could be an indestructible super cannon fodder. Chu Xiu's mind began to stir. The two began a friendly conversation, during which Yi Fan asked Chu Xiu if he was interested in the top spot on the contribution list. Yi Fan expressed his desire to promote from an inner disciple to a true disciple. Chu Xiu generously replied that he was only going for experience and had no interest in the rankings. Yi Fan was delighted to hear this. He asked Chu Xiu if he knew much about the desolate and if he was interested in teaming up. Chu Xiu readily agreed. With such a lucky charm by my side, the chances of finding the marrow-cleansing fruit might be even higher. Yi Fan, come here. A cold voice interrupted their conversation. Chu Xiu and Yi Fan turned towards the source of the voice. It was a tall woman, dressed in a long purple dress, her face covered by a veil, and a sword on her back. A faint pressure of a great saint emanated from her, creating a no-man's zone within 100 meters. The surrounding disciples lowered their heads, not daring to look at her, filled with awe and respect. Brother Yi, my master is calling me. I'll go now. Yi Fan bid farewell to Chu Xiu and jogged over. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized the identity of this great saint, Lu Shui, the master of Sky Sword Peak, and also Qi Mengdia's enemy, a second-level great saint, one of the top powerhouses of the Taisu Holy Land. Find an opportunity to kill Chu Xiu in the secret realm. Hearing his master's voice transmission, Yi Fan's body trembled. He glanced at Chu Xiu in the distance, perhaps sensing his gaze. Chu Xiu waved and smiled. Yi Fan grimaced and transmitted, Master, this isn't good. I have no grudge against him, and we're fellow disciples. He's also a good person. Blame it on his master. Lu Shui snorted coldly, her eyes filled with ice. Seeing Yi Fan's hesitation, Lu Shui's tone softened slightly. Disciple, that woman Qi Mengdai is no good. Her disciple must also be no good. Killing him, you don't need to feel guilty. Remember to do it cleanly. Don't leave any evidence. It's best if he dies at the hands of a desolate beast. So even if the Holy Lord uses time reversal, he won't be able to find out the truth. Yi Fan was speechless, while Lu Shui was plotting Chu Xiu's death. On the other side, Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng were doing the same. You, Chu Xiu, are invincible among your peers, right? Then we'll send 100 Divine Bridge Realm experts to kill you. If 100 isn't enough, then 200. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, we'll make sure you perish in the desolate demon secret realm. With everything arranged, they watched as hundreds of Divine Bridge Realm experts dispersed. The inner disciples of the sect, Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng, exchanged a smile. Senior brother Xiao Yifeng, you two are fellow disciples. Is it really okay for you to do this? Aren't you afraid that after Chu Xiu's death, the master of Yunxiao Peak will be furious? After all, he's now the prodigy of your peak, a genius and a candidate for the Holy Sun position. Xiao Yifeng smiled indifferently. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead fellow disciple is the best fellow disciple. As for you, Jianling Yun, your actions could easily be noticed by the Holy Lord. After all, you have an open conflict with Chu Xiu. Aren't you afraid of the Holy Lord's investigation? Jianling Yun remained calm and smiled. Afraid? Haha, this was originally my master's order. Even if the Holy Lord finds out, so what? Would he really go against my master for the sake of a mere Luanhai realm ant? Thinking of the enmity between his master and Sky Sword Peak, Xiao Yifeng nodded in understanding. The smile on his face grew wider. He felt extremely satisfied. This time, Chu Xiu is definitely dead. Senior brother Chu Xiu. Chu Yanran found Chu Xiu in the crowd and handed him a storage bag. The materials you need for the formation are all here. Thank you. Chu Xiu put away the storage bag. Then he kindly asked about her mother's condition. Chu Yanran was very grateful for his concern about the demon poison. She invited Chu Xiu to her home as a guest. After he returned from the secret realm, senior brother, at this time, junior sister Tao Yao, dressed in a light green dress, gracefully approached. Seeing her approach, the disciples in front showed fear and quickly made way. Tao Yao's peach blossom eyes glanced lightly at Chu Yanran beside Chu Xiu. Chu Yanran smiled and bowed slightly. Yanran greets senior sister Tao Yao. Tao Yao nodded lightly. Junior sister Yanran, you've become even more beautiful. Haha, just a little more beautiful than senior sister Tao Yao. Chu Yanran remained calm and composed. The two women immediately began to clash, exchanging veiled barbs. Chu Xiu, bored, yawned. He had no intention of mediating. The teleportation array is open. Disciples with qualifications, enter the array quickly. Mo Fian's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a blue beam of light shot into the sky. 100-meter-tall light gate appeared. In the center of the gate was a blue vortex. Junior sisters, I'll go first. Before Tao Yao could finish speaking, Chu Xiu activated his movement technique, shrinking the earth to an inch. In an instant, he crossed 1,000 meters. With a few flashes, he entered the teleportation gate. Other disciples also rushed forward, entering one after another. Tao Yao stomped her foot and pouted. Senior brother is really? Why is he in such a hurry? I hadn't even finished speaking. There's something senior brother urgently needs in the secret realm, so he's naturally eager to enter. Chu Yanran smiled sweetly. Chu Yanran, stay away from my senior brother. Don't act like you know him so well. Tao Yao's face was as cold as water, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. There was no trace of the friendly demeanor she had shown earlier. Senior sister Tao Yao, what do you mean by this? Chu Yanran frowned slightly. Senior brother Chu Xiu and I are just friends. Our relationship isn't as you imagine. Why should I stay away from him? Even if you're my senior sister, you can't be so domineering, right? Tao Yao's voice was icy. I am domineering. What, do you want to die too? The two women locked eyes. Chu Yanran suddenly smiled. Her beautiful eyes blinked. Senior sister Tao Yao, do you know what you look like right now? Tao Yao's delicate eyebrows twitched. Like what? You look like a jealous woman. No wonder senior brother Chu Xiu ran away so quickly. In the next moment, Tao Yao angrily struck out, her fist creating terrifying ripples that even pierced space. Chu Yanran knew how powerful her opponent was, and didn't dare to take the blow head-on. Her body turned into petals, scattering naturally in the air. She was a peerless fairy, worshipped by thousands. She should have been living a carefree and leisurely life, until the appearance of this man. All her former aloofness and pride completely vanished. Just now, as Chu Xiu entered the teleportation gate, he felt a flash before his eyes. His body was suspended, wrapped in an invisible force. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light shone on his face. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. He was in a square paved with black diamond stones, about the size of 2 football fields. The entire area was surrounded by a blue light barrier, obscuring the view outside. One by one, disciples from the Holy Land emerged from the light gate, until the last disciple arrived, and the light gate disappeared. 2,000 people gathered in the square, creating a noisy atmosphere. Everyone was chatting and laughing, seeming very relaxed, as if they were here for a vacation, not training. As the light gate disappeared, the barrier surrounding the square gradually faded. Only then did the scenery outside come into view. A few miles away from the square was a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees, so large that dozens of people could barely encircle them, stood in an orderly manner. The air was filled with spiritual energy. A giant bird of prey, with a wingspan of several meters, soared in the sky. Its cry shook the heavens. In the distance, one could see the outlines of majestic mountains, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. This world gave off a wild and ancient feeling, yet it was also brimming with life. Wow! How big is the desolate demon secret realm? I heard from my master that the diameter of the desolate demon secret realm is about 10 million miles, 1/20th the size of the southern continent. Damn, that's huge. The bigger the area, the more treasures there are. Anyone want to team up? Let's explore together. Someone shouted. Chushio stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. His brows gradually furrowed. He could clearly sense the waves of killing intent coming from around the teleportation square. Haha, there are quite a few people who want to kill me. I don't recall offending anyone. Chushio helplessly rubbed his temples. Can you have some self-awareness? Over 100 divine bridge realm disciples were subtly surrounding Chushio. Chushio sighed lightly. He decided not to bring Yifan, the protagonist, along this time. With a wave of his hand, a thumb-sized silver shuttle expanded in the wind. Finally, it transformed into a small flying boat, several meters long and wide. He leaped onto it. The flying shuttle turned into a silver streak, shooting into the sky. He's running away. He can't escape. Let's chase him. Several flying shuttles rose into the air, heading in the direction Chushio had disappeared. Looking up at the sky, Yifan's eyes flickered. He sighed softly. Brother Chu, I don't want to harm you, but I can't stop others from doing so. Sorry. Chushio, controlling the silver shuttle, had his thick, black hair blown back by the wind. He flew over one towering mountain after another. Turning his head to look behind him, a smile appeared on his face as he saw the pursuers. It's been a while since I felt this way. Ahead, a Luanhai realm a desolate beast, let out a piercing cry. It flapped its wings and approached. Its sharp claws, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reached out to grab Chushio's head, as if to tear it apart. It was extremely ferocious. Chushio remained calm. He pointed his finger like a sword into the air. A sword light shot out. The giant eagle exploded into a mist of blood and dissipated. Damn, what grade is his flying shuttle? It's so fast. Watching the silver shuttle getting further and further away. A divine bridge 7. An Earth grade shuttle definitely isn't this fast. Could it be a heavenly grade shuttle? How are we supposed to catch up? Don't worry, before we left, senior brother Jianlingyun gave me a tracking compass. I've already locked onto his aura. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, it's useless. 7 days later, deep within the desolate demon secret realm, in a lush green valley, loud explosions echoed. The mountains trembled, rocks cracked and tumbled down, startling countless birds into flight. Chushio was engaged in a fierce, several dozen meters long. The beast was covered in black scales, with extremely strong defenses. It had a trace of quasi-demon emperor bloodline in its body. Its intelligence was awakened, making it a difficult opponent. With a divine bridge 9th layer cultivation, it fought fiercely with Chushio, but Chushio had the upper hand, inflicting heavy injuries on it. Its body was covered in wounds, gaping and gruesome. Blood dyed the water of a nearby cold pond red. Chushio continuously used his movement technique, his speed incredibly fast. No matter if the serpent opened its fanged mouth to bite, or whipped its massive tail, Chushio easily dodged, exploiting the gaps in its attacks. Chushio gripped the hilt of the dominating sword, Zonglong, with both hands. Golden energy surged through his body. He slammed the sword down on the serpent's head. Boom. Crack. The serpent's head shattered. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The serpent let out a final roar. Its head drooped, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chushio put away his sword and walked to the cold pond. He plucked a flower, a heavenly grade cold lotus, emitting a tempting fragrance. System converted into breakthrough points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 70,000 breakthrough points. Please choose from the following breakthrough suggestions. Heavenly Slaughter Sword Technique, 9 Secrets Movement Technique, etc. System detects that the 9 Secrets Movement Technique is of a high grade, making it extremely 30 years is a small cycle. Each small cycle requires 500,000 breakthrough points. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough? Yes. I choose to enter seclusion for 30 years to comprehend the 9 Secrets Movement Technique. Due to the master's physique, your cultivation talent has improved. Instantly, the comprehension of the 9 Secrets Movement Technique flooded into your mind like a tidal wave. The intense impact made Chushio frown slightly. Fortunately, his use of the 9 Secrets Movement Technique became more natural and fluid. Chushio stood up and activated the 9 Secrets Movement Technique, shrinking the earth to an inch. In the next moment, he appeared 5,000 meters away. Chushio couldn't help but smile. He felt that the 500,000 breakthrough points were well spent. Chushio gazed to the west, activated the 9 Secrets Movement Technique, and disappeared from the spot. 100,000 miles away from the valley where he had fought the serpent, a flying shuttle soared through the sky. On board, Chen Mufan frowned as he looked at his 4 teammates. 7 days had passed, and they had gained nothing, only chasing after Chushio for 7 days. Damn it. Where is Chushio even going? Meanwhile, on a towering black mountain, thousands of feet high, barren and covered in strange black rocks. A gray mist enveloped the area. Visibility was extremely low. The atmosphere was eerie, with ghostly wails and howls. Shadows flickered in the mist, making it a terrifying place. Chushio looked up. His instincts told him the mountain was dangerous, but he wasn't worried. With a hand seal, he inscribed numerous concealment runes on his body. After inscribing over 100 runes, he stepped onto a black rock. It felt cold and hard, like stepping on ice. Chushio continued upward, his figure gradually disappearing into the gray mist. A day later, his clothes were tattered, his body surrounded by a sinister aura. Staggering down the mountain, it seemed he was seriously injured. "Host, your luck is really bad. That soul marrow fruit isn't ripe yet." Chushio took out a 5th grade healing pill and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to recover. "Host, aren't you worried? You worked so hard to defeat the Een spirits and zombies on the mountain, only to find the soul marrow fruit isn't ripe. How unfortunate." The system gloated. Chushio's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes flashed with a blood-red. "Not ripe? Do you think I have no way to deal with it? Damn. You're not planning to. You're ruthless." Chushio's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "I'll make it ripe, no matter what." "Ha ha ha, as expected of you, old demon Chu. A man, for the sake of the starving ancient holy body, dares to challenge a divine bridge realm expert. Little does he know that his act of playing the fool has sown the seeds of endless calamity." In the heavenly demon secret realm, amid a dense forest of ancient trees, Chushio leisurely gathers spirit herbs. Holding a fruit in his left hand, he takes a crisp bite. The sweet and sour taste fills his mouth. "Senior brother Chushio," a surprised voice calls out. Chushio turns around. 4 men and 1 woman, all inner disciples of the divine bridge realm, with the leader even reaching the 8th level of the divine bridge. Chen Mufan, carrying a large black hammer on his back, glances around, smiling. "Senior brother Chushio, why are you alone?" Chushio, alert, takes half a step back. "Are you here to hunt me down too?" Chen Mufan secretly sends a message to his teammates. "Suppress your killing intent. Don't let him notice. This guy has cultivated an extremely powerful movement technique. If he tries to escape, we won't be able to stop him. First, stabilize him. Wait for the others to arrive, then surround and kill him." "Yes, Senior Brother Chen," they reply, following his orders. Chen Mufan looks at Chushio with feigned surprise. "Senior Brother Chushio, what do you mean? Killing fellow disciples is a grave crime." "Yes, Senior Brother. There must be some misunderstanding," says a delicate-looking woman, her face full of concern. "Senior Brother Chu, is someone hunting you? Who is it? How dare they hunt down a core disciple? Tell us, maybe we can help you." The female disciple coaxes him gently, playing the role of a kind-hearted person. Chushio's expression softens slightly, but his eyes remain wary. "I don't know who exactly it is, but there are many people after me. Senior Brother Chu, why don't you join our team? Even if we encounter your pursuers, we can lend you a hand," Chen Mufan suggests. The others quickly chime in, patting their chests and promising to help Chushio gather herbs. What a bunch of actors. Chushio's furrowed brow gradually relaxes. With a smile, he says, "Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. I am deeply grateful, but it's better if I don't." His face shows concern as he continues, "I don't want to put you all in danger because of me." He hides his true thoughts. Chen Mufan's eyes flicker with a strange light. The female disciple in black sneers inwardly. This guy's personality isn't as decisive and ruthless as he's a bit too kind. Yeah, he's actually worried about our safety. What a good person. He probably doesn't even realize that we're among those hunting him. Can't blame him. We're just too good at acting. Chen Mufan cuts off their silent conversation and bows to Chushio. "Senior Brother Chushio, you are a genius who has broken the ancient limits. You are destined to be the cornerstone of our Taisu holy land. We can all die, but you must survive. Otherwise, the holy land will suffer a great loss. Senior Brother Chu, please let us stay and help you." The others also bow sincerely. Chushio is moved, deeply touched. "Such righteousness from all of you. How can I ever repay this? I am unworthy." Chen Mufan and the others exchange glances, a flash of cunning in their eyes. "In that case, I accept your offer." Chushio grits his teeth, as if making a monumental decision. "Senior brother, there's no need for this. We are all family in the Holy Land." Chen Mufan's eyes well up with tears, fully immersed in his role. Chushio nods repeatedly, sitting down on the large roots of an ancient tree. He takes out wine and roasted meat, inviting them to join him. Chushio pours wine into their cups. Chen Mufan and the others are cautious, not touching the food or drink. Chushio raises his cup and drinks it all in one go. He then grabs a golden brown, aromatic roasted leg, tearing off a large chunk of meat and eating it with relish. Noticing the others haven't touched the food, he asks curiously, "Why aren't you eating?" As he speaks, he pours himself another cup of wine and downs it in one gulp. "Don't be shy, everyone. Come and try my cooking." A pockmarked man, seeing Chu Xiu, can't help but swallow his saliva. If he's eating so happily, it probably isn't poisoned, right? He grabs a cup and takes a sip. His eyes immediately light up. "Good wine. Hee, right? This is fine wine from my master's cellar. I sneaked it out." Seeing his companion drink without issue, Qin Mufan also relaxes. With Chu Xiu's constant urging, and to avoid breaking their act, they start drinking and eating as well. "Senior brother Chu, did you roast this meat yourself? It's delicious. If it's good, eat more. There's plenty here." Chu Xiu smiles warmly. The 6 actors toast and chat, creating a lively atmosphere. An hour later, Chu Xiu takes out a napkin to wipe the grease from his lips. He smiles and says, "Everyone." The 5 turn their gazes to him, their smiles freezing like sharp swords. "How much did Jinling Yun offer you to make you so desperate to kill me?" Qin Mufan's pupil shrinks slightly. He grabs his giant hammer and swings it at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu activates his movement technique, vanishing from his spot and reappearing on a tree branch 100 meters away. The spiked black hammer smashes into the ground, leaving a half-meter deep crater. The other 4 close in, their expressions grim. Qin Mufan narrows his eyes, coldly asking, "When did you find out?" Chu Xiu smiles gently, sitting on the tree branch. "Of course, it was when you showed up. Our performance was flawless, wasn't it? Unfortunately, you were a bit too enthusiastic." He glances at the 4 charging toward him. "Take a look inside your Dantian and Divine Bridge." Qin Mufan and the others' faces pale. They quickly inspect themselves. Sure enough, their Dantians are surrounded by a strange black mist. "You poisoned the wine." The delicate-looking woman's face twists in anger. Chu Xiu smiles and waves his hand. "I didn't put poison in the wine. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Our poison is top-notch, with no trace of wine mixed in." Qin Mufan's expression darkens further. "Are you saying what we drank wasn't wine at all, but poison?" "Smart." Chu Xiu nods. "This is a special poison I concocted called Forget Worries. It tastes just like aged fine wine." "Did it taste good?" Qin Mufan feels his body growing numb, his energy flow slowing down. "You're vicious, you smiling tiger." The pockmarked man's eyes turn red with rage. He charges at Chu Xiu, ready to fight. Chu Xiu remains calm and unhurried. "Do you want to live? I can give you a chance. In half an hour, without the antidote, your bodies will dissolve into blood. You'll experience unimaginable pain in the process." The 5 shudder at his words. It won't even take half an hour. The pockmarked man already feels something is wrong. It feels like something is gnawing at his heart, causing him to clutch his chest, his face pale. "State your terms." Qin Mufan says coldly. "Junior brother Qin, you're indeed smart. I'm quite pleased." He tosses a scroll to Qin Mufan. "Follow the instructions inside. There's a partial antidote in there that will keep you 5 safe for 3 days. Once the task is done, I'll give you the antidote." "How do we know you'll keep your word afterward?" The delicate-looking woman's face turns pale. She, too, is starting to feel the effects of the poison. Chu Xiu's expression turns serious as he raises his hand and declares, "I swear in the name of my master, if I, Chu Xiu, go back on my word, may the heavens curse my master's cultivation to never advance further." That's a heavy oath. Qin Mufan and the others exchange glances and nod, finally believing Chu Xiu. "We'll do it. We hope you'll keep your promise. Don't worry. I, Chu Xiu, always keep my word. I'll be waiting for good news from you 5. With that, he stands up, activates his movement technique, and vanishes in an instant. These arrogant brats dared to plot against our 6th brother. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never learn that salt isn't sweet. Just moments ago, after the 5 experts drank some 8+1, they suddenly became much more obedient. Less than half an hour after Chu Xiu left, airships began gathering above the ancient forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures descended from the airships, spreading out in all directions. "Qin Mufan, what's going on?" A man in a blue cultivator's robe, with a stern expression, stepped forward. He frowned and asked, "You actually let that Chu Xiu escape?" "Senior brother Yin, please calm down." The gazes of the over 200 people around them turned hostile, with an air of one wrong word, and we'll draw our swords and kill our own teammates. The intense killing intent made Qin Mufan's teammates turn pale with fear. Qin Mufan forced a smile. "Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain. About an hour ago, we encountered Chu Xiu here. That guy was too cunning. He turned and ran. His movement technique was too fast, and we couldn't catch him. Senior brother Yin, at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Bridge, was Then why did you call us here?" Qin Mufan's expression turned serious. He pulled out a beast-skin scroll from his robe, That Chuxiu dropped this when he fled. What is it? Curious gazes turned toward him. It's related to a rare treasure, the Yin Soul Demon Fruit. As soon as Chen Mufan said this, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. A rare treasure? The immortal grade Yin Soul Demon Fruit? Greedy eyes locked onto the scroll in Chen Mufan's hand, wishing they could snatch it immediately. Senior brother Yin looked surprised. Chen Mufan, you found this? Why didn't you go after the Yin Soul Demon Fruit yourself? I don't believe you're that generous. What are you really up to? Chen Mufan sighed helplessly and tossed the scroll to senior brother. Take a look. Senior brother Yin caught it, unrolled it, and after examining the markings, he understood. Chen Mufan glanced at senior brother Yin. That place is called the Mountain of Schemes, and it's extremely dangerous. If just the 5 of us went, the chances of dying would be too high. That's why we called everyone here. Chen Mufan's tone was full of resignation. The value of a rare treasure is something everyone here understands. A mature Yin Soul Demon Fruit is of immortal grade. A mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator who eats one can break through to the divine ability realm. Even if sold, it could fetch tens of thousands of divine yuan. Let's make this clear first. If we get the Yin Soul Demon Fruit, our group of 5 gets an extra share. Otherwise, we'd be at a huge loss. Chen Mufan looked pained as he spoke. The other disciples laughed, nodding in agreement, but inwardly sneering. With so many of us here, you think you can take an extra share? Dream on. Senior brother Yin, let's go. This map came from Chuxiu. What if he gets there first? A female disciple in red urged anxiously. The others quickly agreed, though in reality, they weren't worried at all. That Chuxiu could climb the Yin Demon Mountain alone. How could he, a mere sea of Qi cultivator, do it? The main reason was that their group wasn't fully assembled yet. If one more person joined, it would mean one more person to share the spoils. That's why they were so eager. Senior brother Yin naturally understood this logic. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Let's go. The group, full of excitement, boarded the airship. They headed toward the Mountain of Schemes marked on the map. Chen Mufan and his 4 companions exchanged glances and also boarded the airship. Hidden in the shadows, Chuxiu smirked faintly. Greed truly moves people's hearts. Chuxiu, the old demon, followed them with a sinister grin. A few hours later, senior brother Yin and his group of 231 arrived at the Mountain of Schemes. Looking at the mountain shrouded in gray mist, their expressions turned serious. However, their numbers gave them courage. After a brief observation, they began their ascent. This mist blocks divine sense. Everyone, stay close and don't spread out too much. Senior brother Yin, the leader, instructed loudly. Don't worry, senior brother. An hour later, the group reached the mountainside. A female disciple with a pretty face smiled. The Mountain of Schemes isn't that dangerous after all. We haven't encountered many demons or zombies along the way. Junior sister Wang, don't be careless. Be careful not to capsize in calm waters. All right, junior sister Wang stuck out her tongue, still relaxed. The others also felt it wasn't a big deal. On their way to the mountainside, they had only encountered about a dozen sea of Qi demons and 2 divine bridge zombies. That wasn't even enough for their group of over 200 to each take a single strike. Let's keep moving. As they got closer to the summit, the atmosphere grew colder, and the gray mist thickened. The number of demons also increased. Fortunately, it was still within the group's tolerance. Just as they were nearing the summit, Chen Mufan and his 4 companions quietly slipped away, using the mist as cover to escape down the mountain. Chuxiu had gone to such lengths to trick them into bringing people here. If there wasn't a trap waiting for them, they wouldn't believe it themselves. The Mountain of Schemes is no place to linger. Let's get out of here. As for whether they felt guilty about betraying their teammates, well, their own lives were the most important. The others could go to hell. Senior brother Yin and his group soon reached the summit. A kilometer away, they spotted a strange plant growing in the crevice of a black rock. The plant looked like a cross between a tree and a spirit herb, about 2 meters tall, with pale branches resembling human bones, giving it an eerie appearance. On its only branch hung a fist-sized, pale red fruit shaped like a baby, occasionally emitting the laughter of an infant, chilling to the bone. Instead of feeling fear, the group's eyes lit up with excitement, their bodies trembling with anticipation. The Yin Soul Demon Fruit. It really is the Yin Soul Demon Fruit. Someone exclaimed in delight. We're rich. We're rich. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Immediately, someone couldn't resist rushing forward. Wait, senior brother Yin frowned. Everyone, hold on. The color of this Yin Soul Demon Fruit is off. It's not ripe yet. I've seen illustrations of mature Yin Soul Demon Fruits in ancient texts. A ripe one should be blood red and emit a sacred aura. If you consume an unripe Yin Soul Demon Fruit, not only will it have no benefits, but it will also fill your brain with Yin. What should we do then? Our time in the desolate demon secret realm is limited. We can't wait for it to ripen naturally. Should we just pick it now and figure it out later? The group gathered around the eerie Een-Soul demon fruit, whispering among themselves. Boom, boom, just as they were debating what to do. For red pillar-like beams of light shot into the sky, enveloping everyone. Specks of light fell, creating a dreamlike scene. Senior brother Yin looked up at the sky. His expression changed drastically. Not good. This is a trap. Run. He moved extremely fast, not even caring about the others, turning into a blur as he tried to rush down the mountain. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The next second, his body was sent flying back even faster. At the edge of the light, there seemed to be an invisible wall completely isolating them from the outside. The formation had closed. Red mist surged from the ground. The group, armed with various weapons, was about to attack the formation when the red mist, as if alive, entered their bodies through their mouths and noses. Their once bright eyes became dazed, gradually turning blood red. It's an illusion formation. A female disciple screamed. The screaming female disciple was beheaded with a single slash. The attacker, his face twisted, laughed maniacally. I'll kill you, you beast. You're the one who killed my mother. Kill. Kill. The Een-Soul demon fruit is mine. Kill. Kill. That's my rare treasure. You're not worthy of it. Kill. Slash. Slash. Heads flew one after another, blood spurting like fountains. The formation was filled with the sounds of slaughter. The affected disciples turned on each other, turning the summit of the mountain of schemes into a hellish battlefield. The scene was gruesome and brutal. No. Senior brother Yin, who still retained a sliver of clarity, looked around, his face filled with terror. He couldn't believe what was happening. No, this can't be happening. Everyone stop. Unfortunately, those trapped in the illusion could no longer hear anything else. He was a man of deep emotions and loyalty, yet he had willingly given up what he cherished most. Little did he know that his act of kindness would bring endless disaster to others. Continuing from the previous scene, the slaughter continued. Even senior brother Yin was dragged into the illusion, joining the ranks of the killers. As one divine bridge disciple after another fell, their lifeblood, instead of seeping into the ground, seemed to come alive, gathering together, and flowing toward the roots of the Een-Soul demon fruit tree. The tree, originally pale like human bones, turned blood red after absorbing the human blood. The already eerie Een-Soul demon fruit became even more sinister. The laughter of infants echoed through the mountains, chilling to the bone. In the mist, a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister red light watched everything coldly, devoid of any emotion. He would use these ruthless cultivators to ripen the Een-Soul demon fruit. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desolate demon's secret realm, undercurrents were also stirring. In front of a green jade mountain, two inner disciples of Daoyun Peak were surrounded by 7 dog demons. The demons held spiked clubs, their faces twisted with cruel smiles. Their black tongues licked their lips. It's been so long since we've tasted human flesh. The delicious flavor. The leader of the dog demons waved his hand coldly. Kill them first. We can't afford any delays that might jeopardize the leader's plans. Otherwise, we'll all die. The 2 Daoyun Peak disciples turned pale, standing back to back, their hands trembling as they gripped their swords. Their cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Sea of Qi, while the 7 dog demons were all at least at the Divine Bridge level, with the leader at the late Divine Bridge stage. Don't come any closer. My master is an elder of Daoyun Peak. One disciple shouted, trying to intimidate them. Before he could finish, the 7 dog demons pounced with sinister laughter. Screams echoed through the valley as the terrified duo was torn to pieces in an instant. Blood and entrails scattered everywhere. Similar scenes played out across the desolate demon secret realm. The demonic beasts, who had previously been struggling to survive on their own, had somehow grown much stronger. Now, they had united and, with their tamed, desolate beasts, began hunting down disciples of the Taisu Holy Land. Su Rushue, her white robes stained with blood, was now gone. Was the ethereal grace she had displayed at the Taisu Square. Carrying her severely injured, near-death junior sister on her back, she fled through the ancient forest. Behind her, more than a dozen ferocious-looking, demonic beasts of various forms rode on desolate beasts, shouting and howling in excitement. Capture her. Ha ha ha. This human female has tender skin and soft flesh. Let's play with her for a couple of days, before we eat her. Su Rushue, pale from excessive blood loss, her beautiful face ashen, forced herself to burn her essence blood, using increasing her speed. She would rather die than fall into the hands of these beasts. Senior sister, put me down. You run. Her junior sister, weak and barely conscious, didn't want to burden her senior sister at this critical moment. She only hoped that when the demons ate her, it would buy her senior sister a little more time. Shut up, Tsurushua. I promised Master I'd bring you back safely. She gritted her teeth, not hating the demons, but hating her own weakness. She couldn't even protect her junior sister. Above them in the sky, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters watched coldly from above, ready to swoop down at any moment. It wouldn't give Tsurushua a chance to take out her airship and escape. The hunt continued. At the summit of the Mountain of Schemes, Chushio's eyes flickered. He looked at the formation, where no one had survived. More than 200 dried-up corpses lay in grotesque poses, their deaths anything but peaceful. The blood-red color faded from the ink, and the fruit became even more vibrant. A red mist surrounded it, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. Giggle, giggle. The eerie laughter of an infant grew clearer and louder. It still needs a bit more blood energy to fully ripen. Chushio frowned. He stood up and quickly headed down the mountain. He had set up trapping formations, killing formations, and illusion formations here, so he wasn't worried about anyone stealing his prize. Senior brother Chen. Something happened on the mountain, didn't it? Qin Ling swallowed hard, his face filled with fear. The others were also pale. Qin Mufan's expression wasn't much better. Earlier, the sound, they couldn't have missed it even if they tried. Now, the sounds had stopped. Do you think senior brother Yin and the others are all dead? The five exchanged glances, unable to speak. The horror in their eyes was impossible to hide. Chushio is so ruthless, so cruel. Will someone like him really give us the antidote? The group looked grim. Qin Mufan sighed bitterly. At this point, we have no choice but to trust him. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the mist. His robes fluttered. His hair swayed gently. His face as fair as jade. His eyes like stars. A faint smile on his lips. His demeanor was as graceful as an immortal, like a scholar stepping out of a painting. Seeing the five, Chushio smiled and said, "Why didn't you go up the mountain?" The five twitched their lips, thinking to themselves, everyone who went up is dead, right? You scheming bastard, you're not a good person. You even wanted to kill us. Senior brother Chu, we've done what you asked. Can you give us the antidote now? Chen Mufan suppressed the urge to curse, forcing a smile as he stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Chushio's bright eyes turned to him, just preparing to draw out the 3-meter-long treasure. Let the five fellow disciples enjoy it. A series of hurried and chaotic footsteps, carrying a strong demonic aura, approaching from afar, incredibly fast. The 6 of them looked over, their expressions calm. About 20 demons of various appearances, driving 8 massive savage beasts, rushing rapidly towards them. At the forefront was a savage bull, over 10 meters tall, 5 to 6 meters long. A towering demonic aura, a terrifying bloodthirsty presence. On its broad back were 7 or 8 bloody corpses. They seemed to have just died. Noticing Chushio and the others, the demons were overjoyed, letting out strange laughter. Humans. We've found humans. Haha. For the tribe. For freedom. Kill. 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 Chushio remained expressionless. He had been in the desolate demon secret realm for almost 10 days. This was the first time he encountered demons. It seemed these foreign creatures were specifically hunting human cultivators, and the demons were not weak. The weakest were at the divine bridge level. The 8 savage beasts were also terrifyingly strong. The savage bull at the forefront had a pair of black horns pointing skyward, 2 to 3 meters long, sharp as blades. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood-red, snorting white air from its nostrils. Extremely fierce, Qin Mufan gripped the handle of his hammer, his face solemn, ready for battle. Their team's discipline was good. Though they were shocked, they resisted the urge to flee. Instead, they prepared to face the enemy head-on. Chushio narrowed his eyes, his right hand waving, grasping the 3-meter-long tyrant sword, Canglong. Kill, Qin Mufan roared. Raising his hammer, he charged forward first. The ground was dented under his feet. Qin Ling and the other 4 flanked him, following him into the charge. They fought bravely, unwilling to flee. No, they couldn't flee. The demons wouldn't give them the chance. They had to fight to the death. A single step back would mean certain death. Chushio activated his movement technique, his feet covered in mysterious runes. Holding the tyrant's sword, Canglong, he soared over the 5, leaving a trail of afterimages, his black robe fluttering. So fast, Qin Mufan exclaimed, as Chushio infused his true energy into the sword. The black runes on the blade gradually lit up, making it even more domineering and awe-inspiring, carrying endless killing intent. The sword came crashing down on the 10-meter-tall savage bull's forehead, shattering its skull. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, even retreating 7 to 8 meters. Its pillar-like legs stiffened, letting out a mournful cry. Blood poured from its orifices as it collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. A divine bridge, peak-level savage bull was instantly killed. Qin Mufan and the others were stunned. Chu Xiu landed lightly, standing on the bull's corpse with one foot. Beside him were the lifeless bodies of his comrades. His gaze calm as he looked down at the approaching demons. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He raised the tyrant sword, Songlong, and swung it again. Blood-red sword energy surged, like a tidal wave, engulfing the demons and the 7 remaining savage beasts. After the battle, Qin Mufan and the others sat on the ground, panting heavily. Around them lay the corpses of about 30 demons. Chu Xiu extended his right hand, grabbing a pig-faced demon by the hair on its head, lifting it up like a chicken. The pig-headed demon, pretending to be dead, realized it had been discovered. It struggled violently, cursing, "Human, let me go, or I'll eat you." Slap. Chu Xiu backhanded it across the face. His ancient saint body's physical strength was immense. The pig-headed demon was stunned. Its already swollen face became even more red and puffy, like a monkey's butt. Looking into those cold eyes, it dared not struggle anymore. "Why are you and the other demons hunting us?" The pig-headed demon's eyes flickered, trying to come up with a lie to deceive this terrifying human. "Rip." Chu Xiu raised his hand and, like tearing paper, tore off the pig-headed demon's ear. Blood spurted out. The intense pain made the pig-headed demon scream. Qin Mufan and the others, witnessing this bloody scene, twitched at the corners of their eyes. "If you dare lie, I'll turn your 5 limbs into 4. Chu Xiu's tone was gentle, but it sent chills down everyone's spines. The pig-headed demon's pupils trembled. "Even if I tell you, you won't let me live." Chu Xiu nodded and smiled. "If you tell the truth, I can make your death more peaceful." Hee. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, we can search its divine bridge soul to find out everything it knows." Qin Ling spoke softly. Chu Xiu frowned, but did not respond. He had not yet reached the divine bridge realm and could not perform a soul search. Naturally, he was unable to do so. These 5 were all at the divine bridge level. They could perform a soul search, which he knew. He did not trust them. It was safer to ask himself. Qin Mufan tugged at his junior sister's sleeve, shaking his head at her, signaling her to stay quiet. They had already witnessed Chu Xiu's terrifying strength. Killing divine bridge-level demons was as easy as slaughtering chickens for him. If they angered him, the 5 of them wouldn't stand a chance. They wouldn't even be enough for him to kill. The pig-headed demon looked into Chu Xiu's eerie eyes. Its body trembled involuntarily. Stammering, it began to speak. Throughout, Chu Xiu observed its expression. If it dared to lie, he would immediately tear off its other ear. After hearing its account, everyone was shocked, their faces pale. In recent centuries, the desolate demon's secret realm, which had been suppressed by the great Emperor Taisu, had seen the emergence of a Nirvana-level demon. With absolute strength, he unified all the demons in the realm, becoming their supreme leader. Under his command, the demons had been preparing for centuries, avoiding conflict with human cultivators entering the realm, all to take advantage of this opportunity. When the Taisu Holy Land opened the secret realm to lead all the demons out of the seal, escaping the desolate demon's secret realm, the reason they hunted humans was not just for food, but also to eliminate future threats, and to collect human essence and blood, to set up a blood sacrifice array at the initial teleportation square, using the Taisu Holy Land's teleportation gate to escape. The secret realm was suppressed by the great Emperor's seal, limiting the highest cultivation level to Divine Bridge Peak. "How did your supreme leader break through to the Nirvana realm?" Chu Xiu asked. He felt this matter was far from simple. The desolate demon's secret realm seemed to have deep, hidden secrets. The pig-headed demon shook its head, its face bitter. "I'm just a small soldier. How would I know such secrets?" Squelch. Chu Xiu's expression remained cold. He ripped off the pig-headed demon's head. A few drops of blood splattered on his pale face, making him look even more sinister. The pig-headed demon died peacefully. Chu Xiu stood up, tossing the bloody head aside. He gazed at the horizon. Dusk was approaching. "It seems I need to speed up the ripening of the soul demon fruit. If I don't break through to the divine bridge realm, encountering that Nirvana-level supreme leader would be extremely dangerous, even for me. Senior brother Chu Xiu, can you help us detoxify?" Chu Xiu turned back. "Not yet. First, take these corpses to the mountaintop." Seeing his attitude, Qin Mufan's heart sank. Exchanging glances with his 4 teammates, he realized Chu Xiu would never let them go. "Chu Xiu, you made a heavenly oath. Do you want your master's cultivation to never to advance again?" Qin Ling's expression twisted. Chu Xiu chuckled strangely. He licked the blood off the corner of his mouth. He didn't care if his master's cultivation would stagnate, nor did he want to keep pretending with these people. "You're all smart people. It's a pity you could have lived a little longer." As he spoke, Chu Xiu walked towards them. Chu Xiu, you'll die a horrible death. Chu Xiu drew the evil-slaying sword. His steps were silent, his figure ghostly as he pounced. You demon! Cold sword light flashed. You'll die a horrible death. You'll be struck by lightning. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for knowing too much. Spare me. Chun Mufan's face was pale. He knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Senior brother Chu Xiu, I can be your servant. Just let me live. Please, don't kill me. Squelch. A cold, merciless sword light slashed across his neck, leaving a faint bloodstain. Chun Mufan's gaze gradually dimmed, his face filled with terror as he collapsed, silent forever. Chu Xiu stood alone among the corpses. He shook the blood off the Bishua sword, sighing slightly. He had expected them to resist, but these so-called Holy Land disciples didn't even dare to fight back. How disappointing. He began disposing of the bodies, carrying them to the mountaintop to nourish the soul demon fruit. Watching the demon fruit absorb the blood in the array, he gazed at the tree for a long time. Then Chu Xiu turned and descended the mountain, beginning his hunt. 2 days later, the soul demon fruit was almost ripe. At an unknown mountain peak, Chu Xiu sat on a black rock. A diamond-shaped crystal floated, displaying a real-time image of the soul demon fruit. At the peak of Inma Mountain, the fruit glowed with a radiant light, its fragrance filling the air. Just a whiff made one's pores relax, their entire body at ease, as if they were about to ascend to immortality. Its current appearance resembled the ginseng fruit from Journey to the West, filled with a sacred aura, with no trace of evil left. The transformation from evil to sacred marked the fruit's maturity. Just as he stood up to return, his ears twitched. He quickly hid behind a rock in the mountain pass. Moments later, a familiar figure flew in on a sword, landing on the rock where Chu Xiu had been sitting. Yi Fan held a beast skin map in his hand, his face filled with ecstasy. Overcome with excitement, his entire body trembled. Finally, he couldn't hold back his laughter. I found it. I finally found the quasi-demon emperor's treasure. A year ago, in the depths of the Holy Land scripture pavilion, he had found a treasure map, hidden in an unremarkable cultivation manual. No one knew who had left this mysterious map, but it recorded the location of the quasi-demon emperor's treasure. At first, he didn't believe it, but after entering the desolate demon's secret realm, the map began to change strangely, radiating light and pointing in a specific direction. Only then did he decide to search for the treasure. The desolate demon's secret realm was vast, with countless mountain ranges, yet he had found the location in just over 10 days. Truly, the luck of a protagonist was simply heaven-defying. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Xiu watched Yi Fan, his face flushed with excitement. A faint smile curled on his lips. He had only wanted the soul demon fruit in the secret realm, but fate had gifted him 2 rare treasures. Just as he was about to ascend Inma Mountain to pick the fruit, a figure flew in on a sword. Chu Xiu quickly hid and observed. Yi Fan circled the mountain several times, finally choosing a mountain pass. He took out a compass from his storage bag and began breaking the formation. 3 hours later, the mountain shook, rocks tumbled down. A circular cave entrance, about 7 to 8 meters high, appeared on the mountainside, continuously spewing dragon aura and radiant light. The treasure is here. Yi Fan, flying on his sword, smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he flew straight in. He didn't notice a faster figure had already entered the dragon cave ahead of him. Chu Xiu's expression was cold. Though his movements were swift, he remained vigilant. As he descended deeper into the earth's veins, after an unknown amount of time, the pitch-black cave gradually leveled out. Chu Xiu slowed down, navigating around several bends in the cave. Ahead, a dazzling light came into view. A kilometer away was a spacious and tall cavern. Crystalline liquid dripped onto the stone floor below, making a crisp sound. That liquid was 10,000-year stone milk, a treasure that could fetch an astronomical price with just a few drops. What was even more astonishing was the ground of the cavern, covered with spiritual herbs and rare medicines, exuding a refreshing fragrance. They grew luxuriantly, ranging from mystic grade to earth grade and heaven grade. Chu Xiu slowly entered the cavern, his gaze sweeping the area. Suddenly, he was startled. Above him, coiled a massive white snake. A single scale was 2 meters in diameter, smooth as a mirror. Its coiled body resembled a mountain peak. The white snake was in deep slumber, unaware of the intruder who had concealed his presence. Chu Xiu was deeply shocked. From the aura the white snake emitted, it was clear it was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. How was this possible? He dared not disturb it. As he moved forward, he collected the spiritual herbs and rare medicines. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Your luck has increased by 5. Your luck has increased by 15. Your luck has increased by 100. So this is why my luck has been increasing inexplicably. By seizing the opportunities of someone with a protagonist's fate, I can increase my own luck, or rather, I'm absorbing their luck. Not bad, not bad. If it weren't for you, Yi Fan would have obtained all these opportunities alone, and soared to great heights, Earth grade, Heaven grade, and even immortal grade treasures. 10,000 years stone milk. Selling these could make even a pig take flight. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, unable to hold back a laugh. But the next moment, his smile froze. His eyes locked onto a half-meter-high white jade platform in the center of the cavern. Two objects floated above it. One was a palm-sized green stone, exuding an ancient and primal aura, its light dazzling to the eyes. The other was a red and black egg covered in mysterious Tao patterns, surrounded by radiant light, pulsing like a heartbeat, its life force radiating intensely. It was extraordinary. The egg was about the size of an ostrich egg, Chu Xiu guessed. It must contain some incredibly powerful creature. These two items were undoubtedly the most valuable treasures in this hidden trove. Chu Xiu muttered to himself, not hesitating. He reached out and grabbed the green stone. It felt cold to the touch and incredibly heavy. What kind of stone is this? It's so extraordinary. He shook his head, taking out a piece of high-quality cloth from his storage bag. He wrapped the stone carefully, planning to study it later. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the cavern. Yi Fan had triggered the trap Chu Xiu had left at the entrance. The white snake awoke, letting out a deafening roar. It had discovered the intruders and was furious. The mountain shook as it swiftly descended. Chu Xiu knew he couldn't stay any longer. He quickly grabbed the mysterious egg as well. With swift hand seals, he cast concealment spells on both items, suppressing their radiant light. He slung the wrapped treasures on his back, activated his movement technique, and shot out of the cavern like a shadow. As he emerged, he saw a massive white snake, with a horn on its head. A giant snake with a single horn, resembling a dragon, its pupils glowing with blood-red light, opened its fanged mouth, its snake-like jaws wide, and spewed a chilling frost at Yi Fan, who stood below in shock. Chu Xiu, activating his movement technique, he swiftly bypassed the giant snake and Yi Fan, disappearing into the entrance. Faintly, he heard Yi Fan's furious curses from within the cavern. Damn it, this is the worst luck. Chu Xiu continued to sprint upward, quickly vanishing into the forest. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had thought he was doomed, was pleasantly surprised to find the terrifying peak nirvana-level aura of the white snake rapidly weakening. The snake's eyes dimmed, its body growing weak and lifeless. Yi Fan, his body covered in ice, was overjoyed. You're not so tough now, are you? Haha, watch me take you down, you monster. With a clang, he drew his sword and charged forward with a strange laugh. The battle caused the mountains to shake and the earth to split. Elder Mo, something terrible has happened. A panicked shout broke the tranquility of Taisu Square. Mo Fian, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, her figure enchanting, her aura mature and alluring, opened her phoenix-like eyes, and calmly looked at the white-haired elder rushing toward her. She raised her delicate eyebrows and asked, Elder Yang, what has you so flustered? Elder Yang, at the late divine ability realm, was considered a strong figure in the outside world, even revered as an immortal by some. But now, he was drenched in sweat, his face pale with anxiety. He was in charge of monitoring the life tokens of the disciples who had entered the secret realm. Over the past 2 days, he had taken a short nap, only to wake up to a horrifying scene. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Seeing Elder Yang's distraught state, Mo Fian's heart sank. The life tokens of the disciples who entered the desolate demon secret realm are shattering in large numbers. What? Mo Fian grabbed Elder Yang. How many have shattered? Elder Yang's eyes were blank. 775. All of them are shattered. Are Chu Xiu and Yi Fan's life tokens still intact? Mo Fian's face turned icy, her usual calm demeanor gone. Their life tokens haven't shattered yet. Mo Fian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Frowning, she muttered to herself, something major must have happened in the secret realm. So many disciples dying has never happened before. This is urgent. I must report this to the Holy Master. At that moment, a spatial rift opened above Taisu Square. 2 graceful figures stepped out from the rift. The woman on the left wore a plain long dress, her wavy blue hair cascading naturally over her chest. Her figure was curvaceous and proud. She stood there with her eyes closed, as if she were the center of the world, beautiful and powerful. The woman on the right wore a white feathered dress, her figure slender and graceful, her face exquisitely beautiful. Greetings, Holy Master. Greetings, Lord Yunxia. The Holy Master, Taixuzi, remained silent. Her sleeves fluttered, as the space above the square rippled like water. This miraculous sight naturally drew the attention of the other disciples in the square. They looked up, murmuring, "What's happening?" "A supreme expert is performing an unparalleled divine ability. Your Majesty, Holy Master." Elder Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. As Imofian explained, the Holy Master is using the Eye of Illusion, a supreme divine ability, to project the scenes within the desolate demon secret realm. That secret realm was created by the great emperor himself. Only a supreme ruler like the Holy Master could achieve such a feat. Chi Mingdai looked up at the ripples in the sky, her emotions in turmoil. She didn't know whether to hope Chu Xiu would survive, or perish in the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the desolate demon secret realm, Chu Xiu, who had been moving, suddenly stopped on the branch of a 1,000-foot-tall tree. He looked up at the sky, seeing the azure sky above, overshadowed by a bloodshot eye suddenly opened, restlessly darting around. Has someone outside noticed the changes in the secret realm? At this moment, not only the disciples of Taisu Holy Land, but also the demons, noticed the giant eye in the sky. Feeling the faint pressure emanating from that eye, both demons and humans felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and worship. What is that? Is a human supreme expert going to attack us? The demons trembled in fear. The disciples of Taisu Holy Land, who were being hunted by the demons, felt a surge of joy. They cried out, "Holy Land! Finally, a powerful figure has noticed the crisis in the secret realm. Save us. I don't want to die." At the center of the desolate demon secret realm, the demon headquarters, a towering black tornado reached into the sky. A humanoid demon covered in red scales, with 2 horns on its head and a muscular build, carried a giant sword on its back. It looked up at the sky. Behind it, over 100 demons of various forms knelt in reverence. They stared at the imposing figure in front of them, their eyes filled with fanaticism. That was their supreme leader, the one who would lead them to freedom. "Don't worry, no one can attack us through the desolate demon secret realm, not even a Saint King. The humans can only watch from the outside. They can't do anything." The supreme leader waved his scale, letting out a strange laugh. "Since they want to watch, let them watch. As we slaughter the humans, and they can do nothing about it." The demons let out excited howls. "Kill all the humans. Take revenge. Revenge for being imprisoned for thousands of years." The leaders of the demon tribes issued orders to continue hunting humans. Meanwhile, the supreme leader's eyes flickered. He reached into his chest and pulled out half of a glowing green stone mirror. His expression turned to surprise. The treasure stone mirror is reacting. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally as the other half of the mirror appeared. Good. I must find this treasure." The supreme leader, originally named Masha, was once an ordinary pangolin. Over 300 years ago, he had stumbled upon this half of the green stone mirror. This mysterious treasure had a great origin. It could shield him from part of the great Emperor Taishu's power. Relying on it, Masha broke through the realm restrictions of the desolate demon secret realm, reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. No longer bound by the secret realm's rules, he soared to new heights. Invincible within the secret realm, he swept through the land, unifying all the demons. Now, sensing the presence of the other half of the stone mirror, Masha was overjoyed. "If I can obtain I might even break through to the Dao Palace realm." Masha's eyes grew brighter. He immediately ordered preparations to personally lead a search. Before leaving the desolate demon secret realm, he had to find the other half of the stone mirror. Chu Xiu also sensed the resonance from the stone mirror, so the other half is also in the secret realm. He moved swiftly, continuing toward Ima Mountain. As he passed a plain with a small stream, he ran into Su Rushue, who was being chased by demons. Chu Xiu instinctively sped up, planning to avoid her. Chu Xiu, the demonic cultivator, never played the hero, but the giant eye above might be watching him. If he ignored her, his plan to become the Holy Sun might be ruined. Thinking this, he waved his right hand, summoning the black tyrant sword, Tonglong. His feet stepped on mysterious runes, as divine patterns appeared beneath him. In an instant, he passed Su Rushue, charging toward the group of demons chasing her. Su Rushue, carrying her unconscious junior sister, saw a glimmer of hope in her desperate eyes. "Don't," she said. In that fleeting moment, she had already recognized who it was. That senior brother Chu Xiu, who, like her, was at the peak of the Sea of Qi realm. The 20 or so demons chasing her were all at the Divine Bridge realm. In her eyes, Chu Xiu, at the Sea of Qi realm, charging forward, wasn't saving her. It was suicide. Is he planning to die saving me? Su Rushue's emotions were in turmoil. She didn't know whether to feel moved or terrified. A loud explosion came from behind. Mud and shattered corpses flew into the air. Su Rushue turned her head with difficulty. She didn't dare to look at Chu Xiu's fate, but she had to. The next moment, she was shocked to see Chu Xiu wielding an exaggeratedly large black sword, cutting through the demons, like they were vegetables. He split a mid-divine bridge demon in half at the waist, then swung again, smashing a dog demon into pulp. At Taisu Square, the disciples who noticed this scene were also stunned. My God, is he a monster? Qi Mingdai, a soft-hearted fairy with a sharp tongue, watched her rebellious disciple, facing danger after danger. Was she worried, or secretly pleased? Even she herself wasn't sure. Chu Xiu, to save his junior sister, slaughters demons. Taisu Square erupted in noise. Isn't senior brother Chu Xiu still at the Sea of Qi realm? Those demons he's killing are at the Divine Bridge realm. He's like a meat grinder, killing those demons without any resistance. As news of the Bangu in the desolate demon secret realm spread, more and more cultivators gathered at Taisu Square. People watched the figure in the sky, slaughtering demons like a god or demon, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, Your Majesty, Holy Master, should we activate to bring the disciples back sooner? Qi Mingdai turned her head and asked softly. Taisu gazed at the image of Chu Xiu, her eyes filled with countless stars being born and destroyed, as if she could see through the ages. Is that movement tech? Your Majesty, Holy Master. Seeing Taisu remain silent, Qi Mingdai couldn't help but speak again. Taisu's lips curved into a faint smile. Fairy Qi, are you worried about your disciple? Qi Mengdia's face flushed red. She cursed inwardly. I'm not worried about that rebellious disciple. I'm just concerned about the safety of the other disciples. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. In at most 2, the teleportation gate will connect to the secret realm, but there are too many demons. I'm afraid they won't last that long. Mo Fian interjected helplessly. If they can't even last 2 days, then they've truly disappointed me. Taisuzi sighed lightly. In the desolate demon secret realm, Chu Xiu grabbed the throat of the last mountain demon. With a slight squeeze, he crushed its neck into pulp. He casually tossed the demon's corpse to the ground, then turned and walked towards Su Rushue. Su Rushue's legs gave out, and she sat on the grass, holding her junior sister. Her eyes were wide with shock. Is senior brother Chu Xiu the reincarnation of a demon god? He's too strong. Strong enough to make one's heart tremble. Junior sister, are you okay? Chu Xiu asked with concern. Su Rushue shook her head, her eyes tired, her lips dry. Senior brother Chu, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving help. You're badly injured, Chu Xiu said, opening his palm and handing her 2 precious herbs. The herbs glowed with radiant light, their fragrance spreading for miles. They were earth-grade spirit herbs. Su Rushue was stunned. Taisu Square was also abuzz with noise. The disciples were clearly shocked by Chu Xiu's generosity. 2 earth-grade spirit herbs at once. Senior brother Chu Xiu is too generous. I really want to be his friend. Not for any other reason, just to see what earth-grade spirit herbs look like. Senior brother, this is too much. The spirit herbs are too precious. Su Rushue shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the 2 herbs. Chu Xiu was speechless. In his storage bag, these 2 herbs were the lowest grade healing items. Did she expect heaven-grade herbs? He helped Su Rushue up. Su Rushue's pale face flushed slightly. Chu Xiu's handsome smile was warmer than sunlight. He said softly, Junior sister, don't be polite. The secret realm is in chaos, with demons running rampant. If you don't heal quickly, disaster may strike. Even if you don't think of yourself, think of your junior sister. You can repay me with the herbs after we leave. Hearing this, Su Rushue looked at her junior sister, who was on the verge of death, bit her lip, and nodded. She accepted the 2 spirit herbs. Thank you, senior brother. I will repay this kindness. Watching the scene of the 2 in the projection, Qi Mengdia's eyes narrowed slightly. She cursed inwardly. That little devil. Taisuzi, reading their lips, understood their conversation. She was very satisfied with Chu Xiu, a kind and exceptionally talented disciple. With a wave of her hand, divine patterns appeared, and the scene in the sky changed. A vast grassland appeared, where Yifan was being chased by a group of demons. He looked very Long Bai. The scenes continued to shift, showing disciples being hunted and killed by demons. The scenes were bloody and tragic. Some disciples, however, did not give up, fighting desperately against the demons. Even Qi Mingdai couldn't help but frown. The disciples in the square watched with red eyes, their fists clenched tightly. Those demon beasts deserve to die. Once I achieve the Tao, I'll go to the heavenly abyss Great Wall to slaughter demons. They've truly shamed our Taisu Holy Land. They can't even handle the demons in the secret realm. A hot-tempered elder disciple shouted in frustration. Don't blame the junior disciples. The number of demons in the secret realm is overwhelming. In the crowd, Hao Yao silently prayed, Senior brother, you must return safely. Everyone in the secret realm can die, but my senior brother must survive. I believe senior brother Chu Xiu will be fine. A figure quietly appeared beside her. Chu Xiaoran, you dare show your face? Tao Yao's tone turned cold instantly. Don't think just because you've mastered the 10,000 immortals flying flower art that I can't deal with you. Chu Xiaoran, tall and slender, her skin as white as jade, her waist slender and soft, smiled like a blooming flower. Senior sister Tao Yao, don't be so aggressive. It's not ladylike. Tao Yao snorted coldly, not wanting to engage. Why hasn't Chu Xiu died yet? Jian Lingyun's face was dark, perhaps due to the turmoil in the secret realm. Xiao Yifeng's expression was also grim. If Chu Xiu doesn't die, I can't sleep peacefully. Especially recently, he felt something was wrong with his body. When he was with his junior sister, Ren Hongying, he couldn't perform. He couldn't get it up. Thinking of the strange look in his junior sister's eyes, he felt deeply humiliated. His mood was terrible, and his temper had become increasingly violent. A few days ago, a junior brother said the wrong thing, and Xiao Yifeng broke his legs. Now, none of the core disciples of Yunxia Peak dared to approach him, afraid of being injured by him. In the desolate demon secret realm, Chu Xiu glanced at the giant eye in the sky, and stood guard beside Su Ruxue and her junior sister. The earth-grade spirit herbs were extraordinary. In less than 3 hours, the two's pale faces regained some color, and their injuries were mostly healed. Their condition improved significantly. Thank you, senior brother. The two women stood up and bowed gracefully to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. Since the outside world has noticed the turmoil in the secret realm, they will surely activate the teleportation gate early. Your injuries are not fully healed yet, so it's best to head to the teleportation square and wait for the return. Su Ruxue bit her lip, her pink lips trembling as she asked, Senior brother, won't you come with us? No, I still have something important to handle. All right, farewell then. With that, Chu Xiu activated his movement technique, his figure ghostly, and vanished in an instant. He was gone without a trace. So fast. Tao Yao exclaimed in awe. Senior brother Chu has left. Junior sister, let's go too. This place isn't safe. Su Ruxue's eyes gleamed with a strange light. All right, Tao Yao responded. Just as she was about to summon her flying sword, Su Ruxue stopped her. Flying in the sky makes us too visible. Let's walk to the teleportation square. We should have enough time. Senior sister, I'll follow your lead. That senior brother Chu is not only powerful, but also very kind. Tao Yao smiled ambiguously. Stop it. Chu Xiu returned to Ima Mountain, climbing the mountain path, his figure disappearing into the mist. Senior brother, I can't determine the level of this formation. At the mountain peak, two men were circling the defensive formation, their eyes glowing greedily. They stared intently at the radiant, fragrant soul demon fruit in the center, a treasure of heaven and earth. So close, yet so far. How tragic. The red-robed man sighed. Junior brother, can't you break this formation? He was unwilling to give up. The blue-robed man shook his head helplessly. The person who set this formation is far beyond my level. What a pity. If we could obtain this soul demon fruit, we could both reach the divine ability realm in the future. Wait, someone's coming up. Light footsteps approached steadily. The two men turned to look. A tall figure emerged from the mist. Who is it? The red-robed man shouted as the figure stepped out of the mist. Chu Xiu's eyes locked onto the two, his expression showing no surprise. A few hours ago, he had detected their arrival through the formation surveillance. Their cultivation levels were decent. Junior brother, Divine Prison Realm, 8th layer. Senior brother, Divine Prison Realm, 9th layer. Among the disciples who entered the secret realm this time, they could be considered strong. You're Chu Xiu? The red-robed senior brother was visibly surprised. He recognized the newcomer. Chu Xiu remained silent, already preparing to draw his 3-meter-long treasure to deal with the two fellow disciples. The blue-robed junior brother's eyes flickered with a hint of greed. He secretly transmitted a message. Let this guy enter the formation to test it. If he triggers the formation's restrictions, I can determine its level, and even increase our chances of breaking it based on its fluctuations. The red-robed senior brother's eyes lit up. Junior brother, you're a renowned formation genius in the Zhangdao Peak. If you say it's possible, we must try. He was determined to obtain the soul demon fruit. Chu Xiu, I assume you've seen that heavenly treasure too. To be honest, that's the soul demon fruit. Incredibly precious. And then? Chu Xiu smiled faintly. The two brothers had subtly surrounded him. The red-robed senior brother smiled warmly. He pointed at the ripe soul demon fruit in the center. Go in and bring it out. We'll split it 3 ways. How about it? Not interested. Chu Xiu shook his head. The red-robed senior brother's face turned icy. If he's unwilling, why waste words? Just grab him and throw him into the formation. The blue-robed junior brother was impatient. That's why. I despise people like you. always preaching righteousness and morality, yet quick to resort to underhanded tactics. You're nothing but hypocrites. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, his tone calm. What is righteousness? What is evil? It's just a label slapped on by those who stand on the moral high ground, claiming to be just, but in reality, it's just a facade for their own benefit. He muttered to himself, drawing the tyrant's sword, Songlong, and pointing it to the sky. An overwhelming, domineering aura erupted from him. Seeking death? A mere sea of chi cultivator dares to make waves. Senior brother, let's take him down. The blue-robed junior brother took out 4 formation flags. With a wave of his right hand, the flags flew out, expanding in the wind. A third-grade 4 directions trap formation took shape, its patterns intertwining like a net, descending to trap Chu Xiu in place. Chu Xiu's black hair fluttered in the wind, his expression unchanged. He swung the tyrant's sword, instantly shattering the formation flags into dust. The formation was broken. The red-robed senior brother drew a pair of crescent moon hooks, charging forward to attack Chu Xiu from behind. His speed was fast, but Chu Xiu was faster. Using his movement technique, he turned like a ghost, leaving an afterimage in his place. In the next moment, he appeared behind the red-robed man, raising the black giant sword. With a slash, he cut the red-robed man in half at the waist. The upper half of the man's body flew into the air, his blood-stained face filled with disbelief. The tyrant's sword, Songlong, emitted a thunderous roar. This strike couldn't be called a sword technique. It was more like a brutal hack. Senior brother. The blue-robed man screamed, his face pale with terror. He hadn't expected Chu Xiu to be so terrifying, cutting his peak divine bridge realm senior brother in half with a single strike. Don't worry. I'll send you to meet your senior brother soon, Chu Xiu said coldly, his figure vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the blue-robed man. The wind blew his hair. As the blue-robed man's face twisted in fear, he vomited blood, also cut in half at the waist. Chu Xiu's expression remained cold. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck, preventing his upper body from falling to the ground. The actions of these two today brought back unpleasant memories from his past. The calmer he appeared, the angrier he was inside. Back then, he and his companion had been captured and used as cannon fodder to test traps. If not for sheer luck, they would have died in that southern demon secret land. The blue-robed man's upper body twitched. Did you set up this formation? His face pale, he struggled to speak. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a squeeze of his right hand, he crushed the man's neck. He stepped into the formation, standing before the soul demon fruit. The fragrance filled his nose, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. It was almost irresistible, tempting him to eat it immediately. Chu Xiu reached out and plucked the fruit. Instantly, the tree withered rapidly, turning into a dry stump. It was unknown how long it would take for it to regain its vitality and produce a second soul demon fruit. Chu Xiu took out a jade box, sealing the soul demon fruit inside, to prevent its medicinal effects from dissipating. He stored the box and turned to descend the mountain. With a loud explosion, Yinma Mountain collapsed into ruins. The mountain crumbled, the ground caved in, and from that day on, the desolate demon secret realm no longer had Yinma Mountain. In the future, this secret land would no longer produce soul demon fruits. Truly a destined villain to commit such a root-destroying act. Reward, 500 breakthrough points. After I die, let the world burn, Chu Xiu sneered. Besides, I've killed too many demons on this mountain. I must disrupt the flow of time on Yinma Mountain to prevent the demons from reversing time. Host, are you ready to break through to the 4th layer of the Sea of Qi realm? Yes, breakthrough. There's some good and bad news. I must remind you. Chu Xiu stood under a towering ancient tree. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. The second breakthrough to the next realm will trigger a lightning tribulation. What? Are you serious? It's confirmed. I've analyzed it 300 billion times, and the probability of you facing a lightning tribulation is 89%. Generally speaking, only after reaching the Saint Realm do cultivators face lightning tribulations. Some people never experience one in their entire lives. Perhaps this is the price for being exceptionally powerful. Survive, and you become stronger. Fail, and it's death. Chu Xiu laughed. A lightning tribulation? So what? I, Chu Xiu, will rise above it, trampling even the heavens under my feet. The treasure hunt ended prematurely due to the major Bangu. Of the over 2,000 people in the expedition, more than half had perished. As everyone gathered at the teleportation point to return, demons of all kinds began to converge. Great leader, 30 miles away in the ancient forest, we found a human with a pair of wings. A bat demon covered in black fur knelt before Masha. Masha let out an unpleasant laugh. Finally, I've found you. Kill, kill, kill. Behind him, Thousands of demons of various forms raised their ancient weapons, their war cries shaking the heavens. Their momentum was overwhelming. Masha raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. His blood-red eyes gazed into the distance. Since that eye appeared in the sky, the human cultivators have been gathering at the teleportation point. He turned his head and declared, "Pass my order. Gather, all able warriors, and head to the human teleportation point. It's time to launch a full-scale attack and wipe them out completely." "Yes, great leader." The demons responded with fervor. They had waited for this day for far too long. Kill the humans and regain our freedom. This was their sole purpose for living. Masha touched the horns on his forehead. "You can't escape. The treasure mirror is mine." Chu Xiao carried a bulging bag on his back, containing a strange egg and half of a stone mirror fragment. The fluctuations from the stone mirror grew stronger. "They're coming." Chu Xiao exhaled. The owner of the other half of the stone mirror must be the so-called great leader. 20 miles away, demonic energy surged into the sky, and faint war cries could be heard. A large number of demons must have gathered there. Chu Xiao stroked his chin, formulating a bold plan. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. At the teleportation square, injured and Longbei disciples gathered from all directions. "Senior brother, please. Someone save my senior brother." A female disciple, covered in blood, carried a severely injured man on her back, his lower body completely gone. Her voice was filled with despair. As she begged for help, many disciples looked on with pity, but no one stepped forward. The Divine Bridge Realm's physical body is too weak. With such severe injuries, it's almost impossible to save him, unless we have heaven-grade spirit herbs. But who would give such treasures to a stranger? "Junior sister, I have some healing herbs here." Yifan stepped forward, handing her 2 mystic-grade spirit herbs. "Thank you, senior brother." The female disciple said gratefully, crushing the herbs and applying them to her senior brother's wounds. The square was filled with cries of pain and despair. Most of the disciples were injured, some severely so. It was uncertain if they would survive the day. Yifan looked around, sighing inwardly. He too was badly injured, but fortunately, he had collected many mystic-grade herbs. Otherwise, he might not have made it back. A small white snake, as thick as a finger, crawled out from his collar, flicking its tongue and looking around curiously, like a little spirit. Yifan reached out and gently stroked its head. The little snake closed its eyes, enjoying the touch. It looked utterly content. A graceful figure swayed gently. She glided past him not far away. Yifan's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and called out to her. Su Rushue stopped in her tracks. She noticed it was Yifan. Her delicate hands slightly sweaty, her pink lips parted gently. "Senior brother Yifan, is there something you need?" Yifan scratched his head awkwardly. He smiled and said, "I heard junior sister Tao is seriously injured. I have some healing elixirs that might help." Su Rushue declined politely, saying it wasn't necessary. Yifan thought she was just being shy. Unwilling to accept his kindness, he mentioned his recent gains. He insisted she take them. Seeing his enthusiasm, Su Rushue, the healing elixirs given by senior brother Chu Xiao, hadn't even been fully absorbed yet. She couldn't reveal that Chu Xiao had given her such precious medicine, so she vaguely mentioned, "We received help from senior brother Chu Xiao. The injuries are no longer serious. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Yi." Hearing Chu Xiao's name, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Every time he met a beautiful girl, he would hear Chu Xiao's name from their lips. Why is it always Chu Xiao? Chu Xiao? It's never ending. He was extremely annoyed. "Junior sister Su, have you seen Chu Xiao? Is he doing well?" Su Rushue's mind flashed with the image of that tall, broad-shouldered figure holding a giant sword. His warm smile, brighter than the sun, made her beautiful eyes shimmer with emotion. Damn it, stop being so sappy. He could clearly see that this girl also had feelings for Chu Xiao. Even senior sister Xiaoran had a similar look in her eyes whenever she mentioned Chu Xiao. This isn't fair. Snapping back to reality, Su Rushue spoke softly. "Senior brother Chu Xiao is doing well. He should be returning to the teleportation square soon." "That's good to hear." Yifan forced a smile. He thought to himself, that guy Ling Yun's hired help is unreliable. So many people couldn't handle Chu Xiao. "Senior brother Yi, if there's nothing else, Rushue needs to attend to her junior sister." With that, Su Rushue gracefully walked away. Yifan scratched his head, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. He wanted to curse but held back. 20 miles away from the teleportation square, deep in the ancient forest, Chu Xiao was gathering spiritual herbs. He planned to exchange them for breakthrough points. "Your luck value is worth 20, the system announced as he held a heaven-grade Chilean flower. Chu Xiao was momentarily confused. After completing the exchange, he called up his status panel. "Host. Sea of Qi, 9th layer, Ancient Sacred Body, Heavenly Slayer. Recommended Cultivation Techniques. Tao Scripture Foundation Chapter. Movement Technique. Mid-Level Alchemy. Killing individuals with great luck. Allows you to absorb their luck for your own use. Combat Power Evaluation. 40 times that of an average peer. Entering this secret realm, I've gained over 1,000 luck points. Chushio smiled. It feels great to take advantage of Yifan's luck. Everything is ready. All that's left is to wait for the right moment. He stood up and walked slowly toward the teleportation square. So many people are injured. Chushio observed the scene. The square was filled with wounded cultivators. He estimated that over 300 were seriously injured, and more than 500 had minor injuries. Only a few dozen were unharmed. Out of the 2,000 who entered the secret realm, less than 1,000 remained. More than half had perished. What a tragic outcome. 2/10 of them were killed by you, the system teased. You ruthless guy. Ignoring the system's sarcasm, Chushio found a quiet spot in the corner of the square. He sat down to meditate, preparing to adjust his energy and spirit to their peak. He was ready to face the upcoming tribulation. That guy is still alive? Nearby, a group of people whispered among themselves. Senior Brother Yin and the others have lost contact. Could they have been killed by the demon beasts? Should we? A pockmarked man with a sinister look in his eyes spoke up. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Are you crazy? Someone is watching from above. We can't act here. The Taisu Holy Land Square. They're all severely injured. It's tragic. The demon beasts seem to be gathering. Are they planning to surround and kill the disciples at the teleportation square? But don't worry. The teleportation square has an ancient defensive formation. Even if the demon beasts come in full force, they won't be able to break through. Haha, just a bunch of beasts. They can't do anything to us. Chi Mingdai gazed at the scene in the sky. Her delicate hand unconsciously touched her abdomen. She felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Holy Master, could there be a problem with the ancient formation? You're just overthinking due to concern. The formation set up by the Emperor won't fail. As she spoke, she glanced at Chi Mengdia's abdomen. Noticing Tai Suzi's gaze, the Holy Master was startled. She quickly placed her hands over her abdomen, assuming a dignified posture. Mengdai, be honest with me, are you pregnant? Tai Suzi's tone was teasing, full of gossip, completely different from her usual dignity and aloofness. Chi Mengdia's beautiful face flushed with a hint of red. She deeply regretted not bringing the bronze mask to conceal her aura. Had Tai Suzi already noticed something unusual? The thought made her wish she could disappear into the ground. But Tai Suzi's lips curved into a slight smile. Don't feel embarrassed. At our level of cultivation, getting pregnant is extremely rare. Congratulations. Chi Mengdai was stunned. Her lips parted slightly. Mo Fian and Elder Yang nearby couldn't help but glance over curiously. They wondered what the two were discussing. That made the Holy Master lose her composure. Don't tell me you didn't know? Tai Suzi asked in surprise. Chi Mingdai shook her head, her mind buzzing. Who is the father? I remember Tianxing has been pursuing you, right? Tai Suzi grew more excited, her gossip spirit in full swing. Holy Master. Chi Mengdia's mind flashed with the image of her rebellious disciple's annoying smile. Her heart sank. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Her beautiful face paled slightly. What's wrong? Tai Suzi asked via mental message, thinking Chi Mingdai shook her head, indicating she was fine. Seeing her like this, Tai Suzi didn't press further. After a long silence, Chi Mingdai suddenly sent a mental message. I have no relationship with senior brother Tianxing. She didn't know why she felt the need to explain. Gazing at the corner of the square where her rebellious disciple was meditating, she feared rumors might reach his ears, and he would torment her again. Tai Suzi's star-like eyes slowly closed, her heart surging with waves of shock. Chi Mingdai never interacts with male cultivators. The closest one to her is Tianxing. So, the question arises, if the child isn't Tianxing's, then whose is it? This is such a huge scandal. Promise me you won't speak of this matter, okay? Chi Mengdia's clear, beautiful eyes, she pleaded almost desperately. Ta Suzi opened her eyes. 1,000 years ago, after she ascended to the position of Holy Master, her closest friend had never addressed her like this again. Seeing her expression now, Ta Suzi sighed softly. Since you wish to keep it secret, then no third person will know. Thank you. Since you don't want others to know, why not erase the child? The venerable master smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her delicate hand caressed her belly. Perhaps I can't bear to. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the square below. The demons are here. There are so many of them. This is insane. It reminds me of the days fighting demons at Tianyuan Great Wall. Even at Tianyuan Great Wall, such a number of demons would have been a significant battle. Shock and fear spread. Taisu's pupils contracted slightly. 870,000 weaklings, all at the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi. Mengdai looked up at the sky. The defensive barrier of the teleportation square had already been activated. From all directions, the mountains and fields were densely packed with demonic beasts. The sky was also filled with flying demons, blotting out the sun. Looking down from above, even through the void, people could clearly feel the overwhelming demonic aura. Holy crap, there are so many. Someone in the teleportation square cursed loudly. A female disciple trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror. Chu Xiao stood among the crowd, also shocked by the sheer number. Everyone stay calm. We're protected by an ancient defensive formation. The demons can't break through. A male disciple at the peak of the divine bridge realm stepped forward, his expression calm and unshaken by the demon's imposing presence. Right? They can't break the formation. The panicked emotions of the disciples gradually settled. Human bloodstones. The demons stared at the humans inside the formation, their eyes bloodshot, drooling thick saliva. They let out strange, eerie cries. Suddenly, the demon horde parted, creating a path. A demon with a red face, horns on its head, and blood-red eyes rode a white tiger, striding heavily to the front. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, silencing the surrounding demons. They dared not make a sound, fearful of being slain by him with a single strike. This aura, he's definitely not at the divine bridge realm, disciple exclaimed in shock. Not just him. Everyone could feel that this demon's aura was far too strong. He's at least at the late stage, or even the peak of the other shore realm. Someone's teeth chattered in fear. How is this possible? Aren't there rules suppressing power in this realm? How could he break through to the other shore realm? A disciple couldn't believe it. The teleportation square erupted in chaos. This demon had shattered common understanding, leaving everyone in shock. The demon leader, Emo Sha, narrowed his blood-red eyes, staring intently at the white tiger rider outside the formation. Emo Sha raised his hand and roared, "Silence!" His voice echoed for miles, and all the demons fell silent, gazing fervently at their leader. Emo Sha's crimson eyes looked at the formation, his mouth full of fangs opening wide. He let out a strange, guttural laugh, his throat vibrating, as a grinding voice emerged. "Humans, do you want to live or die?" The disciple at the peak of the divine bridge realm, standing at the forefront of the teleportation square, sneered, "What do you think you are? Our lives aren't for you demons to decide." Someone else shouted in agreement, "We may not be your match, but can you break the formation? You're just a bunch of beasts." Emo Sha chuckled, his laughter making his face even more terrifying. "Ah, how amusing." The disciples looked relaxed, completely unconcerned that the demons might harm them. They believed the ancient defensive formation was unbreakable. Is that so? Emo Sha clamped his legs around the white tiger's belly. The tiger roared in pain, and slowly moved forward, stopping just outside the defensive barrier. Emo Sha reached into his robe and pulled out a half-piece of a green stone mirror. Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed as Emo Sha held the stone mirror and gently swiped it across the barrier. What happened next horrified everyone. The supposedly indestructible ancient formation was torn open by the half-piece stone mirror. The pungent, foul stench of the demons wafted through the gap into the formation. In an instant, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. You could hear a pin drop. True emotions are revealed. In times of great calamity, facing hundreds of thousands of howling demons, the people in the teleportation square were stunned. Silence. Whether in the desolate demon's secret realm or the Taisu square, everything fell into a deathly silence. Chimengdia's beautiful face turned pale, her lips trembling as she bit them. Why is this happening? Taisu's flawless face also turned icy. To cut through a formation laid by an emperor, is that stone mirror an imperial artifact? Emo Fian muttered to herself, her lips slightly parted in shock. How could he cut through the ancient formation? We're doomed. It's over. With hundreds of thousands of demons, even if each one spat once, they could drown us. There's no escape. Among the crowd, Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran stopped bickering, their expressions grim. Senior brother. Tao Yao clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. She gritted her teeth and vowed, if senior brother falls to the demons today, I will head to the Tianyuan Great Wall tomorrow. I won't return until I've killed millions of demons. Chu Xiaoran remained silent, just quietly watching her. She believed that man could still create miracles and escape this calamity. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yifeng suppressed his laughter, his face twitching with excitement. He was overjoyed. Chu Xiao is finally going to die. I'll soon become the senior brother. Jin Lingyun also smiled faintly. As expected, Those who oppose me will meet a terrible end. The teleportation square was eerily silent, with faint sobbing sounds. Some female disciples covered their mouths and cried. At this moment, most people were trembling. It was the first time they had come so close to death. Look at those ferocious demons outside. Their terrifying appearances, sharp fangs. It's enough to strike fear into these inexperienced disciples, especially the Divine Bridge Realm disciple, standing at the front, facing Imo Sha directly. He was so frightened that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, and his face pale. His earlier composure was gone. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Imo Sha's grating voice echoed through the formation. Who could laugh now? They only wanted to cry. Imo Sha's blood-red eyes swept across the crowd, and he sneered, "Do you want to live or die?" The same question, but now it carried a completely different meaning. The terrified disciples exchanged glances. They didn't want to bow to the demons in front of the higher-ups from the sacred land, but if they didn't, they would surely die. If they bowed, they might live. Yi Fan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, his shoulders trembling. Why is this happening? I, Yi Fan, possess unparalleled talent. I was born with a great destiny, and my future holds infinite possibilities. I shouldn't die here. No, I refuse to accept this. Even he felt a sense of despair at this moment. Even if there were a divine ability realm expert present, facing so many demons would still lead to certain death. It was utterly hopeless. Despair. Imo Sha observed the expressions of the Taisu sacred land disciples, his laughter growing even more maniacal, slowly tormenting the humans. Watching their spirits crumble, their expressions of despair brought him immense satisfaction. However, he couldn't kill these humans yet. He needed to give Taizu's sacred land time to activate the teleportation gate. Only then could they escape this damned desolate demon secret realm. So he spoke slowly. If you want to live, hand over the person who possesses the mirror fragment. Huh? That's right. He waved the mirror in his hand. A mirror fragment like this. Inside the formation, everyone exchanged glances. Have you seen such a mirror? No, never heard of it. Who has it? Hand it over. A female disciple cried out. I'm so scared I might wet myself. Watching their reactions, Chu Xiu shook his head silently, still too naive. They think handing over the person and the mirror will make the demons spare them. How naive. It seems you humans lack the spirit of self-sacrifice. No matter, I'll find him for you. Imo Sha's smile was cruel. Holding the mirror fragment, he muttered an incantation, and the mirror began to glow brilliantly. He was summoning the other half of the mirror. Inside Chu Xiu's backpack, the mirror fragment began to tremble, emitting the same dazzling light. Instantly, it caught everyone's attention. Hundreds of eyes turned to him. Imo Sha looked at Chu Xiu, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Kid, weren't you running fast earlier? Keep running now. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Chu Xiu, so he's the one the demons are after. It's him who brought the demons here, putting us all in danger. The discussions in Taizu Square grew louder. Some felt Chu Xiu had led them into this dire situation. Others, with malicious intent, even claimed Chu Xiu had deliberately stolen the demon leader's treasure, intending to kill his fellow disciples. Xiao Yifeng and Jianling Yun were the most vocal in stirring up trouble. However, some rational individuals felt this wasn't entirely Chu Xiu's fault. Anyone who found such a treasure would keep it. It's not like he would just throw it away. Opinions varied widely. Qi Mengdia's calm demeanor finally showed a ripple of tension. She unconsciously clenched her fists. Ta Suzi's brows furrowed slightly as she watched the situation unfold. Would the disciples push Chu Xiu out, or would Chu Xiu choose to sacrifice himself? In her view, no matter what Chu Xiu chose, the outcome wouldn't change. Should I use the contingency left by the Emperor? But doing so would cause the desolate demon secret realm to collapse. The teleportation square didn't remain silent for long. Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're a true disciple. At a time like this, won't you sacrifice yourself for us? A voice filled with anger rang out from the crowd. The person speaking was one of the disciples Jianling Yun and Xiao Yifeng had sent into the desolate demon secret realm to kill Chu Xiu. He had escaped being trapped and killed by Chu Xiu in Imo Mountain. As soon as he spoke, the teleportation square erupted in chaos. All eyes turned to Chu Xiu, hoping he would step forward and take the blame. Yi Fan's expression was complicated, hesitating to speak. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Perhaps his death would be for the best. Are you really going to sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu? Su Ruxue stepped forward, her face filled with anger. Junior sister, that's going too far. The person in the crowd was cunning, hiding his true intentions well. Only his voice could be heard, but his figure remained unseen. Senior brother Chu Xiu, your will, isn't that so? Senior brother Chu Xiu, Do you want everyone to die here because of you? The crowd began to stir. Yes, sacrificing one person can save everyone. They turned their sharp gazes toward Chu Xiu. Nearly 1,000 people began chanting, "Senior brother Chu Xiu," hoping to pressure him into sacrificing himself. Chu Xiu remained silent, his heart unmoved. Su Rushue stepped in front of Chu Xiu, using her slender figure to block everyone's gaze. She pointed outside the formation and said, "Do you really think sacrificing senior brother Chu Xiu will make those demons spare us? What a joke. A huge joke. Such disgraceful behavior will only make the demons look down on us human cultivators. As cultivators, why fear a battle? If we're going to die anyway, why not die with honor? Do you see that eye in the sky? Outside, the Holy Master, elders, and masters are all watching us. Do you want to bring shame upon them?" Her voice echoed across the square, shaking everyone to their core. Su Rushua's stern rebuke silenced the square instantly. Of course, they weren't afraid of this petite woman, but what she said was undeniably true. Outside the secret realm, the powerful figures were watching everything unfold. Those who had hoped Chu Xiu would sacrifice himself now looked uneasy. Some even lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet Su Rushua's gaze. This scene was also observed by all the cultivators outside the secret realm. They couldn't hear the voices, but through lip reading, they understood everything happening in the teleportation square. Some felt conflicted, while others understood their choices. Elder Qin of Daoyun Peak, covering her mouth, looked at the scene in the void and couldn't help but shed tears. She was middle-aged, appearing to be in her 40s. The passage of time had left 2 prominent wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Master is proud of you, but Master doesn't want anything to happen to you. This was the nature of human hearts. Qi Mengdia's once graceful figure now seemed desolate, as if abandoned by the world. Just like back in Qishan County, when she thought of that dirty little face, Qi Mengdia's heart ached inexplicably. If that rebellious disciple dies here, I should be happy, right? Then why does my heart hurt? A hint of disappointment flashed in Ta Suzi's eyes. Not disappointment in Chu Xiu, but in the disciples. It seems the sacred land has been too lenient with its disciples over the years, causing them to lose the fighting spirit that human cultivators should possess. He muttered to himself, "Haha, he's doomed to die." Xiao Yifeng whispered. Jian Lingyun nodded with a smile. "Even if he doesn't die, he'll be forced to. I really want to see his expression right now. Has human nature really come to this?" Chu Xiaoran sighed. "A bunch of cowards." Tao Yao's face turned icy as she cursed. She wished she could rush into the desolate demon secret realm and kill all those cowards. Junior sister Su Rushue, senior brother Chu Xiu, hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already rushing to defend him. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Rushue's face flushed with anger. Her cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. Those who met her eyes instantly looked away, unable to hold her gaze. The disgraceful behavior of the humans made Amo Sha burst into laughter. "I'll give you 5 more minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll come in." Hearing this, the crowd immediately panicked, their faces filled with terror. "No, I don't want to die. Someone save us. Senior brother Chu Xiu, save us. You're a true disciple. How can you be so heartless?" The demon leader said. "That as long as you step out, he won't harm us." That despicable voice continued to stir up trouble. "Where is your fighting spirit?" Su Rushue's eyes were filled with disappointment. At that moment, she felt a hand on her shoulder from behind. Turning around, she saw a face as flawless as jade, handsome beyond compare, and a smile as warm as sunlight. "Senior brother Chu Xiu." Su Rushue's eyes reddened. "Thank you, junior sister Su." Chu Xiu's thin, red lips curved slightly, his deep, clear eyes showing no trace of distance. He raised his head and looked at the others. Activating his movement technique, Dao patterns spread beneath his feet, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot. In an instant, he appeared at the back of the crowd, grabbing the shoulder of a pale, sinister-looking man. What are you doing? It's Lu Ming." Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Lu Ming, at the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm, was now like a helpless chick, unable to break free from Chu Xiu's grip. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, what are you doing?" He was shocked by Chu Xiu's immense strength, which felt like an immovable mountain. "This is terrifying." Everyone watched the scene, unsure of what was happening. Chu Xiu looked directly into Lu Ming's eyes and said calmly, "Since you're so righteous, come out of the formation with me, sacrificing us to save everyone. It's a fair deal." Lu Ming's pupils constricted in fear, his face turning pale. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, are you mistaken about something?" Chu Xiu didn't respond. Holding Lu Ming with his right hand, he walked slowly toward the defensive formations barrier. Lu Ming struggled and begged for mercy. Chu Xiao, don't do this. You're harming a fellow disciple. No. Senior brother Chu, please don't. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Hearing his screams, the crowd exchanged glances, finally realizing that Lu Ming had been the one stirring up trouble earlier. Somehow, Chu Xiao had singled him out and was now taking him out of the formation. Help. Someone save me. Senior brother Yang. Chu Xiao is trying to kill me. Lu Ming's sinister face was now covered in tears and snot, his body trembling in fear, looking utterly repulsive. In the crowd, his senior brother Yang glanced at him, but lowered his head without saying a word. The others did the same. As long as Chu Xiao was willing to step out of the formation, sacrificing Lu Ming as well was a small price to pay. Senior brother Chu, don't go out. Su Rushue cried out, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Fan tried to grab her hand, but Su Rushue slapped it away. She glared at Yi Fan, her voice icy. Senior brother Chu Xiao is your friend, isn't he? Why aren't you speaking up for him? Do you want him to sacrifice himself too? Yi Fan's expression stiffened, his eyelids twitching. He was too embarrassed to respond. Still, he stopped her from rushing forward to die with Chu Xiao. Senior brother Chu Xiao. Tao Yu sat up from the ground, looking at Chu Xiao's back, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, whether inside the formation, outside among the hundreds of thousands of demons, or in the outside world, all eyes were fixed on Chu Xiao. Is this your choice? Chimengdia's face turned pale. Sigh. Ta Suzy sighed softly, preparing to intervene and save Chu Xiao. He wasn't sure if sacrificing a secret realm for the sake of one disciple was worth it. Human, you're not bad. You've got more guts than the rest. Emo Sha's blood-red eyes stared at Chu Xiao. I don't sense even a trace of fear from you. Chu Xiao stood inside the barrier, with Emo Sha just outside. The distance between the human and the demon was less than 10 meters. One tall, one short. They stared at each other. Senior brother, I beg you. Chu Xiao's expression remained cold as he casually tossed Lu Ming out of the formation. Emo Sha's white tiger mount pounced with a roar, and Lu Ming's screams echoed to the heavens. In moments, he was torn to shreds by the tiger. The disciples were horrified, instinctively stepping back. Human, are you planning to come out? Emo Sha sneered, looking down at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao didn't respond. Instead, he took out a white jade box from his storage bag, unsealed it, and opened the lid. Instantly, a radiant light burst forth, and a fragrant aroma spread for miles. A single whiff made one feel as if they were about to ascend to immortality. Such a phenomenon could only come from a rare treasure. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were fixed on the box, in Chu Xiao's hand. They wished they could rush forward, snatch it, and devour it. A glint of greed flashed in Emo Sha's eyes. Has it ripened already? Are you planning to give it to me in exchange for your life? Chu Xiao chuckled, taking out the Een-Soul demon fruit. With a wave of his right hand, he used the clear water technique to wash it several times. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took a few bites and swallowed it. With firm steps and an ethereal aura, he walked out of the barrier. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones piled up into a small mountain in front of him, facing a group of cowardly weaklings. I have nothing more to say. After swallowing the Een-Soul demon fruit, Chu Xiao activated his movement technique, breaking through the system's restrictions, breaking through the Tao scripture, detected that the host possesses the ancient holy body. Cultivating the Tao scripture's Sea of Qi, 9th layer breakthrough, will significantly increase difficulty and consumption. Requires 1 year per minor cycle. Estimated annual consumption, 10,000 breakthrough points. First year, you, alone, face hundreds of thousands of demons, choosing to break through in the midst of battle. The heavenly Tao senses your determination, touching the 10th layer of the Sea of Qi realm, reaching the pinnacle of sublimation. Breakthrough successful. This breakthrough consumed 10,000 points. Your ancient holy body has undergone a transformation. The Sea of Qi realm has reached its peak, and you will face the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Please prepare yourself. The heavenly tribulation will descend in 10 breaths. Detected that you have broken through a major realm. Reward obtained. Chu Xiao closed his eyes, temporarily ignoring the reward, and began to receive a flood of insights about the Tao scripture. His aura skyrocketed like a rocket. His jet-black hair fluttered without wind, and his wide, gold-trimmed robe billowed. Compared to an ordinary Sea of Qi peak cultivator, his Sea of Qi, already 99 times larger, shattered its limits, and began to expand wildly once more. 100 times, 130 times, 150 times. Expansion reached its limit. Boom! Golden waves surged in his Sea of Qi, shaking heaven and earth. Above the sea, purple light creating a sound like the creation of the world. The aura of the Tao was unparalleled. His body underwent rapid transformation, his bones crackling, as their density and strength increased. His crimson blood gradually turned a pale gold, flowing through his meridians, like a galloping herd of horses, accompanied by the roar of thunder, terrifying to behold. Next, the holy body's phenomenon appeared. Above his head, in the void, gray chaotic currents swirled, giving birth to a green lotus adorned with glistening dewdrops. Then, an endless golden ocean appeared, its waves raging, thunder rumbling, and the sound of Buddhist chants echoing endlessly. The green lotus radiated a halo of light, its fragrance spreading for miles. It spun gently before landing on the golden ocean, floating lightly, taking root and sprouting. Holy body phenomenon, chaotic birth of the green lotus. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, forcing countless demons to kneel and worship. The demons circling in the air were overwhelmed by the holy body's pressure, falling like rain. Boom, boom, boom. The densely packed demons fell like rain, crashing into the ground and creating massive craters. Many demons were even crushed into pulp, their blood splattering everywhere. Chushio slowly opened his eyes, indifferent to everything. Golden light flickered in his pupils, and golden energy surged, soaring into the sky. It was as if a Buddha or demon had descended to the mortal world, looking down upon all living beings. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within 100 miles rushed toward him like a tidal wave, forming a funnel of misty energy. The tens of thousands of spirit stones in front of him instantly turned to dust, their energy completely absorbed by the system. Continue breaking through the Tao scripture. Detected that the host possesses the ancient holy body. Cultivating the Tao scripture, 10th layer of the Sea of Qi realm. Breakthrough difficulty and consumption will significantly increase. Requires 2 years per minor cycle. Estimated consumption, 100,000 breakthrough. Facing hundreds of thousands of demons alone. Remaining calm, choosing to break through immediately. Breakthrough successful. Promoted to the 1st layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Promoted to the 2nd layer of the Divine Bridge realm. In reality, everything that had happened, from Chushio consuming the Een Soul demon fruit, to stepping out of the formation to break through, to the phenomenon appearing, and then continuing to break through to the Divine Bridge realm, all took less than 3 breaths. Inside the formation, everyone stared at the chaotic birth of the green lotus. Above Chushio's head, their jaws dropping in shock. Senior brother Chushio seems to be breaking through. His aura is continuously growing stronger, stronger and stronger. My God, he's breaking through in the middle of a battle. How is he doing this? He's too strong. But what does breaking through matter? Can he really take on hundreds of thousands of demons alone? He's doomed. Looking outside the formation, at that upright figure like an unsheathed sword, Su Rushue covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with shock. This guy is not normal. Emo Sha's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he drew the great sword from his back and slashed directly at Chushio's forehead, intending to kill this bizarre human on the spot. The white tiger roared, opening its bloody maw and pouncing at Chushio from the side. Above Chushio's head, the chaotic birth of the green lotus swirled as he activated his movement technique, his figure ghostly, as he disappeared from his Emo Sha's slash missed, and the white tiger crashed into the ground, letting out a pained growl. It rolled several times before managing to stand up. Inside Chushio's body, earth-shaking changes were taking place. I can't afford to be distracted. Kill this human. Emo Sha roared, no longer as composed as before. He felt extremely uneasy. This human was too strange, and he had a foreboding sense of impending doom. Kill, kill, kill. The demons resisted the holy body's phenomenon, charging at Chushio from all directions, from the sky, the ground, and everywhere in between. They wanted to tear him to pieces. Chushio's black hair fluttered wildly, his golden eyes scanning his surroundings. Calm and composed, he activated his movement technique, his figure ghostly, as he darted through the demon horde, dancing on the edge of a blade, thrilling yet perilous. In truth, his speed was absurd. Aside from Emo Sha, the strongest demons in the secret realm were only at the peak of the Divine Bridge realm, and they couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. That's why he decided to go all out, choosing to break through now, and summoned the heavenly tribulation, intending to annihilate all the demons present. Insufficient energy. He's breaking through too quickly and lacks the necessary spiritual energy. A golden light shone from Chushio's forehead as he dodged attacks, simultaneously pulling out spirit herbs and treasures from his storage bag and swallowing them. At this moment, in his sea of Qi below his navel, spiritual energy was completely transforming into true essence. In an instant, A golden pillar of light shot through his entire body, reaching his brain and the divine platform between his eyebrows. What is the divine bridge realm? It is the path that connects the sea of Qi to the heavens and earth, opening the divine platform and giving birth to divine consciousness, transforming into a divine bridge. A loud rumble echoed from Chu Xiu's brow. A faint sound, like that of an ancient city, resonated. The unyielding divine platform was finally reopened. A golden figure sat cross-legged on the central lotus throne. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it looked exactly like Chu Xiu. That was Chu Xiu's divine soul. The divine platform space expanded as his realm advanced. The larger the divine platform space, the more and stronger the divine thoughts generated. The divine soul within the divine platform became even more resilient. At the first level of the divine bridge, it was 10 times stronger than an ordinary divine bridge cultivator. At the 9th level of the divine bridge, it was 50 times stronger than an ordinary divine bridge cultivator, a full 50 times. Such a terrifying divine platform, if spoken of, no one would believe it. They would think he was insane. Just as the breakthrough was completed, his heavenly tribulation arrived. In an instant, the world lost its color. Fierce winds howled, dark clouds gathered, covering thousands of miles. Within the swirling dark clouds, countless golden lightning snakes writhed. The aura of destruction was terrifying. The pressure of the heavens swept over everything. The demon tribes looked up at the sky, trembling in fear. They felt the overwhelming might of the heavens. A great terror was about to descend. They involuntarily knelt on the ground, shivering. Some turned and fled. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a smile. "Let me treat you to a heavenly tribulation feast," he said. Indeed, Chu Xiu intended to drag hundreds of thousands of demons into his tribulation. It was an extremely rare and spectacular scene. Chu Xiu, using his own power, was pulling hundreds of thousands of demons into his heavenly tribulation. It was well known in the cultivation world that when someone undergoes a tribulation, it's best to stay far away. If caught in the crossfire, the rules of heaven would consider you part of the tribulation and would also unleash heavenly punishment. At this moment, Chu Xiu planned to drag all the demons into his tribulation. The demons couldn't help but curse. "You bastard. Your heart is truly black." He was only at the peak of the dark realm, and the strongest among his demon subordinates were only at the peak of the divine bridge realm. It was common knowledge among cultivators that heavenly tribulations only descended at the saint realm, and each tribulation was extremely dangerous. Now, this damned human was dragging a group of lowly demons into his tribulation. It was a death sentence. Boom! As a golden lightning bolt as thick as an arm descended, striking Chu Xiu's body. At that moment, the sky seemed to open its floodgates. Countless lightning bolts cascaded down like a waterfall. The sky split open. Lightning filled the air, painting a scene of apocalypse. Every golden lightning bolt that struck a demon instantly turned them to ash, scattered by the wind, leaving nothing behind. The terrified demon horde scattered, screaming as they fled into the ancient forest. They had never seen such a terrifying scene in their lives. Some winged demons, in their panic, flew high into the sky, only to be instantly obliterated by the sea of lightning. The heavenly tribulation was inescapable. The only option was to endure. Locked in by the rules of heaven, no demon could escape, unless they could withstand it. The sea of lightning engulfed Chu Xiu, and all the demons outside the formation. Only the sounds of agonized screams reached the ears of the Taisu Holy Land disciples. In the sea of lightning, the demons fell, like wheat before a scythe, turned to ash in an instant. Watching the apocalyptic scene outside the formation, the disciples of the Taisu Holy Land turned pale. Above the void of the Taisu Plaza, golden lightning drowned everything. Beyond that, nothing could be seen. Chaos and shock swept through the Taisu Plaza like a tidal wave. Discussions erupted. "I've never seen such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation. Hundreds of thousands of people undergoing tribulation together. The scene was too horrifying. Isn't he afraid of being turned to ash himself? How did senior brother Chu Xiu manage this? Why can he trigger a heavenly tribulation at just the sea realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he defies the heavens, it shouldn't be to this extent. Senior sister Tao Yao, have you ever faced a heavenly tribulation?" Chu Xiaoran's gaze was blank. He was too shocked. He had never imagined senior brother Chu Xiu could pull off something so outrageous. Tao Yao rubbed her temples and shook her head. "When I break through to the saint realm, I might face a heavenly tribulation. As for senior brother, he truly lives up to being someone who broke the ancient limits. I hope senior brother doesn't come to harm. 500,000 demons aren't worth half a finger of his." Chu Xiaoran chuckled softly. "Don't worry, senior brother Chu. Since he chose this method to deal with the demons, he must be confident he can survive the tribulation. Mengdai, do you see it? Taisu smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting golden light. Her gaze was calm and profound. Golden blood, golden sea, chaos, and a green lotus. Chushio possesses the legendary physique, the ancient saint body. But what puzzles me is, why wasn't this noticed when he first entered the Holy Land? Taisu shook her head. The saint body has been dormant for tens of thousands of years in this world. Perhaps no one considered it at the time. Qi Mingdai pursed her lips, murmuring to herself, no wonder his cultivation speed was so slow back then. It was because of the saint body. For Chushio to break and make it cultivable is truly astonishing. Taisu stared at the sea of lightning, her eyes filled with countless swirling stars, as if she could see through everything. The Holy Land hasn't yet chosen a holy son. Once Chushio emerges, let's make him the Taisu holy son. Qi Mingdai was stunned, her long eyelashes fluttering. Do you disagree? Taisu asked curiously. In her heart, Qi Mingdai grumbled. That rebellious disciple, how does he deserve to be holy son? Is there no justice or law left? Qi Mingdai quickly composed herself and said, the selection of the holy son must be decided by all the peak masters. His cultivation is still too low, which might displease the other peak masters. Taisu nodded slightly. However, given Chushio's performance today in this dire situation, I doubt the other peak masters will object. A cultivable saint body. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he is destined to become one of the strongest in this universe. Moreover, his character is commendable. He's a kind-hearted child, willing to risk his life for his fellow disciples. Qi Mingdai inwardly scoffed. Didn't you see him throw a disciple to the demons? Kind-hearted? Huh. In the golden sea of lightning, Chushio's robes had long been reduced to ash by the lightning. His body was torn and bloodied. He continued to endure. This tribulation was even stronger than a Saint Realm tribulation. Chushio's hair fluttered as he circulated the Tao scripture, using the lightning to temper his body and strengthen his physique. The ancient saint body was said to be indestructible. Even though it wasn't fully developed yet, his recovery speed was incredibly fast. However, the speed of his recovery couldn't keep up with the lightning's destruction. What surprised him most was the half-piece of mysterious green stone he carried. It seemed to have some lightning-repelling effect. Whenever he held it, the lightning striking him weakened slightly. This meant that the demon leader holding the stone might not be completely destroyed by the tribulation. It seemed there was still a tough battle ahead. Chushio felt he couldn't hold on much longer, but as long as he held the stone, the lightning's intensity lessened slightly. This stone was extraordinary. He had to seize it. At that moment, a cracking sound came from behind Chushio. It sounded like an eggshell breaking. Oh no, I forgot about the strange egg on my back. Chushio panicked. Did it get destroyed by the lightning? The sound grew louder. Chushio's heart sank. He had completely forgotten about the egg. Chushio's eyes flickered. He quickly took off the tattered bundle. Half of the egg was exposed, absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation. The eggshell was covered in cracks. With a crack, the eggshell split open. A small, fluffy, yellowish chick poked its head out. It had 2 golden tufts of hair on its head and shook its neck, its big, round eyes darting around. Finally, it looked at Chushio. In the golden sea of lightning, the man and the chick stared at each other, falling into an eerie silence. With a crack, the chick jumped out of the eggshell, landing on Chushio's palm. It raised its head arrogantly and cursed. Damn it, lightning everywhere. Kid, are you the one undergoing the tribulation? What the hell are you? Chushio examined the chick closely. A newborn chick that could speak human language. This was truly extraordinary. I'm not a thing, damn it. The chick spat, then raised its left claw and gave Chushio the middle finger. Kid, you better show some respect, or I'll eat you in one bite. Its voice was childish, but its words were incredibly arrogant, making Chushio want to punch it. Chushio's eyes narrowed. He clenched his hand, squeezing the chick, making it squeal and beg for mercy. Stop, stop. My bones are breaking. I was wrong. Big brother, spare me. What are you? Don't tell me you're a divine duck reborn in a second life? The chick poked its head out from between Chushio's fingers, gasping for air. Its tiny beak opened and closed, muttering, divine duck? Quasi-emperor? What the hell is that? Can I eat it? A thick golden lightning bolt struck, sending a spray of golden blood. The tribulation is almost over. Kid, be careful. A black giant sword slashed toward Chushio's back, aiming to cut him in half. Chushio was still questioning the chick's origins when the black sword came at him. The sword's momentum was fierce, causing his clothes and hair to flutter wildly. Masha's timing was impeccable. Even with his unparalleled speed, Chushio had no choice but to block the strike. Golden light flashed in Chushio's eyes. Golden blood energy surged, condensing into his right hand. A golden hand phantom formed, radiating brilliant light. It reached out and grabbed the sword. The clash of metal produced a grating sound. The recoil sent Masha staggering, his tiger mouth splitting open, and blood spurting out. His pupils contracted in disbelief. His full power slash had been caught barehanded and countered. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Chushio tossed the chick aside and activated his movement technique, appearing before Masha in an instant. Blood energy surged, and a golden light shot from his pupils, making him look like a demon god. His golden fist, imbued with the power of the Tribulation, smashed into Masha's chest. Crack, crack. Masha's chest caved in, and several ribs broke. He vomited blood and was sent flying over 100 meters. Impossible. How are you so strong? Masha screamed in mid-air. Chushio stepped, closing the distance in an instant. He grabbed Masha's ankle before he could hit the ground, and slammed him into the ground. Boom. The ground, charred by the Tribulation, caved in, forming a half-meter deep crater. Cracks spread in all directions. Chushio's saint body had awakened, granting him monstrous physical strength. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, grabbing the 3 to 4 meter tall, muscular Masha, and slamming him repeatedly, effortlessly, like smashing a ragdoll. Masha lay in the human-shaped crater, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Chushio. Chushio's expression was cold. He grabbed Masha and slammed him down again. Boom, boom. The Tribulation ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the earth. Those inside the defensive formation quickly looked outside. The area within 1,000 miles was scorched earth, smoke lingering, not a blade of grass in sight. Hundreds of thousands of demons had turned to ash. The demons are all dead. We're alive. Some cried tears of joy. That's senior brother Chushio. My goodness. Nearly 1,000 people looked into the distance, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. 3 miles away, on the scorched plain, Chushio stood shirtless. His pants tattered, his black hair disheveled. His tall, lean figure and well-proportioned muscles were accentuated by the golden blood energy rising like smoke. He held a demon, covered in red armor, slamming him repeatedly into the ground. Each impact left a deep crater, dust and debris flying everywhere. I remember that demon leader was at the peak of the other shore realm, yet in senior brother Chushio's hands, he couldn't even resist. Too fierce. Senior brother Chushio is too fierce, like a god or demon descending. Su Rushiwa's eyes sparkled with admiration, her chest heaving with emotion. She was both shocked and overjoyed. Senior brother Chu is fine. That's great. Yifan's gaze was blank, so strong. He tried to imagine himself in Masha's place, and couldn't help but shudder, his spine tingling with fear. Human, don't go too far. Masha coughed up blood repeatedly, every bone in his body broken. In just a short time, Chushio had slammed him over 100 times. Tell me the origin of the stone, Chushio demanded, gripping Masha's ankle. Masha's face was covered in blood, foam bubbling from his mouth. He let out a low laugh. With a slap, Chushio grabbed his body and slammed him down again. He then stepped on Masha's neck, looking down at him coldly. Your laughter is really unpleasant, not villainous at all. If you dare laugh at me again, I'll turn your 5 limbs into 4. I hate your eyes. Masha struggled to speak. Chushio pressed his foot harder, nearly crushing Masha's throat. Just kill me. Masha gasped. I'll never tell you, human. Masha laughed maniacally, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Memories of his life flashed before his eyes. He had once been an ordinary pangolin demon, abandoned by his mother shortly after birth, and bullied by his own kind. Fortunately, an old wolf demon had taken him in, giving him a sense of family. But the good times didn't last. One year, the wolf demon was killed by disciples of the Taisu Holy Land. His body was skinned and hung on a cliff. That day, Masha clung to his grandfather's corpse, crying from dawn till dusk. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. Child, this world is a cage. We are the livestock trapped within. I'm old, but you're still young. If you get the chance, break free. Obtain the stone. Shatter the rules of this small world, and ascend to the other shore realm. Become invincible within this secret realm. Unite all demons, and plan for a century. Just when escape seemed within reach, this human destroyed everything with his tribulation. Masha's pupils dimmed. As he gazed at the blue sky and white clouds above, a bird soared freely in the distance. Slowly raising his right hand, he reached out as if trying to grasp something. Do you really want to see the outside world? Grandpa, I'm sorry, I failed too. I couldn't see the world for you. With a crack, a black sword descended, blood splattering as Masha's head flew off. His expression was blank, his lifeless eyes devoid of hatred, only deep regret. Chu Xiao held the black sword, blood dripping from its blade. He looked down at Masha's headless body, bent down, and found the other half of the stone in his possession. He tucked it into his robe, then began digging a pit with the black sword. He buried the body and piled up a grave mound, planting Masha's black giant sword at the head of the grave. A gentle breeze brushed his face, his hair fluttering in the wind. He turned and walked away. The little yellow chick scurried after him, its speed astonishingly fast. It ran to Chu Xiao's feet, tilting its head up. I didn't expect you to bury him so kindly. I thought you'd torture him, to extract the stone's secrets. I hated him, but I don't hate those who die pursuing their dreams. Besides, he wouldn't have told me the stone's origin anyway. His right hand glowed with true essence as he reached for the little chick, lifting it onto his palm and holding it firmly. Hey, watch it. The chick cursed. Kid, be gentle. Don't crush me to death. You still haven't told me what you are. Also, the divine egg that birthed you was with the half-stone. Is there a connection between you two? Chu Xiao's narrow eyes half-closed, exuding a dangerous aura. The chick shrank its neck, speaking in a childish voice. According to my inherited memories, I seem to be from the Divine Duck clan. As for whether I have no idea. Divine Duck? Chu Xiao examined the chick carefully. The chick's tuft of hair swayed as it crossed its tiny wings and tilted its head arrogantly. Scared? Huh. The Divine Duck clan is one of the royal demon clans. Bow before me, little chef. Chu Xiao's expression remained cold. He tightened his grip. Oh, stop. Big brother, I was wrong. The chick quickly apologized. I can sense your extraordinary bloodline. From now on, I am your master. Let me think. Your name. The chick's head sprouted 3 question marks. It immediately started cursing, spittle flying everywhere. I'm born extraordinary. I'm destined to become a Tao emperor. You dare claim to be my master? You should be my human pet. The heavenly demon secret realm trial officially ended. Chu Xiao, with the little chick, slowly walked into the teleportation portal. The chick stood on his shoulder, hopping and chirping, its 2 golden tufts of hair swaying. It protested loudly against the name chicken. Chu Xiao ignored it, his injuries healing visibly. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, cleansing the soot and dust from his body. He took out a new robe from his storage bag, draped it over his shoulders, and tied his long black hair with a simple Taoist knot. The killing intent dissipated, and his aura became ethereal, like an immortal. He walked slowly toward the teleportation square. The clouds cleared, revealing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. We won. Cheers erupted in the square. Senior brother Chu Xiao wiped out the demons. Senior brother Chu Xiao is invincible. The disciples were ecstatic, chanting Chu Xiao's name repeatedly. Yi Fan watched the tall figure, his emotions complex. He's really strong. I've become a bystander again. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. I will surpass you and become the protagonist. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone with teary eyes. Standing beside him, Su Rushue, with her charming face, looked heroic. His heart was filled with bitterness. The Taisu square was bustling with noise. Disciples and elders were discussing fervently. So fierce, summoning lightning to annihilate countless demons, as expected of senior brother Yun Xiaofeng. Absolutely unstoppable. From now on, Chu Xiao will be my goal to chase. It feels like I've witnessed the birth of a young supreme being. Crack. Listening to the surrounding praises for Chu Xiao, Jian Lingyun snapped his favorite, purple gold folding fan in half. His face darkened. How many lives does this guy have? Xiao Yifeng's face twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he muttered. Why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? Jian Lingyun said coldly. Senior brother Xiao, let's find a chance to kill him outside the Holy Land. I was thinking the same. I refuse to believe he'll hide in the Holy Land forever. He won't stay hidden. I knew senior brother Chu Xiao would find a way to turn the tables. Chu Xiaoran let out a sigh of relief. Her fair, jade-like face blossomed into a faint smile as she glanced at the slender figure of the peach demon. With graceful steps, her long, transforming into petals, carrying a fragrant breeze as she dissipated. She left Taisu Square, gazing at the reflection in the void. The peach demon pursed her pink lips, a pair of shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Qingquan, let's go. She turned into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Tai Suzy waved her sleeve, and the image reflected in the void disappeared. A portal opened in the void ahead. She and Mengdai stepped through it. In the next moment, the portal vanished. After they left, the white-haired, white-robed Elder Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He let out a heavy sigh. Turning to Imo Fian, he said with a bitter smile, Elder Imo, so many disciples have died. I have failed in my duty. I'm afraid I won't escape punishment. Imo Fian, with her icy demeanor and jade-like beauty, wore a red dress that clung to her like a ripe peach. Her tone, however, was cold. Fortunately, Chu Xiao and the others are safe. Otherwise, you'd probably spend the rest of your life reflecting on Taisu Cliff. With that, she moved gracefully, floating down to Taisu Square below. She began to oversee the activation of the teleportation array, preparing to bring the disciples back. Elder Yang sighed deeply, feeling his future was bleak. That woman Qimingdai is really lucky to have such a heaven-defying disciple like Chu Xiao, a woman in a purple dress, with a white veil covering her face, her figure slender and enchanting, soft and boneless, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. I must find a way to win him over. I'm sure that woman will be furious when it happens. Thinking to herself, her figure gradually faded and disappeared. In a corner of the square, a white figure turned and left. He really has changed, Su Tianjin murmured to herself, her gaze complex. In her mind, she recalled the person who often visited Tianjian Peak, the one who would blush just from meeting her gaze. When did he start to change? After his life and death battle with Zhang Ming, perhaps. With a sigh, she also left Taisu Square. Senior brother Chu Xiao, are you alright? Su Rushue stepped forward, asking if he was injured. Chu Xiao shook his head, saying he was fine. The others gathered around, their faces flushed, expressing their gratitude for Chu Xiao's life-saving grace. They were grateful to Chu Xiao, but also felt ashamed. Not long ago, they had allowed Lu Ming to force Chu Xiao out of the formation in order to save themselves. If not for Chu Xiao's miraculous turnaround, they would have been devoured by the demons. It might be too late to say sorry now, but I still want to apologize to you. A man dressed in light clothing, missing an arm, with a delicate appearance, approached Chu Xiao. He lowered his head, his face flushed. Others also expressed their apologies. Yi Fan's gaze was complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't step forward. A small white snake emerged from his collar, raising its head with big, curious eyes, staring at Ji Taimei on Chu Xiao's shoulder. Its aura felt familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Chu Xiao's smile was as warm as sunlight. I'm standing here safe and sound, aren't I? There's no need for everyone to be so apologetic, he said, like a humble gentleman. His magnanimity was truly admirable. The more indifferent he appeared, the more everyone felt they had wronged him. From now on, they would become his loyal followers in the Taisu Holy Land. This was the brilliance of the Chu demon. Senior brother Chu Xiao is such a good person. Senior brother Chu Xiao, I want to be your follower. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Luckily, he died at the hands of the demons. Otherwise, I would have made him pay. Looking at Chu Xiao, who was the center of attention in the crowd, Yi Fan clenched his fists in envy. How great it would be if he were the one in the center. After a long time, when the crowd dispersed, Chu Xiao approached Yi Fan. In his eyes, the purple aura around Yi Fan had faded significantly, not as dense as when they first met. His aura had been absorbed by Chu Xiao. Brother Yi, what's this on your shoulder? He noticed the cute white snake on Yi Fan's shoulder, his eyes flickering with interest. Could it be the giant python from the treasure land? Has Yi Fan tamed it? Yi Fan smiled, gently stroking the snake's head. It's a spirit beast I recently tamed. Chu Xiao, what's on your shoulder? He's called Ji Taimei. As you can see, he's a chicken, barely my pet. Chu Xiao said nonchalantly. Hey kid, show some respect. I'm not a chicken. You're the chicken. Your whole family are chickens. Ji Taimei cursed, hopping up and down in anger. Yi Fan's eye twitched. He had never seen such a strange little chick. What an interesting little guy. After some small talk, Chu Xiao went to a corner of the square, found a spot, and sat down to meditate. Inspecting the changes within himself, his blood surged, full of vitality. His sea of energy was vast and boundless, and his divine platform was incredibly large. His soul was stable. This was the power of the system. Using breakthrough points, his cultivation speed was astonishingly. 1 week felt like 2 years, equivalent to 2 years of secluded cultivation, with no hidden dangers. His foundation was extremely solid, saving him a lot of time to stabilize his realm. As time passed, the sun set, and 2 full moons rose, casting a silvery glow over the entire demon sealing realm. With hundreds of thousands of demons dead, the realm's night grew even quieter. At dawn the next day, the first ray of sunlight shone, and a blue beam shot into the sky, splitting open, to form a massive, 1,000-meter-wide teleportation gate. The disciples cheered, then orderly stepped through the gate, leaving the demon-sealing realm, and returning to the Taisu Holy Land. On the third day, inside the cave, Chu Xiao sat cross-legged on a cushion, as still as an old monk in deep meditation. Golden light occasionally flickered from his eyes. Above his head floated a green stone mirror, surrounded by immortal light, with dragons and phoenixes dancing, creating a divine scene. The sound of the Tao echoed faintly. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. 30,000 restrictions, and I've only refined 1%. My cultivation level is still too low. The green stone mirror's immortal light faded, slowly landing in Chuxio's hand. It was part of the real mirror, providing information about the real realm. The realm's level was extremely high, at least at the Saint King level, possibly even Quasi-Emperor level. However, it was still incomplete. It had two functions. The first was the Starlight Domain, which could suppress enemies. When activated, the stone mirror would emit a large amount of green light, forming a domain that suppressed all enemies within a radius of several thousand meters, slowing their movements, or even completely immobilizing them. The higher the user's cultivation level, the stronger the suppression, and the larger the affected area. The second function was information communication. He hadn't fully figured out this function yet. He stroked the mirror's surface, took out a high-grade spirit stone, and placed it into the groove at the back of the stone mirror. The mirror emitted a flash of green light. It was successfully charged. In the next moment, something shocking happened. A line of small text gradually appeared on the mirror. "To your name. What is this familiar?" Chuxio was astonished. He pushed the mirror's surface and entered Sunshine Youth. Creation successful. The mirror's surface rippled, and a message appeared. "Welcome to the Primordial Universe. Your sequence number is very high, and your authority level far exceeds that of ordinary people. The following functions are now available to you: chat channels, Star Plaza, private trading spaces, etc. Other functions are still locked. Note: apart from chat functions, activating teleportation will consume a large amount of energy. Please prepare spirit stones or divine spirit stones. Otherwise, the teleportation channel cannot be opened." Chuxio's eyes widened in shock. "It seems I've obtained something extraordinary." As the Chu demon, he had dominated the Tianqiong continent for decades, renowned as invincible among his peers. Yet, he had never heard of such a thing in the world. As a transmigrator, he could roughly understand the functions displayed by the real mirror: a chat tool, a secret realm pass. The spirit stone in the mirror's groove had exhausted its energy, crumbling into dust and falling away. The mirror's surface rippled, and the text gradually faded. A high-grade spirit stone only lasted 1 minute. Chuxio inserted another spirit stone into the groove. His name reappeared. He opened the chat channel. "Welcome to chat room 17. Online users, 6. Golden Sun Clan, Jin Xingyang, Damn Dragon Horse Clan. Their divine son has been chasing me for 3 days and nights. Is anyone near the Taimang Plain? I need a spatial expert to help me escape. I'm willing to offer 3,000 primordial coins as a reward. Voidwalker, Markar Hot, 8,000. And I'll teleport over immediately. Golden Sun Clan, Jin Xingyang. Damn, you're fast. Coordinates: Can 335, Kurin 245. Doghead Clan, at Holly. Hey, Dark Witch Shuemo, do you have any human souls for sale? I've been conducting soul-related experiments, and need a large number of souls. Undead Clan, Momo Yate. I have some. How many do you need? Dark Witch Shuemo, 500,000. Let's discuss the price in the trading space. Undead Clan, Momo Yate. Deal. Chuxio's brows gradually furrowed. He had never heard of these races before. Are they not from the Tianqiong continent? I've never heard of the Taimang Plain either. This world is probably much vaster than I imagined. Who created the primordial universe? A supreme expert? Or someone else? What was their purpose in creating it? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Chuxio took a deep breath and exited chat room 17, moving to other channels to observe. After half a day, he had a rough understanding of what the primordial universe was. The universe was vast and boundless, with countless life-bearing planets and numerous races. Some lucky individuals, like Chuxio, obtained treasures similar to the stone mirror and gained access to this network. The primordial universe connected them all, allowing communication and trade across the cosmos. Once you obtain an identity, you can log into the primordial universe. It is a vast, interconnected cosmic space. No matter where you are in the universe, you can enter it through a pass like the real mirror, engaging in battles, cultivation, and acquiring treasures, techniques, and more. It's somewhat like a real-life game on Earth. The difference is that if you die in it, you're truly dead. There's no chance of resurrection. Interesting. Chuxio's eyes gleamed. So, I can compete with other geniuses across the universe, but my cultivation level is still too low, so I shouldn't venture into dangerous areas yet. He took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and clicked on the Star Plaza. According to the information from the chat channels, this place was a safe zone. If anyone dared to attack others here, they would be directly erased by the Primordial Universe's system. The stone mirror floated up, emitting a green immortal light that enveloped Chu Xiu. After a few breaths, the light disappeared, and the mirror fell to the ground. Chu Xiu frowned and picked up the mirror. A line of text appeared on it. Warning, your current cultivation level is too low. You must at least break through to the next major realm before you can enter the Primordial Universe. Chu Xiu's forehead twitched. Forget it. I was planning to explore that mysterious place, but I've already partially refined the mirror's restrictions. I can now store it in my spatial pouch. After storing it, Chu Xiu stood up and left the cave. He found Ji Taimei in the courtyard, roasting a spirit rabbit over a fire. From time to time, he added some spices. His skills were good. The rabbit was golden on the outside, crispy and tender, with an enticing aroma. It smells so good. Ji Taimei drooled, his big eyes fixed on the rabbit, his little wings rubbing together in anticipation. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept by, and the roasted rabbit disappeared from the fire. Ji Taimei's eyes widened in shock. He jumped 3 feet high, cursing. Who was it? Which damn bastard dared to steal my rabbit? Not bad, but it needs more salt. Ji Taimei turned his head angrily, only to see Chu Xiu sitting on a stone under a willow tree by the lake, holding the rabbit Ji Taimei had just roasted in his right hand, eating it while commenting on its flavor. He even took out a jug of wine, taking a big gulp. Brat, I'll fight you. Ji Taimei was furious. His little claws moved like blurs as he pounced on Chu Xiu. I'll peck you to death. Chu Xiu raised his hand and caught him, twisting off the rabbit's head and tossing it to Ji Taimei. You scoundrel. Ji Taimei was livid. Calm down. I'll treat you to monkey brains another day. They're super tender when eaten raw, like tofu, with a hint of herbal fragrance. Very delicious. Really? The little yellow chicken hugged the rabbit head, tilting his fluffy head, his 2 golden tufts of hair swaying. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Of course, I swear on my master's name. Chu Xiu ate the rabbit and drank wine, his tone firm. Fine, but don't you dare trick me, brat. By the way, someone came looking for you earlier. You were in seclusion, so he left. Who was it? Someone named Hualuo? Did he say anything? Ji Taimei mumbled while eating the rabbit head. He said to meet at the usual place in 3 days. At the Taisu Peak's Grand Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and majestic. Immortal light and spiritual mist filled the air, making it resemble a celestial palace. Today, the 17 peak masters gathered, seated on floating thrones in mid-air. Important elders from each peak stood throughout the hall. At the highest point in the center of the hall, on a massive bronze throne, Taisu sat with an air of majesty, dressed in a luxurious white gold divine robe. Her body radiated immortal light, her skin as white as jade. Her wavy blue hair cascaded naturally over her chest and back. Her face was exquisitely beautiful. Slightly below the Holy Master's throne, there were 2 smaller, bronze thrones. The one on the left was empty, while the one on the right was occupied by a woman in a plain white dress, her face veiled with white gauze. Her eyes were closed, leaning back on the throne as if asleep. She was the current holy maiden of the Taisu Holy Land, Baisusu. Having cultivated for over 100 years, she had reached the mid-stage of the small saint realm. The Bai family was a direct lineage of the Holy Land, holding a transcendent status. Over tens of thousands of years, they had produced 3 holy masters, one of whom even attained the quasi-emperor level. When Chu Xiu challenged the Sea of Reincarnation Tower, the quasi-emperor phantom that appeared was Baisu, the quasi-emperor of the Bai family. The similarity between Baisusu and Baisu's names highlighted her status and talent. The empty seat on the left naturally belonged to the Holy Sun. Below them were the thrones of the Tianxing, Yunxia, and Tianjin Peak Masters. Further down were the thrones of the Dao Yun Peak, Qi Refining Peak, Alchemy Peak, and the other 17 peaks, each radiating immense pressure. Without exception, they were all top-tier experts among experts. Below them, the elders from each peak who had entered the Grand Hall had cultivation levels no lower than the early-stage small saint realm. They were the high-end combat power of the Holy Land, numbering over 100, a truly formidable force. This was the powerful foundation of the Holy Land. The elders below dared not speak, keeping their heads down and avoiding eye contact with the peak masters floating above. Taisu glanced around, her eyes like stars, her life force radiating as she cultivated the Taisu Emperor scripture. Her aura was filled with a primitive life force, both majestic and... Let's begin with the first topic, the matter of the demon sealing realm. What issues have you all identified? The Tianxing Peak Master spoke, his body surrounded by sword energy, the void around him fluctuating with his power. His silver hair floated without wind, and the aura of a great saint filled the hall. The pressure made everyone hold their breath. They've been too comfortable and complacent, lacking the will to fight. That's why they were so timid when facing the demons. We should send them down the mountain to train. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. The Dao Yun peak master added, in recent years, the subordinate kingdoms of the Holy Land have frequently been harassed by demonic beasts. We can send the disciples to exterminate them, letting them experience the baptism of blood. This will surely help them grow faster. She was a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a cyan Taoist robe, her aura ethereal. Her cultivation was at the peak of the small saint realm, half a step into the great saint realm. Her proposal was straightforward. Except for the alchemy, chi refining, and treasure peaks, the other peaks should enforce a rule that every disciple must descend the mountain once a year and slay a certain number of demons of their own level before returning. The Tianjin peak master, Lu Shui, sneered, dream on. Do you think it's that easy? With the number of disciples in the Holy Land, if everyone goes down the mountain, will there really be enough demons to kill in the subordinate kingdoms? The Dao Yun peak master countered, they can hunt desolate beasts, or go to the heavenly abyss Great Wall. But we've been hunting desolate beasts all along, Lu Shui retorted, and sending low-level cultivators to the heavenly abyss Great Wall is just sending them to their deaths. The other peak masters and elders remained silent, accustomed to the two of them bickering. Taisu's voice cut through the tension. Enough. We'll proceed. As suggested by the Dao Yun and Yunxia peak masters, the demonic beasts are endless. If necessary, they can go to the heavenly abyss Great Wall. Seeing that the Holy Master had made her decision, Lu Shui fell silent. Then the details of this matter will be handled by the Dao Yun peak master. Yes, the Dao Yun peak master stood and bowed to Taisu. Taisu continued, for nearly 100 years, the Holy Land has not selected a holy son, often ridiculed by other great sects and families. I believe it's time to choose a holy son. What do you all think? The peak masters and elders immediately straightened their backs, exchanging glances. The election of the holy son. This was the main topic of today's meeting. Bai Susu, who had been dozing off, yawned, her eyes flashing with a hint of blue light. The relationship between the holy son and holy maiden could be very close, but they were also competitors. In the history of the Taisu Holy Land, there were examples of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden becoming Tao companions, as well as instances where they competed fiercely for the position of Holy Master, even fighting to the death on the life and death stage. Even though she was naturally aloof and detached from worldly affairs, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious about who would become the next Holy Son. I recommend Feng Bailing, the chief disciple of Tianjin Peak. The Blood Spirit Peak Master was the first to speak. He has cultivated for less than 200 years, and his cultivation has reached the small saint realm. His talent is extraordinary. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard, his face covered with deep wrinkles. He wore a blood-red robe, exuding a sinister aura, and was a representative of the Tianjin Peak faction. I recommend Meng Tao, the second true disciple of Tianxing Peak. He possesses the Sword King divine body, and after 100 years of cultivation, he has reached the small saint realm. He is qualified to be the Holy Son. The Alchemy Peak Master spoke up. He had a kind smile, wearing a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, his youthful face contrasting with his white hair. It was clear that he belonged to the Tianxing faction, and he had a close relationship with the Tianxing Peak Master. I also recommend Meng Tao. The Kaixia Peak Master spoke succinctly, his words as plain and unadorned as his demeanor. Apart from the Tianxing, Tianjin, and Yunxia Peak Masters, most of the other Peak Masters began recommending candidates. Meng Tao from Tianxing received 5 votes, while Feng Bailing from Tianjin received 4. The treasure, chi refining, and other peaks chose to remain silent, maintaining neutrality. The Yunxia Peak had no faction, so no one spoke up to recommend anyone. Qi Mengdai watched coldly from the sidelines, her heart unmoved. She was naturally aloof and disdained forming factions. She thought to herself, it's better if that rebellious disciple doesn't become the Holy Son. He's too ruthless. If he were to become the Holy Son, it would be disastrous. Tianxing's inner circle was pale, his pupils flickering slightly. The votes for his disciple had won out, but Lu Shui's eyes turned cold. He sighed inwardly, we didn't win. The foundation of the Tianxing faction is still too weak. Taisu smiled faintly, not bad. They are all excellent candidates. They will surely become the pillars of our holy land in the future. The peak masters and elders all turned to look at her, realizing that her words were a signal. She also had a candidate in mind. The hall fell into silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was curious. Who would the Holy Master recommend? As a peak saint king and one of the strongest beings on the Tianxiong continent, her words carried immense weight. If she spoke, the matter would likely be settled. Taisu voiced the question on everyone's mind. Your Majesty, do you have a candidate in mind? Taisu smiled faintly and uttered 2 words, Chuxiao. The hall immediately erupted in chatter. The elders whispered among themselves. Chuxiao from Yunxia Peak, the one who broke the ancient limits of the Sea of Reincarnation, the one who triggered the Quasi-Emperor's chant and summoned the River of Time, the one who left an inscription that shook the ancient and modern eras. He also performed exceptionally well in the Demon Sealing Realm. He faced heavenly tribulation at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm and single-handedly wiped out hundreds of thousands of demons, saving nearly 1,000 disciples. According to the disciples who came out of the secret realm, he has a gentle and magnanimous personality, but his cultivation level is only at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. His cultivation is too low, so he's not suitable. Lu Shui's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Qi Mingdai, then addressed Taisu. Your Majesty, I don't think Chuxiao is suitable. His cultivation level is too low. The Tianjin faction's peak masters nodded in agreement, and even the Tianxing faction tactfully expressed their opposition. Chuxiao's cultivation is too low. Faced with the opposition, Taisu was not surprised. She said slowly, he once fought against the young Emperor Fun and successfully reached the top, breaking the ancient limits. He can kill enemies a full realm above him, likely reaching the 7 extremes, or even touching the 8 extremes. He faced heavenly tribulation at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, which is truly extraordinary. Most importantly, he possesses the ancient desolate saint body, which, when fully developed, can rival an emperor. You all should know what that means. Her words caused an uproar in the hall. What? He has the ancient desolate saint body? An elder exclaimed in shock. He broke the curse of the saint body? Is that even possible? Under the night sky, the moon hung high, its light as gentle as water. Stars filled the sky above the courtyard of Chuxiao's cave on Yunxia Peak. Your name is Jitaime? Tao Yao held the little chick in her left hand, her right index finger poking curiously at its fluffy head. Under the moonlight, Tao Yao looked stunning, her skin glowing like snow. Her light green dress fluttered gently, and Jitaime raised her right claw, giving Tao Yao the middle finger. Damn woman, call me Lord Shunya, otherwise, I'll eat your brother. Tao Yao laughed, her body shaking with mirth, her chest heaving. You little thing, you want to eat me? Jitaime jumped up in anger, her voice full of bravado. Once I grow up, I'll make you my slave, and then I'll make Chuxiao my mount. Senior brother, where did you find this silly spirit pet? Tao Yao tilted her head, her eyes curving into crescents. I found him in the Demon Sealing Realm. He seemed special, so I took him in. In front of the fire, Chuxiao was roasting a spirit deer, the aroma wafting through the air. Lately, because of Jitaime, he had also become fond of barbecuing. You two are going too far. I'm not a spirit pet. Jitaime jumped up in anger, her claws flailing, her tiny wings flapping furiously. She wished she could burn Tao Yao to ashes. Such a temper. Senior brother, should we roast her? Her meat must be tender. Tao Yao revealed her small fangs, which gleamed in the firelight. In Jitaime's eyes, Tao Yao had grown a pair of horns, transforming into a demon. Not a bad idea. I think making her into a beggar's chicken would be great. Chuxiao nodded in agreement. You're threatening me? Jitaime was furious. She immediately transformed into an angry little chick and charged at Chuxiao. Chuxiao dodged, and she missed, nearly plunging into the fire. She rolled on the ground, stood up, and crossed her tiny wings over her chest, looking indignant. I was born extraordinary, destined to reach the pinnacle. You two better show me some respect, or I'll eat you both. You stubborn little chicken. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Tao Yao was annoyed by Jitaime's constant insults, calling them a dog couple repeatedly. She raised her hand, her fingers glowing, with white gold Dao light, as if the heavens and earth were turning upside down. She grabbed Jitaime and began plucking her feathers. Jitaime gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Woman, just you wait. How dare you pluck my beautiful feathers? This grudge is huge. You're not even at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, and you want to seek revenge on me? Tao Yao's face was full of disdain. It's ready, Chuxiao said. Tao Yao's eyes lit up, and she tossed Jitaime aside. Immediately sitting next to Chuxiao, she cupped her cheeks in her hands as Chuxiao cut a piece of venison and placed it on a plate for her. Jitaime landed with a thud, her head spinning, but she quickly ran over, shouting, "Move aside. I want half." As the night deepened, after seeing Tao Yao off, Chuxiao returned to his secluded cultivation area. These past few days, he had been refining the stone mirror and hadn't had time to check his system. I remember there's an unclaimed reward for breaking through a major realm. He pulled up the system log, detected that you have broken through a major realm. Special reward obtained. Ancient Desolate Saint Body Cultivation Method. Upper volume. Category: Cultivation Technique. Grade: Immortal. Description: Cultivating this technique allows the ancient desolate saint body to reach the small saint realm. Do you wish to receive the technique? Accept. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. He was in need of a cultivation method for the ancient desolate saint body, and the system had delivered it at the perfect time. He closed his eyes and began receiving the technique. Golden light poured into his divine platform, and a golden phantom appeared behind Chu Xiu. The phantom seemed to transcend time and space, as if a supreme expert was personally explaining the Tao to him. Ancient characters filled with the principles of the Tao flew into his divine platform, orbiting his golden soul like stars around a celestial body. In his golden sea of reincarnation, a green lotus bloomed, its fragrance filling the air. Chaos energy surged, and the Tao chanted endlessly. The vision of chaos planting a green lotus hovered above his head, its pressure overwhelming. Ji Taimei, who had been dozing off, jolted awake, cursing under her breath. That damn guy is improving again. Looks like I need to cultivate seriously too, so I can surpass Chu Xiu and make him my mount. Chu Xiu's body glowed with golden light, his expression solemn as he chanted. Ancient characters flew from his mouth, imprinting themselves into the void above him. His eyes flickered with golden light as they opened and closed. After an unknown amount of time. So this is how the saint body is cultivated. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Open my personal panel. Host: Chu Xiu. Realm: Divine Bridge. 9th layer. Special Constitution: Ancient Desolate Saint Body. Heavenly Slaughter. Cultivation Technique: Ancient Desolate Saint Body Method. Upper Volume. Luck Value: 1125. Combat Power Evaluation: 30 times that of an ordinary peer. At full power, can enter the 8 extremes realm. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered. System: What do 7 extremes and 8 extremes mean? Secret techniques, cultivation methods, foundation, special bloodlines, and constitutions all contribute to combat power. Killing enemies across realms means, for example, at the first layer of the Divine Bridge, you can kill a 7th layer Divine Bridge cultivator. That's 7 extremes. But I killed a peak Dark Realm demon leader, who was 9 minor realms above me. Why isn't that considered 9 extremes? Foundation, Sea of Reincarnation, Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore are all foundational realms. The power gap isn't significant. Tao techniques, divine abilities, Small Saint, Great Saint, and Saint King are the key realms. You were once a Small Saint expert, so you should know how difficult it is to kill across realms in the later stages. Chu Xiu nodded. That's why I need to lay a solid foundation and break through the ancient desolate saint body cultivation method. Warning: cultivating the ancient desolate saint body is extremely difficult and consumes vast resources. Currently, each small cycle is estimated to take 5 years, consuming 1 million breakthrough points. Do you wish to proceed with the breakthrough? You have begun secluded cultivation of the ancient desolate saint body. Chu Xiu's body immediately began to change. Golden blood surged through his veins, flowing dozens of times faster than usual. Through his meridians, thunder rumbled, and his flesh and bones greedily absorbed the nutrients in his body. Even his cells were being pushed to their limits. His heart pounded violently, and the walls of his cave began to crack. Damn it, not again. Ji Taimei, terrified, scrambled to her feet and fled the cave. Chu Xiu frowned. His once well-defined muscles and toned body were visibly withering away. Excruciating pain surged through him, and he couldn't continue halfway through the cultivation. By now, his eyes were sunken, and he was reduced to skin and bones. Breaking through the saint body is completely different from breaking through cultivation realms. When breaking through the saint body, the speed is so fast that I need to extract new to support the saint body's growth. Chu Xiu continuously took out spirit herbs from his storage bag. He even took out some rare spirit herbs and stuffed a qixia fruit into his mouth. The feeling of being completely drained was unbearable. The cultivation was interrupted. You have cultivated the saint body for 2 years, consuming 1 million breakthrough points. No refunds. No refunds? You're killing me. Chu Xiu, now skin and bones, ate the spirit herbs, his body radiating a fragrant aura and glowing faintly. His body visibly returned to normal, only to wither again, repeating the cycle several times. As the medicinal power was absorbed, the density, toughness, and strength of his bones and flesh rapidly increased. His saint blood also gradually turned from pale gold. The speed at which his body strengthened was astonishing, something that couldn't be replicated. If anyone saw this, they would surely exclaim, "Monster. This is insane, painful but rewarding." It seems I'll need to prepare more spirit herbs for future breakthroughs. Otherwise, I might be drained to death. Charge, my little treasure. In a shaded area of the courtyard, a small yellow chick rode on the back of a white spirit rabbit, pointing forward and kicking the rabbit's belly with its tiny feet. The rabbit trembled in fear, leaping forward with all its strength. Jitime was growing quickly. In just a few days, she had grown larger, and her wings now had a few black-red feathers. The feathers were covered in intricate patterns, exuding a mystical aura. Chushio sat cross-legged by the lake, holding a palm-sized, rusty bronze fragment in his hand. His divine platform emitted boundless golden light, and his eyes were focused intently as he channeled his divine sense to investigate the mysterious bronze fragment that had stirred his emotions. The heavenly slaughter sword chi penetrated the bronze fragment, sensing its aura. I sense a primordial aura, as if it's something born at the beginning of the universe. Chushio's golden light receded, and he frowned, deep in thought. This bronze fragment isn't a primordial object itself, but it carries a primordial aura. This suggests that the fragment has been in long-term contact with a primordial object, imbuing it with that aura, something that can make my origin tremble. A primordial object is likely. Chushio's eyes flashed with golden light. A primordial sword embryo. The universe is vast and boundless, and the rare treasures it produces are as numerous as the waters of the sea. But treasures bearing the word primordial are absolutely the ultimate treasures. Even emperors would covet them, especially for a swordsman. A primordial sword embryo is the ultimate dream. Unfortunately, obtaining one is no easier than becoming an emperor. They are incredibly rare. An entire universe might only produce a handful of primordial sword embryos. A primordial sword embryo is formed at the beginning of the universe, condensed from the primordial Tao. It contains supreme sword Tao principles and primordial sword chi. A swordsman can nurture it in their divine platform, and it will grow as their strength increases. Its potential is limitless. It is the ultimate treasure for a swordsman. Combined with my heavenly slaughter sword chi, it would be unstoppable. Chushio's heart raced with excitement, his robes fluttering, and his black hair swaying in the wind. He felt both thrilled and helpless. Unfortunately, I don't know where to find it. If I collect more bronze fragments, I might discover something. Jitime, riding the spirit rabbit, was having a great time in the courtyard. Chushio leaned, gazing at the blue sky in a daze. Senior brother. A clear female voice called from outside the courtyard. He turned his head and saw one of the female disciples who served his master. The young girl had a lively and mischievous demeanor, a figure in a red dress, not very tall, with a gentle, delicate demeanor. Her smile is sweet. Chushio stood up and walked over. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. Hongdai, are you here to ask your senior brother out on a date? Hongdai's cheeks flushed slightly. She glared at him. She cooed, Senior brother, you're teasing me again. Hongdai isn't here to ask you out on a date. The Windlord has ordered me to deliver a message. He wants you to go to the Windlord's hall now. So, my master wants to see me. Chushio raised his hand. He tidied his disheveled hair and took out a peachwood hairpin to secure it. His movements were fluid and natural. With a smile, he said, let's go then. He walked past her. A gentle breeze followed him. Chushio was tall, with a smile played on his lips, like a jade-like gentleman, unparalleled in the world. The young girl was momentarily entranced. Her eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly followed him with small steps. Her face was burning. Ah, senior brother, you're too handsome. The rabbit on her head twitched its ears. Seeing this scene, a dark-feathered bird nearby glanced over. It looked disdainful, muttering curses under its breath. Show off. Hope you get struck by lightning. In the Windlord's hall, on a white jade lotus throne, sat a peerlessly beautiful woman. The fairy master, dressed in a plain robe, had a curvaceous figure. Her posture was elegant and alluring. Her long legs were crossed. Her slender waist was delicate, almost as if it could be held with one hand. Her snow-white neck led to an exquisitely beautiful face. The fairy master glanced lightly at Chushio as he entered. She whispered a few words to a female disciple beside her. After the disciple left, the fairy master's gaze fell on her wayward disciple. Disciple pays respects to master. Chushio clasped his hands and took a deep breath. He sighed inwardly, as expected of the heavenly fragrance body. Just sitting there, she naturally exudes an alluring orchid fragrance throughout the hall. The fairy master's red lips parted slightly. Do you know why I summoned you here? Chushio smiled mischievously. Could it be that master misses me? His smile was as shameless as it could be. Gone was the image of the unparalleled gentleman from before. You rascal. The fairy master gritted her teeth. A powerful aura emanated from her. Her long hair floated around her. She wanted to suppress her wayward disciple with a wave of her hand. But when she saw Chushio's right hand forming a seal, Her aura receded like a tide. She bit her crystal-like lips and leaned weakly against the throne. Yesterday, at the Holy Land meeting, the Holy Lord proposed making you the Holy Son. The proposal was almost unanimously approved. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Master, are you saying I'm going to be the Holy Son? The fairy master glanced at him coldly. She snorted. You must be very pleased with yourself, aren't you? Oh, absolutely. Chu Xiu laughed. He didn't hide his delight at all. Becoming the Holy Son of Taisu Holy Land so quickly was something he had never expected. Sister Hua, you've done well. The fairy master sneered. Don't think being the Holy Son will be easy. You'll not only face challenges from the Holy Land's disciples, but also compete with the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens of other great sects and families. One misstep, and you could lose your life. The ceremony to appoint you as Holy Son hasn't happened yet. If you want to back out, now's the time. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it. The fairy master's cold smile was breathtaking. Regret? Why would I regret? Chu Xiu bared his teeth in a cold smile. The number of Holy Sons and Holy Maidens who have fallen into my hands exceeds the count of both hands. How could I be afraid of competing with them? Seeing his expression, the fairy master sighed inwardly. She knew he had made up his mind. So, the fairy master began to explain the details of the Holy Son appointment ceremony, what he needed to do on the day, and that guests from other holy lands, great sects, and families would be attending to witness the event, and so on. After listening to her explanation, Chu Xiu cupped his hands respectfully toward his master. Understood. I'll go back and cultivate to improve my strength. With that, he turned to leave. Without the slightest hesitation, Qi Mengdai straightened up and stared at his retreating figure. Just as he was about to leave the hall, the fairy master cleared her throat lightly. Chu Xiu pretended not to hear. He continued walking out. The fairy master's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She asked, You rascal, don't you have any cultivation questions to ask me? Although your progress is fast, your cultivation level is still too low. As a Holy Son, this is very unacceptable. Chu Xiu paused in his steps. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind closed the two massive bronze doors, each nearly 8 meters tall. Why did you close the doors? You know exactly why, Master. Chu Xiu turned around, a smile on his lips. Please, Master, your disciple's talent is still too lacking. A faint blush appeared on Qi. Her eyes darted away. Golden runes surged beneath Chu Xiu's feet. His movement technique was unparalleled in the world. In an instant, he stood before the throne. He reached out and grasped her slender, smooth wrist. Since I'm already here, let's go and seek some guidance. Ugh. Another day of soreness and exhaustion. 6 hours later, the sun was setting in the west. At the Wind Lord's, the master's bedroom was in disarray. The master's cheeks were flushed. A strand of hair clung to her face. Her breathing was uneven. She turned her head to watch her wayward disciple leave. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of satisfaction. The door closed behind him. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed tightly. His right hand supported him against the wall, while his left hand pressed against his lower back. His face was slightly pale. He walked slowly and painfully along the wall. I should have sealed her cultivation earlier. This woman is terrifying. Even my ancient saint body couldn't handle it. Ding. Detected that you have interacted with the heavenly fragrance body. Your cultivation talent has increased by 200. Ding. Detected that you have interacted with the heavenly fragrance body. Your cultivation talent has increased by 200. Ding ding ding. Your talent has reached 2,214. Chu Xiu was deeply puzzled. He didn't know what had gotten into his master. She hadn't sealed his cultivation, yet she had been very cooperative. She called it a transaction, asking me not to seal her cultivation. But why does it feel like... Since when has Chu the demon been so passive? He touched his face and muttered to himself, could it be that my charm has grown so much? TSK, TSK, TSK. Host, you're not cut out for this. Even you, Chu the demon, with your unparalleled skills, ended up leaning against the wall to leave. Chu Xiu cursed under his breath as he leaned against the wall. He ran into Hong Dai and Lan Bing, 2 young girls. Seeing him leaning against the wall, looking unwell, Hong Dai stepped forward and asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you injured? I'm fine. Chu Xiu forced a polite yet awkward smile. Was the Wind Lord too harsh on you, Senior brother? Lan Bing whispered softly. Hong Dai shot her a glance. Pouting, she said. She must have been too rough. Otherwise, why would Senior brother be leaning against the wall and looking so pale? The 2 girls spoke with certainty, analyzing the situation seriously. Chu Xiu's face twitched violently. Senior brother, cultivation is important, but so is your health. Hong Dai's delicate face was filled with concern. Truly a considerate little sweetheart. Go on. Get back to whatever you were doing. Don't you have anything better to do? Chu Xiu waved his hand. Goodbye. senior brother. Take care of yourself, senior brother. The two girls stuck out their tongues at him, like a pair of red and blue butterflies. They giggled and ran off to tend to the flower garden, whispering to each other. They occasionally burst into clear, melodious laughter. Just wait until I make you two my chambermaids. Let's see if you'll still be laughing then. Chu Xiu grumbled with a wicked expression. As he thought this, he circulated his true essence through his meridians. After his energy recovered somewhat, he slowly left the Wind Lord's hall. He had to admit, the improvement without sealing her cultivation was quite effective. It was just too exhausting. Chu Xiu stepped onto the azure dragon and flew into the clouds of Yunxia Peak under the setting sun. His eyes gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The spiritual energy-infused sunset clouds layered upon each other, resembling a celestial palace, breathtakingly beautiful. Alone, he thought of someone. In the past, I and Hong Yi loved to lie on Old Man Lin's roof and watch the sunset. Chu Xiu had been keeping an eye on Lu Hongyi's movements. According to recent intelligence, in the past month, she had stirred up a storm of blood in Dongzhou, enraging the ancient Ji family. A great sage had emerged from seclusion to personally hunt her down. I must go see her after I leave the mountain. Otherwise, her fate will surely end up like mine. Two large moons, like twin celestial maidens, casting a silvery glow over the night. The starry clouds enveloped the backcliffs of Yunxia Peak. The mountain breeze rustled the grass, and small spirit beasts often passed by in groups. Chu Xiu set up a fire and began roasting a giant eagle he had just caught, its skin golden and its meat fragrant. The firelight illuminated his handsome face, his gaze deep and contemplative. A small raccoon-like creature stood up on its hind legs beside him, its shiny black eyes blinking as it rubbed its paws together, begging for a piece of meat. Chu Xiu looked down, and when their eyes met, the little raccoon's fur stood on end. It squeaked and scampered away like a scared duck. It was convinced that if it didn't run, it would end up on the roasting spit too. Haha, you're too fierce. The little thing was scared out of its wits. A gentle voice came from behind. Chu Xiu didn't turn around. With an innocent expression, he said, Sister Hua, you've misunderstood me. It's just too timid. I only glanced at it. A fragrant breeze wafted over as Hua Luofei gracefully sat down beside Chu Xiu. Tonight, she wore a light purple dress, her long legs and slender waist accentuated by the moonlight, her skin appearing as smooth and translucent as jade. Her long, silky hair was simply tied and cascaded down her back and chest. She was like a ripe peach, her figure full and alluring. A natural fragrance emanated from her, refreshing and soothing to the senses. Her bright eyes and white teeth gave her an elegant and gentle demeanor. Her hair, tied simply, flowed naturally over her chest and back. She was like a mature, sweet peach, her figure impossible to ignore. A faint, refreshing fragrance naturally emanated from her, soothing and pleasant. Noticing Chu Xiu staring at her, Hua Luofei smiled gently, her voice as warm and soft as a spring breeze. Sister Hua, has anyone ever pursued you? Chu Xiu picked up a brush, dipped it in spices, and began coating the eagle meat, pretending to ask casually. Hua Luofei was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xiu to ask such a question. She shook her head, her silky hair swaying, her red lips curved into a smile, a hint of shyness in her expression. As one's cultivation level increases, their appearance naturally aligns with the Tao, becoming more beautiful and refined. But with my looks, I'm not particularly outstanding in the cultivation world, so no one has pursued me. TSK, they must be blind. Chu Xiu shook his head. In my eye, you are truly beautiful. Really? Hua Luofei found it amusing, her eyes curving into crescents. No woman dislikes being complimented on her beauty, even if she is a saint king and a ruler. Chu Xiu nodded solemnly. Sister, you remind me of a poem. What poem? Hua Luofei's beautiful eyes turned to him. Clouds long for her garments, flowers long for her beauty. The spring breeze caresses her, and the dew enriches her charm. If not for meeting her at Yinshan Mountain, I would have thought her a celestial maiden under the moon. Hua Luofei was momentarily stunned. She clapped her hands gently and laughed. What a beautiful poem, though it's a bit exaggerated. I'm not as beautiful as the woman in the poem. Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly, feeling pleased with his poetic plagiarism. Chu Xiu looked at her, a hint of shyness in his expression. His cheeks slightly reddened. Sister Hua, what if I pursued you? I really like older sisters like you. Hua Luofei couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Her laughter was like a swaying flower, her figure trembling with amusement. How old are you? Do you know how old I am? Chu Xiu couldn't help but glance at her figure, and sighed inwardly. You are indeed quite impressive. Hua Luofei followed his gaze and looked down, then scolded him with a laugh. You rascal, I didn't expect you to be such a flirt. Appreciating a woman's beauty is a man's right. You can't deny me that right as a man. Chu Xiu spoke shamelessly, his tone serious and righteous, pushing the boundaries of danger. Age really isn't an issue. As the saying goes, if the woman is older, she brings gold. Hua Luofei found it amusing, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. She said softly, I'm probably about 3,000 years older than you. Chu Xiu used a spell to clean the grease off his hands, then took her delicate hand, his gaze deep and serious. He spoke earnestly, if the woman is 3,000 years older, she ascends to immortality. Sister, marrying you would bring me eternal life. He was dead serious, more genuine than the finest pearls of the South Sea. Chu Xiu secretly wiped sweat from his brow, outwardly calm but inwardly panicking. He was walking a fine line. Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei chatted and laughed together. Is this little guy trying to flirt with me? Hua Luofei retracted her hand, her beautiful eyes smiling. She wasn't angry at Chu Xiu's boldness. Instead, she found it quite amusing. After all, at her level of cultivation, few things or people could stir her emotions. This was rare. This isn't flirting. It's called being unable to resist. Chu Xiu gave a shy smile, relieved that he had managed to keep his composure. He had taken a risk, but it had paid off. Though it was risky, it was worth it. The woman before me is a peak Saint King, one of the strongest in the entire continent. With her status and power, most people would tremble in her presence, not daring to even look her in the eye. But by boldly approaching her, I've sparked a unique feeling in her, something completely different from her usual experiences. This sense of novelty is very refreshing for her, and she finds it quite interesting. When she finds something interesting, that's when my opportunity arises. Because the women in this world, though powerful, are not as complicated as those on Earth. They are easier to win over. But why is Chu Xiu trying to flirt with the Saint Lord? Is it simply because of her beauty? Not exactly. In his previous life, Chu Xiu lived a life of constant struggle, always fighting and being hunted. He killed the weak, only for stronger enemies to come. He killed the strong, only for even stronger foes to appear. It was an endless cycle of bloodshed, until he was finally surrounded and killed. Why did this happen? Was it because he wasn't strong enough? The main reason was that he had no backing, no powerful allies or background. If he could win over Taisu, this peerless woman, then there would be no place in the world he couldn't go, no one he couldn't kill. If he couldn't defeat someone, he could rely on his wife, a peak Saint King. No matter how powerful the ancient families were, his wife was a peak Saint King. The thought alone was exhilarating, but this could. He had to take it step by step. Dealing with the Saint Lord was different from dealing with his master. His master could be disciplined if she misbehaved, but the Saint Lord, who had cultivated for thousands of years, had never experienced romance. He needed to let her experience the sweetness of love. Sister, try my cooking. Chu Xiu handed her a golden roasted eagle leg, wrapped in oiled paper. Hua Luofei accepted it with a smile. He tentatively took a small bite, chewing elegantly. After practicing Anidia, he rarely ate like this. Mei Mao Wei smiled faintly and said, this spirit beast's cultivation is too low, so the meat's texture is average. Chu Xiu also tore off a thigh. I heard that the meat of a great sage-level beast is incredibly delicious, even more nourishing than ancient medicinal herbs. When my cultivation is high enough, I'll hunt a great sage beast and roast it for you, sister. Then you must cultivate diligently. Great sage beasts are not easy to deal with. Just wait to enjoy great sage meat. Chu Xiu spoke with confidence. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a jug of spirit wine and a pair of white jade cups. The clear wine poured out, its fragrance filling the air under the moonlight. It was like the nectar of the gods. The aroma was intoxicating. I'm not much of a drinker, Hua Luofei said softly, but the aroma is pleasant. What kind of wine is this? It's called Mo Xiang Yi, produced in my hometown, Qishan County. Chu Xiu gazed at the moon, a hint of sorrow on his face. So it's Mo Xiang Yi. I've heard of it. It's quite famous in the Tianqi dynasty. A slender, fair hand patted his shoulder. Zhu Chun Wei Qi, Mo Xiang Yi, Huang Sha Qi Shifeng, Gu Dao Yu Shoma, Xiang Yi Man Man Lei Man Shan, Mo Xiang Yi, Shi Yang Xia Si Yuan Y, Shan Lu Wan Huang Tu, Xin Yu Bu Shi, Zai Hui Shou Mei Mao Kan Xia Ta. You must be missing your hometown, Hua Luofei said softly. Chu Xiu's eyes grew distant as he murmured, Mo Xiang Yi, Xin Mo Qi, Yao Xin Xiang Wang Wu Shu Li, Bu Rujuan Xinchang Xiang Li. He raised his cup, and Hua Luofei clinked hers with his. They both drank in one go. I remember the poem, Mo Xiang Yi doesn't have the line, Yao Xin Xiang Wang Wu Shu Li, Bu Rujuan Xinchang Xiang Li. gazing at my hometown across the endless stars. It's truly sorrowful. Am I no longer part of this starry sky? Chu Xiu's heart tightened. It's said that the senior who brewed Mo Xiangyi came from beyond the heavens, from another ancient star of life. I borrowed this illusion to add a line. Hua Luofei's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes hazy with a hint of drunkenness. A single cup had made her tipsy. With her cultivation, she could drink an entire lake of wine without getting drunk, but if she didn't suppress her cultivation, a single cup would make, apart from her close friend Qi Mingdai. No one in the Holy Land knew this secret. Sister Hua, you really can't hold your liquor, Chu Xiu teased, seeing her flushed and tipsy. Hua Luofei chuckled softly, her cheeks red as she tried to suppress the alcohol. You seem uncomfortable. Should I help you sober up? Hua Luofei shook her head. It's been a long time since I drank. Feeling a little tipsy is nice. Little guy, you've never tasted the real Mo Xiangyi. Is there a fake version? Hua Luofei's cheeks flushed as she explained. The real Mo Xiangyi contains the essence of the great Tao. When you drink it, you can vividly feel the brewer's emotions. It's a marvelous experience, and greatly aids in comprehending the Tao. 1,000 years ago, after the brewer of Mo Xiangyi passed away, the wine became a legend. It's nearly impossible to find the real Mo Xiangyi now. Today, what circulates in the cultivation world are imitations, lacking the true essence. The brewer was a remarkable person, infusing emotions into the wine, and using it to comprehend the Tao, eventually achieving the Saint King realm. Her graceful face showed a trace of sorrow as she sighed. The great Tao is merciless. Time is a blade, and countless heroes have turned to dust. Looking back, how many old friends remain in this world? Chu Xiu sighed in agreement. Everyone is on this path, walking alone until their hair turns white. Looking back, how many old friends will remain in this lifetime? How old are you to have such sentiments? Hua Luofei, slightly tipsy, patted his shoulder with her fair hand. Just a spontaneous thought. Chu Xiu grinned. Think about it. When my cultivation reaches the Saint King realm, my lifespan will extend to 10,000 years. By the time I grow old, how many of my peers will still be left in this world? You're only at the Divine Bridge realm now, and you're already thinking about the Saint King realm? Hua Luofei chuckled softly. The two raised their cups and clinked them again. The moonlight was like fine sand, as they drank together under its glow. I heard you're about to become a saint's son. Congratulations, Sister Hua. Does the saint's son have a lot of power? Quite a bit, certainly more than a mere elder like me. Chu Xiu spoke boldly. Then I'll go ask the Saint Lord to betroth you to me. As a saint's son, marrying an elder like you should be more than enough, right? He grinned mischievously. Hua Luofei's hazy eyes widened. You'd ask him to betroth me to you? You're quite something. I don't think the Saint Lord would agree. A strange feeling rose in Hua Luofei's heart. How do you know without trying? It's decided then. Chu Xiu stood up, holding his cup, turning to face her with a smile. His deep eyes fixed on her, and he smiled gently. The moonlight shines on your snow-like skin, and the wine brings out the peach blossoms in your eyes. You're truly beautiful. Hua Luofei adjusted her robe, giving him a playful glare, her charm undeniable. Chu Xiu laughed heartily, waving his right hand. Out of nowhere, and placed it in her hand. Sister, you're more beautiful than the peach blossom, more radiant than the moon. With a flash, his sword, Songlong, flew out, circling around him. In the next moment, he stepped onto the sword, and soared gracefully into the moonlight. Hua Luofei held the peach blossom, her eyes following his disappearing figure. She shook her head with a soft smile, her figure gradually fading away. Only the flickering firelight and the half-eaten roasted beast remained on the cliff, a treat for the little spirit beast. The news of Chu Xiu becoming the Taisu saint's son spread quickly, causing an uproar in the Holy Land. Disciples and elders alike were shocked and amazed. Is it true that Chu Xiu will become the saint's son? My senior brother, Changlong, said. The news came from the elder of Tianjian Peak. It is absolutely reliable. I remember Chu Xiu just recently broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. The Holy Land has many senior brothers with higher cultivation and better talent than him. Why was he chosen as the Holy Son? A disciple grumbled. Keep your voice down. I heard it was personally appointed by the Holy Master. Chu Xiu has been chosen by the Holy Master to become the Holy Son. This is a meteoric rise. His status is now second only to the comparable to the three peak masters. His nobility is beyond words. Many senior brothers will surely envy and resent him. Such conversations were happening simultaneously across the Holy Land. In a cave dwelling, Xiao Yifeng, pale and slightly effeminate, smashed his favorite Yangji white jade nightlight cup. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, that bastard. Why does he get to be the Holy Son? I've been scheming and fighting for the position of true disciple of Yunxia Peak, and he quietly becomes the Holy Son? Why is heaven so unfair? Xiao Yifeng's pupils dilated, and a bloody aura began to emanate from his body. He was on the verge of going berserk. Fortunately, Ren Hongying arrived in time, or his meridians would have reversed, and he would have either died or suffered a severe drop in cultivation. At Tianjin Peak, Jin Lingyun, with disheveled hair, smashed his once pristine and dust-free study, reducing it to a mess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he become the Holy Son? How could he become the Holy Son? His body trembled, his eyes filled with anger and fear. I sent people to kill him. If Chu Xiu becomes the Holy Son, killing me would be easier than crushing an ant. What should I do? What should I do? He muttered to himself, shivering with fear. At Taisu Peak, a white streak of light arrived at the Holy Maiden's palace. The newcomer was a young man in white, standing with his hands behind his back, his feet on the Minghuang ancient sword, his face like jade, his eyes like stars. He looked like a peerless sword immortal descending to the mortal world, dominating the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Below, the disciples, following the Holy Maiden by Susu, exclaimed in surprise, the second true disciple of Tianqing Peak, Meng Tao, the Sword King Divine Body, a prodigy with unparalleled charisma, truly worthy of being called a young divine king. He's so strong. It's said that he just broke through to the third level of the small saint realm, and last month, in the 10,000 mountains, he killed a small saint, fourth level ancient beast, the BB Jingjing, with overwhelming force. Meng Tao ignored the discussions below, cupped his hands, and said loudly, Meng Tao of Tianqing Peak has come to pay his respects to the Holy Maiden. A lazy voice came from the palace. Let him in for a detailed discussion. Meng Tao descended, and the Minghuang ancient sword flew back into the scabbard at his waist. Entering the Holy Maiden's palace, he saw the Holy Maiden reclining on her throne, yawning lazily. She wore a plain dress, her figure graceful, her face veiled with white, her eyes clear and serene. Holy Maiden, Meng Tao slightly cupped his hands. Bai Susu stretched lazily, her perfect figure on full display. Meng Tao, you're here to ask about the Holy Son, aren't you? Meng Tao nodded, his expression calm. Is it true that Chu Xiu will become the Holy Son? Yes, Bai Susu replied succinctly. Meng Tao cupped his hands and left, transforming into a white streak of light. He was not one for unnecessary words. Soon after, Feng Bailing of Tianjin Peak also came to visit the Holy Maiden. After asking the same question, he left with a grim expression. Bai Susu shook her head, muttering to herself indistinctly, the Holy Land is stirring. The Taisu Holy Land was in turmoil, with rumors flying everywhere. Some refused to believe it, while others were convinced, until finally, a decree flew out from Taisu Peak, bearing the words of the Holy Master, radiating with divine light. It hovered in the void above the Holy Land, unfolding to cover the sky, and, like an ancient Saint King descend, dragons and phoenixes soared together, creating an awe-inspiring scene that shook all living beings. Many instinctively knelt, paying homage to it. Cultivators who had been in seclusion for years also emerged from their caves, listening to the Holy Master's decree. Half a month later, a grand ceremony will be held for Chu, the chief true disciple of Yunxia Peak, to be crowned the Holy Son, and bestowed the Holy Son's seal. The gentle yet majestic voice, like an immortal standing high above the heavens, announced, reverberating through every corner of the Holy Land. As the voice faded, the golden decree dissolved into the heavens and earth. The Holy Land erupted in chaos, with endless discussions. That's the position of Holy Son. In the future, he might even become the Holy Master. Forget about strength for a moment. Just the title of Holy Master places him at the very top of the pyramid in the Tianqiong continent. At this moment, whether they were outer or inner disciples, new or true disciples, all were filled with envy and jealousy, and admiration for Chu Xiu. Those who knew him well were happy for him. After the Holy Master issued the decree, the peak masters, elders, and disciples of the Holy Land received their orders. Hundreds of thousands of people began working like a well-oiled machine, decorating and preparing the Holy Land. Elders carried invitations through teleportation arrays, traveling to various regions of the human territory, ancient families, and other holy lands. The Taisu Holy Land, a dominant force that rose to power 100,000 years after the ancient era, was founded 100,000 years ago, when the last great emperor of this universe, Taisu Emperor, ruled the heavens and earth, his might shaking the cosmos, unrivaled in the world. 100,000 years later, the current Holy Master of Taisu, at the peak of the Saint King realm, is half a step into the quasi-emperor realm, standing aloof above the clouds, overlooking all living beings, its prestige rivals many of the older dominant forces. The news of the Taisu Holy Land's Holy Sun ceremony quickly spread throughout the human territory and even reached the territories of demons and barbarians. The Tianqiong continent was in turmoil, with major forces from the north, the barbarian tribes, and the demon territories reacting. They're just selecting a holy sun, yet they're making such a fuss. A golden ape, thousands of feet tall, and as massive as a mountain, opened its eyes, and sneered, revealing a row of terrifying fangs. Summon the demon princess. I, the demon sovereign, have orders. The three ancient families, Ji, Jiang, and Yi, the five holy lands, Yaoqi, Taiyi, Wujing, and Yaoguang, all received the invitations, each reacting differently. They were all puzzled as to why Taisuzi was making such a big deal, but they still sent great saints, and one or two outstanding disciples, to the southern region of the 10,000 mountains. The major sects that received the invitations also began their journey, afraid of being late and incurring the displeasure of the Taisu Holy Land. On Yunxia Peak, Chu Xiu, dressed neatly, stood before his master, her face veiled with thin gauze, her cheeks flushed. Master, rest well, your disciple is leaving. With that, Chu Xiu turned to leave. Wait, his master, breathing heavily, called. Her smooth black hair cascaded over her chest, inviting wild thoughts. Chu Xiu turned back in confusion. Qi Mingdai looked at him, her red lips parting slightly. The Holy Master is stirring up the winds. During the Holy Sun ceremony, there will surely be those who challenge you. Be prepared. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he asked, fights within the same realm? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. Chu Xiu wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her on the cheek. Qi Mengdia's face turned even redder than peach blossoms. She struggled slightly, her teeth biting her delicate lips. Don't go too far, she whispered. Above the Chuanfa Peak, disciples gathered in small groups, flying on their swords. Others arrived on flying boats. Around the peaks, auspicious clouds filled the air, and cranes cried out, soaring gracefully. Pavilions and towers floated in the air, creating a breathtaking scene that resembled a fairyland. Chu Xiu, dressed in a golden cloud-patterned robe, strolled leisurely along the mountain path, unhurried and calm, taking in the surrounding beauty. Senior Brother Chu Xiu, greetings, Senior Brother Chu Xiu. Disciples who encountered him bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with both respect and envy. Now that everyone knew he was about to become the Holy Sun, Chu Xiu didn't act arrogantly. Instead, he smiled warmly and returned their greetings one by one, appearing approachable and humble, which won the hearts of the disciples. As he entered the inner peak, he overheard many elders and direct disciples discussing matters related to him. Just received news. The fourth elder is bringing his two favorite disciples to witness the ceremony. They're not here with good intentions. They've declared they'll challenge the Holy Sun on the heavenly stairway to make a name for themselves. I've heard of those two, Long Qingfeng and Long Shueyue, a pair of twin siblings. Both possess sword bodies, and they're among the top of the younger generation, not just the endless prison. A young divine king from the Jiang family has also emerged, and plans to challenge the Holy Sun on the heavenly stairway. The Taiyi Holy Land has a Dao body emerging as well. What? The Taiyi Dao body? Has such an invincible physique appeared again? A direct disciple exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with fear. With so many prodigies emerging, is a great event about to occur? Sigh. I wonder if Holy Sun Chu Xiu can withstand these prodigies. It seems unlikely. I'm afraid he'll be easily defeated during the ceremony, tarnishing the dignity of our holy land. A Chuan Gong Peak elder expressed his doubts about Chu Xiu, his heart filled with worry. Chu Xiu continued walking leisurely, a faint smile playing on his lips. The endless prison. This sect really has a connection with me. I remember 20 years ago, their holy son and holy maiden were also a pair of siblings. The younger brother was named Feng Qingyang, an arrogant fool who thought himself invincible. He looked down on me for being a rogue cultivator, calling me a demonic cultivator, and blocked me from entering the Shihuang Pavilion. In the end, I killed him by the West Lake in Zhengzhou. His sister, Feng Yaoxi, was stunning. She sought revenge for her brother, chasing me all the way to Dongzhou. Before I beheaded her, the resentment and unwillingness in her eyes left a deep impression on me. After that, the ones who hunted me most fiercely were also those lunatics from the endless prison. The siblings from the endless prison, who are coming to challenge me, are likely the current Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. As Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, he saw its magnificent, golden splendor, grand and imposing. It was a towering pagoda-like structure, thousands of feet high, its surface glowing with an eerie light, both dreamlike and dangerous. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a chill, his muscles instinctively tensing. This is the 7-peak formation, a combination of 5 7-peak formations: defense, confinement, illusion, and killing. Once trapped inside, the formation will endlessly cycle until the intruder is dead. Impressive, Chushio remarked. Even a great saint would surely die if they try to break through. A saint king trapped inside would need considerable effort to escape unscathed. Haha, young man, you're mistaken. This formation was passed down from the great emperor. Even a saint king would be injured if they entered. An elderly voice came from behind. Chushio's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, this person's cultivation is formidable. I didn't sense him at all. He turned around to see an extremely old man. He wore a black hemp robe, his hair streaked with white, his face covered with wrinkles. His back was hunched, his body withered, and he leaned on a bamboo cane with his right hand. He was extremely old, his life force as dry as a dying bamboo in the wind, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. Greetings, elder. Chushio cupped his hands respectfully. The old man smiled, revealing a toothless mouth. I'm just the gatekeeper of the scripture pavilion, half buried in the earth. I've long forgotten my name. With that, he shuffled into the scripture pavilion, leaning on his cane. Chushio narrowed his eyes, watching his back. A great saint with dried-up life force. He's definitely a top-tier great saint, far stronger than the sect leaders of the 3 sections. Damn. As expected of a holy land, old monsters are everywhere. Chushio stepped into the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion had 9 floors. Outer disciples could only access the 1st and 2nd floors. Inner disciples the 1st to 4th floors. Direct disciples and personal disciples, elders and true disciples the 1st to 7th floors. Peak masters, holy sons, and holy maidens the 1st to 8th floors. As for the 9th floor, only the holy master and the previous generation's holy master could enter. Since Chushio was not yet officially the holy son, he was still treated as a true disciple. He went straight to the 7th floor. The number of disciples here was significantly fewer compared to the lower floors. Chushio glanced around and spotted Yifan standing by the window in the distance. He looked anxious, talking to an old man sitting in a grand chair. With a thought, Chushio focused his spiritual power, enhancing his hearing dozens of times. Elder, can the price for this 3 Kings body refining technique be lowered? I don't have enough contribution points. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, saying indifferently, if you don't have enough points, go earn more. Come back when you have enough. Elder, can't you make an exception? Yifan was helpless. No. Yifan sighed, turning to borrow contribution points from his fellow disciples. Finally, he noticed Chushio pretending to browse through techniques in the distance. Brother Chu. He hurried over. Chushio showed a hint of surprise. Brother, you're here too? Yes, Yifan replied, his expression troubled. I found a body refining technique I want, but I don't have enough contribution points. It's frustrating. Chushio, do you have any extra points you could lend me? I'll pay you back double in a few days. Chushio smiled wryly. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to help, but I also need to exchange for a technique. My contribution points are just enough. I see. Yifan sighed. I'll go ask some other disciples. I won't disturb you further. With that, he quickly headed downstairs, clearly in a hurry. Brother Yifan, did he find something good again? Chushio walked over to the old man guarding the 7th floor, cupping his hands slightly. Elder, how many contribution points are needed to access the 3 Kings body refining technique? The old man opened his eyes, startled, recognizing him. Ah, it's you, Chushio. That body refining technique requires 50,000 contribution points. But since it's you, I can waive the fee. Just don't take it out of the scripture pavilion. The stark difference in treatment was astonishing. Chushio shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, elder, but the rules of the Holy Land must be upheld. He frowned slightly, looking troubled. In truth, he didn't have enough points either, but he would soon. Senior brother Chushio, are you short on contribution points? You can take mine for now. Senior brother Chushio, I have some too. The disciples who had refused to lend points to Yifan earlier immediately crowded around. Ah, I've been busy with cultivation lately, so I haven't done many missions. I'm a bit short on points. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. I'll definitely pay you back double in a few days. Senior brother, you're too kind. Yes, it's not much anyway. Please take it, senior brother. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Such a supportive group of fellow disciples. Chushio's demeanor is truly as the rumors say. No wonder the Holy Master favors him. The old man nodded inwardly. After handing over the contribution points, Chushio quickly obtained the 3 Kings body refining technique. After thanking the disciples who lent him points and the old man, he casually found a cultivation room on the 7th floor. Once inside, he set up a barrier, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and opened the unremarkable-looking body refining manual. The 3 Kings body refining technique was a heaven-grade body refining method. When cultivated to perfection, the practitioner's body would rival a heaven-grade defensive treasure. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was undoubtedly powerful. However, compared to the ancient saint body, it was several levels inferior. Chushio carefully flipped through each page, and finally, on the last page of the manual, he noticed something unusual. This page was slightly thicker. If not for Chushio's focused attention and his constant use of divine sense to inspect each page, he might have missed it. In the scripture pavilion, every manual and technique was locked by restrictions, requiring contribution points to access. So the question arose, how did Brother Yifan, who hadn't opened this manual, discover its extraordinary nature? Does Brother Yifan have a golden pupil? Chushio was puzzled. He manipulated his true essence to his fingertip, forming a blade of true essence thinner than a strand of hair. Carefully, he cut open the page. Half an hour later, he extracted a transparent object, thinner than cicada wings, and about an inch long. Chushio's eyes widened in shock. Is this the legendary heavenly silkworm silk? This was a legendary treasure, incredibly resilient, containing immortal substances that could last for hundreds of thousands of years without decaying. It was extremely valuable and nearly impossible to find in this era. Legend had it that in ancient times, Saint Kings used this material to forge armor. Unfortunately, the amount here was too small. However, anything recorded on heavenly silkworm silk must be extraordinary. Chushio's heart was filled with anticipation. He focused his divine sense on the heavenly silkworm silk in his hand. As his divine sense touched it, a stream of information automatically transmitted to him. A tall, majestic figure appeared in his divine sea, demonstrating a single fist technique. The fist was vast and majestic, unstoppable. With one punch, the void shattered, and the laws of the universe were obliterated. The cosmos itself seemed to collapse. It was terrifyingly powerful. One fist to break 10,000 techniques. The fist technique was of an extremely high grade. The creator of this technique must have been a terrifying existence. Chushio was both shocked and delighted. He repeatedly tried to memorize the fist technique, using all his strength to integrate it into himself. Then, he began to comprehend and deduce it. After comprehending a portion of the human emperor fist, the system recorded the technique. Host can consume breakthrough points to comprehend it. Breakthrough information as follows. Human emperor fist. Category. Fist technique. Grade. Divine level. Ultimate form. One fist to break 10,000 techniques. Destructive power. Description. A supreme powerhouse carved the ultimate form of the human emperor fist onto the heavenly silkworm silk, waiting for a destined individual to discover it. Cultivating this fist technique requires an extremely strong body. When cultivated to perfection, a single punch can unleash imperial might, capable of breaking through all techniques. Chushio opened his eyes. The figure in his divine sea disappeared. The immortal substance in the heavenly silkworm silk had been eroded by time. If not for the supreme powerhouse's will imprinted on it, it would have turned to dust long ago. After the will dissipated, the heavenly silkworm silk turned into transparent ash in Chushio's hand, slipping through his fingers and falling to the floor. One fist to break 10,000 techniques. Once my cultivation is sufficient, I'll integrate it into my myriad world fist. This is a treasure. Chushio couldn't stop smiling. System. Break through the human emperor fist. Detected. Human created by a supreme emperor in his youth. It is a fist technique of unparalleled power. Each cycle lasts 10 years, and each cycle consumes 1 million breakthrough points. Chushio glanced at his remaining 3,780,000 breakthrough points. Let's break through. He needed to break through to the divine bridge's limit, but he was still missing a rare treasure from heaven and earth. He could only delay that for now. Choosing to break through the human emperor fist would maximize his current combat power, allowing him to face the challenges from the prodigies in half a month. Comprehension and breakthrough begin. Year 10. Due to the high level of the technique, I entered seclusion to comprehend the human emperor fist and made significant progress. Year 20. The human emperor fist reached the initial stage. Due to the high level of the technique, I entered seclusion to comprehend the human emperor fist and made further significant progress. Year 30. The human emperor fist reached the intermediate stage. Due to the high level of the technique, I entered seclusion to comprehend the human emperor fist and made even more significant progress. The human emperor fist reached mastery. Levels. Initial. Intermediate. Mastery. Perfection. Transcendence. Beyond perfection. Breakthrough completed. This breakthrough consumed a total of 3 million breakthrough points. Breaking through to the pinnacle requires 5 million breakthrough points. During the 30 years of breakthrough, the insights from comprehending the human emperor fist flooded his divine sea. Golden blood chi surged around Chushio's body. and divine light spilled from his closed eyes. Half an hour later, he stood up, his left hand forming a seal, his right hand clenched into a fist. With one punch, it was as if the human emperor had descended, his imperial might vast and overwhelming. The golden fist imprint carried the momentum to obliterate all things, smashing into the barrier of the cultivation room. The room shook violently, and it took several breaths to dissipate the terrifying impact of the punch. This was a peak 7th grade formation, capable of killing great saints, yet it took several breaths to neutralize his punch. If others were present, they would have screamed in shock, exclaiming that a divine bridge cultivator couldn't possibly be this strong. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered. He picked up the Three Kings body refining technique and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he chuckled darkly. He took out a piece of silk and, with his powerful divine sense, drew a treasure map on it, marking the location as extremely dangerous and advising against going alone. Then, he aged the silk and placed it on the last page of the manual. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. He was extremely skilled at it. Actually, I'm not lying to him. That place is indeed a treasure site, but I've already taken the treasures from it. Chu Xiu smiled sinisterly. The map marked the location where he had hidden the life creation fruit. The cave there was filled with complex formations, killing formations, trapping formations, and illusion formations, all of high grade. Even a divine ability cultivator could easily perish if they weren't careful. I remember Brother Yifan is close with Jianling Yun. If he goes to a dangerous place to seek treasure, he'll definitely call him along. Brother Yifan has great fortune and won't die easily, but Jianling Yun might not be so lucky. Jianling Yun and Xiao Yifeng sent people to kill me in the demon secret realm. With his personality, he should have sought revenge long ago. If it weren't for the fact and he needs to maintain his image, he would have already poisoned those two. Now that he has the opportunity, he won't let it slip. He sealed the manual, making it look exactly as it had been, then left the cultivation room and returned the manual to its place. After bidding farewell to the old man on the 7th floor, he leisurely left the scripture pavilion. Less than an hour after Chu Xiu left, Yifan returned to the Chuanfa Peak. He happily spent 50,000 contribution points to borrow the Three Kings body refining technique. The body refining technique itself wasn't important to him. Carefully, he took out a yellowed treasure map. This map is at least 10,000 years old, left behind by a great saint powerhouse. Yifan was overjoyed. He solemnly placed the treasure map into his storage bag. 3 hours later, at Tianjin Peak, Yifan arrived outside Jian Lingyun's cave. At first glance, Yifan was startled. Lingyun, why do you look so pale? Jian Lingyun waved his hand. I'm fine, junior brother Yi. What brings you here? Yifan immediately explained his purpose, inviting him to explore the treasure site together. The map marked it as dangerous, and with his recent breakthrough to the other shore realm, his cultivation wasn't sufficient. He decided to bring Jian Lingyun along, believing that the other would surely be grateful to him. It would be like repaying a favor. Jian Lingyun agreed. To guard against Chu Xiu's retaliation, he needed to improve his cultivation. So, that very day, the two of them boarded a flying boat and left the Holy Land, heading for the 10,000 mountains. Along the way, they discussed Chu Xiu becoming the Holy Son. Yifan couldn't help but feel envious. Jian Lingyun, however, felt a bitter taste in his heart. As the boulders shifted with a grinding sound, Yifan and Jian Lingyun's eyes gradually lit up. Haha, this really is a treasure site. Senior brother Lingyun, this is a great opportunity. Yifan was as happy as a child. Indeed, junior brother Yi, I won't say much, but I'll remember this favor. Jian Lingyun patted his shoulder, his expression sincere. Just then, another entrance appeared. The two of them leaped into it without hesitation. Moments later, a loud rumble and the killing formation was triggered. Faint screams could be heard. Half a day later, the sun rose, and Yifan crawled out of the cave, covered in his face pale, his hair disheveled. He looked utterly miserable. What the hell? This isn't a treasure site, it's a death trap. Thankfully, I had a high-grade spatial talisman, or I would have died for sure. Yifan was filled with lingering fear. He turned back to look at the cave entrance and sighed. Shaking his head, he tossed a few white flowers into the entrance. Senior brother Lingyun, rest in peace. Jian Lingyun is gone, and he didn't go peacefully. As soon as he jumped into the cave, he was trapped in a high-grade killing formation. First, his limbs were torn apart, then his body was slowly ground to dust. In the end, not even a single hair remained. The look of despair in his senior brother's eyes lingered in his mind. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Yifan sighed repeatedly. He took out the treasure map and tore it to shreds, then stomped on it fiercely. To hell with this treasure map. What? Jian Lingyun is dead? Xiao Yifeng, whose demeanor had become increasingly effeminate, looked at his former card-playing partner, Ren Hongying, with shock. Yes, it said he went treasure hunting with Yifan from Tianjian Peak, and died in a formation. He was really unlucky. Ren Hongying looked sympathetic. Ah, Xiao Yifeng's voice was shrill. His fingers pinched like a flower as he sighed. The anti-Chushdo alliance has lost a member. Seeing his demeanor, Ren Hongying's eye twitched, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Senior brother, if you're not feeling well, maybe you should consult our master. There might be a solution. What do you mean? Not feeling well? Xiao Yifeng exploded at the suggestion. His left hand pinched like a flower, pointing at his former card-playing partner. I'm perfectly fine. At that moment, a handsome young man passed by, greeting the two of them warmly. Junior brother, junior sister, chatting? Senior brother Chu Xiao. Ren Hongying looked at the increasingly handsome and tall Chu Xiao, his expression complicated. Xiao Yifeng gave Chu Xiao a coquettish glare. Let me tell you some good news. Jianling Yun is dead. Chu Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He still wore a gentle, spring-like smile. How can this be good news? Junior brother Jianling Yun was, after all, a member of our holy land. We should feel sorrow for his loss. Humph, hypocrite. Xiao Yifeng sneered. Chu Xiao looked Xiao Yifeng up and down with concern. Junior brother, it's been a while, but your yin energy seems a bit strong. Are you feeling weak? Xiao Yifeng pinched his fingers like a flower, spittle flying as he retorted. You're the one who's weak. Your whole family is weak. The little monkey on Chu Xiao's shoulder mocked. Little Xiao, your junior brother might be suffering from kidney deficiency. I always thought he was a bit too effeminate. A mere monkey dares to bark in front of me? Xiao Yifeng flicked his finger, and a needle shot through the air, creating ripples in its wake. It was aimed at Jitaime. Chu Xiao's robes fluttered, his black hair dancing wildly. His left hand formed a seal, while his right hand clenched into a fist, glowing like gold. With a punch, a towering figure wearing an imperial crown and a yellow robe appeared behind him, standing tall and majestic. Its imperial, the fist collided with the needle, causing the air to explode. The ground beneath Chu Xiao's feet cracked inch by inch. The needle was sent flying, piercing through an ancient tree not far away. A white mark appeared on Chu Xiao's fist. Xiao Yifeng's hair fluttered, and he narrowed his eyes, looking at Chu Xiao in surprise. Originally, he had intended to kill Jitaime to embarrass Chu Xiao, but he hadn't expected Chu Xiao to block the needle. Ren Hongying was equally shocked. Although that needle was casually flicked by Xiao Yifeng, one must not forget that he was at the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. Chu Xiao, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the divine bridge realm. The gap between them was 3 major realms. This was truly astonishing. This damned Yin-Yang person dared to attack your grandpa. Jitaime jumped up and down on Chu Xiao's shoulder, cursing loudly. What did you call me? Xiao Yifeng's pale face turned beet red. Yin-Yang person. Jitaime raised his middle finger, fearless and unyielding. You're asking for death. Xiao Yifeng clenched his fist, ready to suppress Jitaime. Second junior brother, trying to kill my spirit pet in front of me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Chu Xiao's voice was icy. Disciples passing by were drawn to the commotion, and a small saint elder from Yunxia Peak watched coldly, ready to intervene and suppress Xiao Yifeng. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. Ren Hongying smiled, trying to mediate. Xiao Yifeng didn't dare to continue his attack, given the difference in status. He snorted coldly, twisted his body, and walked away. Humph, Yin-Yang person. Jitaime sneered. Chu Xiao glanced at him with narrowed eyes. Jitaime, if you don't have the strength, don't act recklessly. If you die, don't blame me. Jitaime's 2 golden strands of hair swayed as he retorted, but there's just so much to mock about him. Didn't you see him pinching his fingers and swaying his hips? Disgusting. Chu Xiao ignored him, flying towards the Peak Master's hall. The Fairy Master was waiting in the hall. Seeing Chu Xiao, she waved her hand, and a black gold inner armor, exuding a luxurious aura, flew out, surrounded by divine light, hovering in front of him. Wear this when you ascend the heavenly stairway. Chu Xiao reached out and stored the armor, a smile playing on his lips. Master, are you worried about your disciple? I'm worried you'll die and embarrass me. The Fairy Master sneered. Thank you for the gift, Master. I'll definitely repay you properly in the future. The Fairy Master, Qi Mengdai, suppressed the urge to slap him to death. Get lost. Hee. When I return, you'll surely welcome me with open arms. The Fairy Master's chest heaved. Her face flushed. Chu Xiao shrugged. Such a dangerous weapon. He chuckled and turned to leave. Jitaime was utterly confused, not understanding why Chu Xiao's master was so angry. Continuing from the previous episode, the grand and majestic gates of the Taisu Holy Land were adorned with intricate carvings. 2 towering peaks floated in the air, with waterfalls cascading down for thousands of feet. Not far away, a pair of Qilin beasts lay on a green stone, dozing. Purple flames burned around them, and the aura of a small saint emanated from their bodies. Suddenly, the space outside the gates ripped open, revealing a several-mile-long spatial rift. The disciples and elders guarding the gates were alarmed, all looking up in shock. 3 massive, colorful feathered cheilants, each 1,000 feet long, pulled a luxurious phoenix carriage out of the spatial rift. The cheilants cried out, and auspicious clouds gathered, creating a grand spectacle, as if the Queen Mother herself were on a tour. Purple mist stretched for thousands of miles, and the disciples exclaimed, "It's the Cheelan Phoenix carriage from the Yaoqi Holy Land." The 3 cheilants pulling the carriage are all small saint-level beasts. How terrifying! Some disciples scoffed. What's there to be surprised about? Our Taisu Holy Land's Cheelan war chariot is no less impressive than their phoenix carriage. You all look like you've never seen the world before. It's embarrassing. The 3 cheilants pulled the carriage, their wings flapping as they approached the gates. A graceful figure stepped into the air, wearing a silver-gold phoenix gown, the hem of the dress swaying gently around her jade-like ankles. A purple-gold bell hung from her ankle, jingling softly as she moved. The gown outlined her long, slender legs, her waist so delicate it seemed one could encircle it with a single hand, and her figure was curvaceous. Her face was stunningly beautiful yet cold, her lips like crimson clouds, her eyes like autumn water, her brows like distant mountains. Her smooth black hair was tied up, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an aura of both nobility and ethereal beauty. She stood quietly in the air, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It's the Peak Master of Yunxia Peak. Someone recognized the fairy-like figure above the gates. This lord has a cold demeanor. Given her usual style, she shouldn't be here to greet outsiders. What do you know? Our holy son is the true disciple of the Yunxia Peak Master. Moreover, her status is high enough that her presence here isn't unusual. Welcome, fellow Taoists from Yaoqi, to witness the ceremony. Qi Mengdia's voice carried for thousands of miles as the cheilants hovered in the air, and the phoenix carriage stopped. A figure in a blue plain dress, her face veiled with white, and her figure graceful, stepped onto the auspicious clouds. Her eyes were clear and pure, and she bowed slightly to Qi Mengdi, her voice gentle. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Feng Yaoxi, and 2 junior sisters have come to witness the ceremony. We apologize for disturbing the Peak Master of Yunxia. Please, Holy Maiden, follow me into the Holy Land. Soon, she led the phoenix carriage from the Yaoqi Holy Land into the Taisu Holy Land. After they left, the gates buzzed with excitement. It's actually the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi is already at the 8th level of the Small Saint realm, ranked 8th on the Small Saint ranking of the heavenly rankings. Although the Yaoqi Holy Land is composed entirely of female cultivators, its heritage is no less impressive than our Taisu Holy Land. This Holy Maiden of Yaoqi is especially unfathomable. She rarely fights, but when she does, she always wins. She has yet to suffer a defeat. It's said she possesses the innate Tao body, the same physique as the Yaoqi Holy Mother of old. Do you think she's simple? The innate Tao body is in harmony with the great Tao. When cultivated to a high level, she can effortlessly wield countless divine abilities and techniques, making her invincible. The disciples marveled, their eyes filled with admiration. As time passed, representatives from first and second-tier sects in the southern domain also arrived. Their arrival wasn't as grand or flashy as the Holy Lands. Most came on flying boats, and they were greeted by elders. Only when a dominant force arrived would Qi Mengdi personally appear. The Taisu Holy Land was the absolute hegemon of the southern domain, suppressing all other forces from other regions. Perhaps because the journey was too long, and they lacked the ability to build long-distance spatial teleportation arrays, they simply couldn't make it within half a month. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't come. In this vast and boundless world, perhaps the ability to travel quickly is the best measure of a force's strength and influence. An old man once made such a remark. 2 moons hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the land. A massive ship, tens of thousands of feet long, broke through the spatial barrier, hovering outside the gates of the Holy Land. Sword and tint swept across, causing the surrounding void to crack and groan. On the giant ship stood 3 people, an old man and 2 youths. They wore the snow-white robes of the endless prison, their sleeves fluttering in the wind. They gazed at the Taisu Holy Land. Master, the gates of the Taisu Holy Land are nothing special. They're not as grand as our endless prison. Behind the white-haired, white-bearded old man, a young man spoke. The young man had red lips and white teeth, looking even more beautiful than a young girl. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Long Qingfeng, don't be too arrogant. The 4th sword master stroked his beard, his tone gentle, unwilling to scold his beloved disciple. Long Qingfeng pouted, unconvinced. When I defeat that so-called Holy Son of Taisu, I'll return to the prison and become the Holy Son, famous throughout the world. Beside him, a girl who looked almost identical to him, Long Shueyue, her eyes sparkling, smiled sweetly. Brother, we're sure to win. That Chuxiu is unknown, having just broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm. If we work together, our victory is certain. The fourth sword master frowned. Every time he heard that name, he couldn't help but recall the figure of that demonic cultivator on the Soul Return Cliff in the Forbidden Land. That scoundrel, who had killed the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of their endless prison. Master, you must be thinking of that old demon Chu again. Long Shueyue tugged at her brother's sleeve. Chuxiu, haha, their names are exactly the same. Long Qingfeng sneered. Sister, just watch how I'll defeat him on the heavenly stairway. He can blame his parents for giving him the wrong name. Long Shueyue nodded, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. The fourth sword master paid no attention to his disciples' conversation. If they kill him, so be it. The endless prison fears nothing. Besides, the two holy lands have long been at odds, with frequent conflicts in recent years. Qimengdai, with her extraordinary talent, appeared to guide the master and disciples of the endless prison through the Holy Land's gates. The siblings' bold and unsubtle conversation made it clear that they came with ill intentions. Who would have thought they intended to kill Chu Xiu on the heavenly stairway? Her expression turned cold, and she felt the urge to kill the siblings on the spot. If anyone is to kill Chu Xiu, it should be me, not outsiders. Perhaps sensing her killing intent, the fourth sword master sent a mental message to his disciples, and the siblings finally quieted down. Qimengdai gave them a cold glance, suppressing her murderous intent. As time passed, representatives from major holy lands and ancient families gradually arrived. The day of the Holy Sun ceremony approached. Everyone, take note, the so-called major forces are far inferior to the holy lands and ancient families. The holy lands and ancient families have produced great emperors in the past, and they possess imperial artifacts. Continuing from the previous episode, Hongdai found Chuxiu. Senior brother, the Peak Master asked me to give this to you. Chuxiu took the bee skin scroll and unrolled it. Immediately, elegant characters flew out. He focused on reading. Jiangzhou, the divine king body of the Jiang family, ranked second on the heavenly rankings, will challenge me on the heavenly stairway. Zhou Yi, the Tai Dao body of the Tai Holy Land, ranked third on the heavenly rankings, will also challenge me. Long Qingfeng and Long Shueyue, the twin sword bodies of the endless prison, ranked first on the heavenly rankings, have declared they will kill me on the heavenly stairway. Shangguan Hao, the innate divine child of the Shangguan family in the southern domain, ranked 8th on the heavenly rankings, will also challenge me. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile. The Jiang family, Tai Holy Land, an endless prison challenging me. I can understand that. After all, we're on the same level, competing with each other. But what's with this Shangguan Hao from the Shangguan family? Does everyone want to use me as a stepping stone, then step on my head to soar to greatness? Do I really look that easy to bully? His smile was cold. Hongdai pouted her rosy lips, stamping her delicate feet. Senior brother, you don't know this, but it's said that this Shangguan Hao is incredibly handsome, and his talent is also impressive. Somehow, he managed to get close to a direct princess of the Ji family. Moreover, the Ji family is very optimistic about his potential. With the backing of an ancient family, the Shangguan family has become arrogant. They want to use your defeat to gain more attention after he marries into the Ji family. They've probably forgotten that our Taisu Holy Land is the true ruler of the southern domain. Chu Xiu smiled and waved his hand. Is he really that handsome? Hongdai thought for a moment and nodded. 2 days ago, I saw him from a distance. He's indeed very handsome. Is he as good-looking as me? The old demon grabbed her small hand, smiling mischievously. No way. He's not as handsome as you, senior brother. Hongdie's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded him before running away, her face red with embarrassment. How shameless, even flirting with such a young girl. On a stone table nearby, a small figure, about the size of a fist, with black feathers growing in, Jitaime gave him the middle finger. Do you even understand the charm of innocence? As time passed, the sky was clear, without a single cloud. At the foot of Taisu Peak, a sea of people gathered. A bell toll, as if from ancient times, echoed across the heavens and earth. A blurry figure stepped through the sky, surrounded by swirling Dao patterns. She wore a purple gold divine gown, her figure slender and graceful. Her face was obscured, exuding an aura of mystery and power. The Saint King-level pressure radiating from her revealed her identity. A Peak Saint King, the holy master of Taisu. Countless people bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at her, fearing that the terrifying Dao patterns around her would obliterate their souls or severely injure them. This was the cruelty of the world. Some didn't even have the right to look at a strong cultivator. Chu Xiu stood beside his master, his eyes lowered, his heart filled with countless emotions. One day, I too will stand above the 9 heavens, looking down on all living beings as they bow to me. At this moment, his desire to grow stronger intensified. On the high platform of the guest seating area, standing beside Qi Mengdai, was a young man in black gold robes, Chu Xiu. A great saint elder from the Jiang family said to Jiang Zhou, "That's Chu Xiu." Jiang Zhou glanced up briefly, then looked away, continuing to daydream, as if nothing could hold his interest. I sense an ominous aura around this young man. It's strange that he's still alive. The Tai Holy Land elder, a great saint with a long beard, looked puzzled. Zhou Yi, in his early 20s, had a delicate appearance, a well-proportioned figure, and wore a golden crown. Dressed in a purple Qianquan robe, he exuded an ethereal aura. Hearing his elder's words, his eye twitched. Today is the Holy Sun ceremony of the Taisu Holy Land. Elder, you're saying their Holy Sun has an ominous aura? Aren't you afraid that the Holy Master up there will smite you with a single slap? The elder scratched his head, showing none of the dignity expected of a great saint. He muttered, "I just did a divination." Zhou Yi was both amused and exasperated. "Elder, I beg you, stop with the divinations. It's going to cause trouble." "But it's the truth." The fourth sword master of the endless prison narrowed his eyes, staring at the figure on the high platform. His appearance has changed somewhat, but his demeanor is still 5 parts similar. "Master, don't worry. Even if he really is that old demon Chu, I'll still kill him today." Long Qingfeng spoke calmly, as if Chu Xiu were already dead. "Disciple, don't underestimate him." "Master, without an invincible heart, how can I compete with the best?" The fourth sword master wanted to say more. From the high platform, the master of Tianqingfeng, Lang Shang, spoke. "The time has come. The Holy Sun ceremony begins. The Holy Sun shall cross the star-questioning bridge and ascend the heavenly stairs." The phantom of Taisu Zi in the void waved his hand. A group of elites, an object the size of a thumb, radiating a Qi 7-colored glow, descended from the sky and landed beside Taizu Peak. Immediately, the object began to rapidly grow in size. In no time, it became enormous, covering an area of thousands of miles. A massive white stone staircase stood tall, piercing through the clouds, rivaling the height of Taizu Peak, which was tens of thousands of feet. A single log bridge connected to it. The Holy Sun must cross the log bridge to ascend the heavenly stairs. "Uncle, what is the purpose of the star-questioning bridge?" Zhou Yi turned his head and asked. Shui Daozi explained, "It tests one's conscience and directs one to the stars. If the Holy Sun harbors ill intentions toward the Holy Land, he will fall from the bridge. If his Tao heart is unstable, and he is troubled by worldly desires, he will be unable to move forward." Shui Daozi sighed with emotion. These 2 sacred artifacts of Taizu Holy Land, though not particularly powerful in combat, are unparalleled tools for testing disciples. If he fails to cross the star-questioning bridge, won't the Taizu Holy Emperor become a laughingstock? Zhou Yi chuckled mischievously. He's about to cross the bridge. Millions of people, representatives from various forces and guests, turned their gazes to Chu Xiu. He stood tall and straight, his black hair flowing like a waterfall. He stepped onto the great sword, and the azure dragon soared above the high platform. He stood before the star-questioning bridge. The Taizu Holy Emperor, the lords, elders, and disciples watched intently, their hearts filled with tension. The other dominant forces, however, hoped that Chu Xiu would fail to cross the bridge, and preferably fall from it. That would be quite a spectacle. In the guest seating area, Guan Hao was surrounded by members of the Shangguan family, like the moon encircled by stars. He was exceptionally handsome, with bright eyes, and a faint smile playing on his lips. He held a folding fan, gently swaying it, exuding an air of elegance and grace, like a noble young master. "Cousin, you must defeat Chu Xiu and show the Ji family your terrifying potential," a member of the Shangguan family said with a smile. "Don't worry, cousin has already reached the peak of the other shore realm, invincible among his peers. Defeating Chu Xiu is a foregone conclusion. Defeating the Holy Sun of Taizu, the Ji family will surely value cousin even more." The group couldn't help but laugh. By then, with the Shangguan family leaning on the Ji family as a powerful backer, becoming a top-tier family will be a certainty. Shangguan Hao smiled slightly. "Everyone, rest assured, I will defeat Brother Chu, but I'll still leave him some face. After all, the Taizu Holy Emperor still has the final say. I'll defeat him in 30 moves. Haha, Brother Hao is so thoughtful. Brother Hao is invincible. I think Chu Xiu should be grateful for Brother Hao's mercy." Shangguan Hao closed his folding fan, and with a wave of his hand, the surroundings immediately fell silent. His every word commanded attention. Shangguan Hao was very satisfied and pleased with this. Continuing from the previous scene, Chu Xiu raised his hand, and the 3-meter-long tyrant sword, Azure Dragon, was stored back into his waist pouch. His jet-black hair was blown by the wind, and his black and gold robe fluttered loudly. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Even Taisu Z in the void lowered his hand, his eyes filled with the illusion of stars. Chu Xiu stepped onto the log bridge, thousands of feet in the air. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. A clear, stubborn voice echoed in the deepest part of his heart. Familiar scenes began to surface. My name is Lu Hongyi, as you can see. My family is all dead. My name is Chu Xiu. My family is on the other side of the starry sky, and I'm afraid I'll never see them again. You buried my family, so from now on, let's be family. Okay? Okay. Chu Xiu, run. They're coming to capture you. Chu Xiu. Today old man Lin was beaten to death. Half of his body was gone. Those people were on the street, using a stick to hold up his head. His eyes gouged out, laughing happily. Chu Xiu, do you think we'll also be beaten to death one day? I want to become strong, stronger than anyone else. I don't want us to be humiliated or bullied again. Chu Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, his arms broken, covered in wounds, spitting blood, gnashing his teeth, his face twisted in agony. Lu Hongyi, equally battered, cupped his face, and smiled brightly. I'll stay with you. Chu Xiu, you've changed. Your heart has become colder and more ruthless. Why do you want me to leave? I don't want to go to the Red Dust Sword sect. At worst, we'll die together. At the foot of Taisu Peak, it was eerily quiet. Everyone saw Chu Xiu take a step forward and then stop, not moving an inch from his spot. Instantly, there was an uproar. Why isn't he moving? Could he really fail to cross the star-questioning bridge? The Holy Maiden, by Susu, murmured to herself, what is he doing? Could it be? Qi Mingdai clenched her delicate hand. The murmurs of the crowd were kept low, but with millions of people, it became a deafening roar. Just as everyone thought Chu Xiu couldn't break through the illusion, remember to come get me. I'll wait for you. The girl in red, her eyes brimming with tears, was the first time. That separation lasted 50 years. The last seemed shattered, and he opened his eyes, his dark eyes gleaming with divine light. He took a second step, and more illusions attacked him. The third step, the fourth step, each was steady and swift, without the slightest hesitation. This speed is insane, someone exclaimed. The Taisu Holy Emperor and the lords were visibly moved. Even the guests from major sects, familiar with the star-questioning bridge, were shocked. How indestructible must his Tao heart be to cross the star-questioning bridge so quickly? How resolute must his heart be to walk so swiftly on the star-questioning bridge? What could have made him pause at the bridge's edge, not moving for half a moment? Everyone watched the tall, upright figure on the bridge, filled with awe and deep confusion. Chu Xiu's deep eyes looked straight ahead, unmoved by the temptations of the mortal world. His steps grew faster and faster. Would he fall if he harbored ill intentions toward the Taisu Holy Emperor? No. The old demon Chu simply coveted his master and sister Hua's bodies, and sought a powerful backer to grow stronger. He truly had no ill intentions toward the Taisu Holy Emperor, so he couldn't fall from the star-questioning bridge. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 4 kilometers. I remember the fastest record for crossing the star-questioning bridge, among past holy sons and maidens, was 1 incense stick's time. Chu Xiu has already crossed half in just half that time. This is insane. Bai Susu couldn't help but mutter. It took me 2 incense sticks to cross the bridge back then. With Chu Xiu's pace, he'll likely finish in less than half an incense stick. Qi Mengdia's lips curled slightly, unnoticed by others. With his rebellious nature, he shouldn't be held back by worldly attachments. When he took the first step, he must have thought of Qishan and his parents, who died at the hands of demons. Standing nearby, her thoughts aligning with Qi Mengdia's. Eldest brother, you can do it. She channeled her spiritual energy, shouting loudly. The fairy-like master glanced at her 5th disciple, her eyes like autumn water. The 5th disciple's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration, almost brimming with tears. Tao Yao, do you like Chu Xiu? Tao Yao nodded without hesitation, not the least bit shy. I want to become Tao companions with eldest brother. Qi Mengdia's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This master does not approve of this union. Tao Yao's eyes turned to her master, her gaze unwavering. Her face was full of surprise. According to ancient customs, I am unmarried, and eldest brother is unmarried. Master, why won't you agree? Why won't you? A flicker of panic flashed in Qi Mengdia's beautiful eyes. Her delicate face turned cold. No means no. Are you not listening to your master anymore? Actually, your eldest brother is not a good person. She secretly transmitted her voice. Tao Yao's face was filled with disbelief. So this is what you're like, master? To stop me, you're willing to slander eldest brother's character? Aren't you going too far? Qi Mingdai was almost half dead from anger. She glared fiercely at her little disciple. You don't believe your master? Tao Yao chuckled. Well, I do believe you a little, but compared to eldest brother, it's just a tiny bit less. Tao Yao revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, determined to infuriate her master. You and eldest brother are both troublemakers. The master's face turned red, her chest heaving with anger. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth? What's wrong with this world? Master, you, yes, you're always right. All right. Tao Yao's handsome face was full of helplessness. Qi Mingdai was left speechless. Master, you must have some misunderstanding about eldest brother. What misunderstanding? Do I not know what kind of person he is? Go ask around the Holy Land. Which elder doesn't know about his disciples?